Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The training time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, half a day passed. Finally, Sasuke, Naruto, and little Sakura were able to sit on the wooden plank temporarily. Although they couldn't keep it for 5 minutes, they finally is a good start. Fukasaku Toad's wife, Mama Shima Toad, jumped onto Leiming's shoulder at some point and looked at the three of Naruto who were sitting on the sharp wooden board of the ice cone. Smiling and nodding, well, not bad, the three of them have improved very quickly. Compared with little Jiraiya when he was sitting in meditation, he entered the state much faster. Whoosh! Old Toad Shenzuo jumped on Leiming's other shoulder and said, maybe it's because Leiming's teaching method is better than ours. They even thought of using ice water to force them so that they fear what will happen after they fall. Leiming smiled slightly and said with a smile, this method can only be used for a while at the beginning, and I will have to change to a new treatment plan later. Aunt Shima Toad smiled and patted Leiming's head and said, little Leiming's head is better, much better than little Jiraiya. And then Shima Toad looked up at Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura, who shouted loudly, children, stop practicing and come down to eat. I specially prepared a lot of delicious food for you 22. That's great, I'm already hungry. Naruto's eyes lit up when he heard that Mrs. Shima Toad was ready to eat. Without paying attention to the balance control of the body, Naruto's body immediately fell from the air. Hey, damn it, it's terrible. Plop, Sasuke gave the fallen Naruto a blank look, rubbed his stomach, and whispered disdainfully, that super idiot. There was so much noise I couldn't even concentrate. Coo. Sasuke was indeed hungry, so he slowly got up from the plank, wanting to jump off it safely. However, Naruto below got out of the icy water and saw Sasuke's snail-like movement. Sasuke smashed away. Hey Sasuke, what are you doing dawdling there? Hurry up and get down. Whoosh! Sasuke heard the sound of the wind and something shot towards him and subconsciously shifted his head to the side. Not good, damn Naruto! Sasuke cursed secretly. The center of gravity of his body shifted a little more, and the strength of chakra stepping on the ice pick was not maintained enough. Plop! Soon, Sasuke was in the ice water again. As soon as Sasuke rushed out of the ice water, he stood on the surface of the ice water, gritted his teeth, and rushed towards Naruto. You super idiot, see if I don't beat you up today. Okay, come here, I'm not afraid of you. Naruto also did not show any weakness, rushed out of the water and started a physical combat with Sasuke standing on the water. The little Sakura on the ice pick exhaled slowly, trying not to let herself be affected by the battle between the two bastards below, stood firmly on the ice pick with both feet, put away the wooden board and slowly climbed down and down. Look at me, follow the vortex Naruto. Damn it, you kid will copy my unique move, look at the trick, the lion keeps bombing. Rasengan. Chidori. Squeak boom. Chidori and Rasengan slammed into each other fiercely. The two unique moves collided together and a powerful shock burst out immediately, and the aftermath of the impact directly blew up all the ice cones around them. Ah! You two big idiots. Plop! Little Sakura was not spared and fell into the water again. The little Sakura rushed out and rushed directly to Naruto, counting new and old grudges together, chasing after Naruto's buttocks and kicking. Naruto, you are a huge idiot, don't run, stop for me. Damn it, why should I stand still? Little Sakura, you are obviously biased, why did you only chase me and beat you? If you fell into the water, Sasuke would also be involved, why don't you trouble him? Naruto ran in front, avoiding little Sakura's shadowy feet while complaining. The little Sakura didn't care so much. She gritted her teeth and stared at Naruto and said with a fist, you don't care, I just want to beat you because I don't like you, can't you? Bang. After some nonsense, Sasuke, Naruto, and little Sakura all stared round at the home of Deep Author Hamo, looking at a table full of food in front of them. I really don't know how to use chopsticks. This is not to say that the delicacies on the table are so delicious that they don't know which dish to start with, but the table is full of insect dishes. Some insect dishes look like they are clearly live insects. How can people eat this? Nima is in the purple soup. The body of the fleshy insect twists and turns. Twisted, good guy. Absolute visual impact is explosive. Before little Sakura even ate, she felt the inside of her stomach start to churn. Ugh, vomit! I'm sorry, I'm going to the toilet. Little Sakura tightly covered her mouth with one hand and rushed towards the toilet. Aunt Shima Toad entertained Naruto without any guilt. Sasuke and the others laughed and said, "Come on, little Naruto, little Sasuke, eat quickly, eat quickly. These are my specialty dishes, they are delicious." Heya. Can this be eaten too? Are you sure? Naruto twitched 813 crazily at the corner of his mouth, holding his chopsticks and smiling bitterly with cold sweat on his head. Naruto pushed the bowl of worm noodles in front of him to Sasuke, saying, "Sasuke, why don't you eat first? I'm not hungry yet." Sasuke desperately resisted the urge to spit it out, pushed the bug that Naruto pushed back to Naruto, shook his head and said, "Thank you, no need, I'm not hungry either, you should eat it yourself." On the other side, the old toad Fukasaku was gorging himself on the insect dishes in front of him. He looked at Naruto and then at Sasuke and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "The food made by the old lady is delicious, eat it quickly. It's the delicacy of the frog world, come here, you'll know once you taste it." Under Fukasaku's enthusiastic urging, Naruto and Sasuke raised their chopsticks tremblingly, picked up some worms and put them in their mouths, trying their best to chew with the disgusting feeling. The complexions of Sasuke and Naruto turned blue as soon as they could be seen. They looked at each other and then rushed out of the room with a whoosh. Shenzu old toad shook his head speechlessly, grabbed a handful of worms, put them in his mouth and ate them and said to himself, "Really, what's wrong with the little ghosts now? It's so delicious, why does it look like you've eaten it, like poison?" When Naruto, Sasuke and little Sakura came out of Fukasaku Toad's house, each of them walked softly. "There's no way, it's all because I vomited so badly just now that I almost vomited out the overnight meal I ate last night. Not because of anything else but because of the insect dishes made by Mrs. Shima Toad, which are so disgusting that people can't really eat them." Naruto, Sasuke and little Sakura just walked out of Fukasaku's house. In the open area at the door, they suddenly found Leiming, Zinyu and Bai talking and laughing there, eating barbecue. "It's too much. It's too much. You let us eat the deadly murderous food there, but we eat barbecue here. If you eat alone, you will be struck by lightning." Naruto rushed to Leiming angrily beside them, pointing to Leiming with their resentful anger. Naruto pointed at Leiming and they complained, but the movement of his hand was not slow at all. He grabbed a big handful from the grill and turned around and ran away. He quickly rushed to the little Sakura, handed the skewer in front of the little Sakura and said, "Come here, little Sakura, eat quickly. I managed to snatch this from Captain Leiming and the others." The little Sakura was not too polite, grabbed more than half of the skewers from Naruto's hand, gave half to Sasuke and said coquettishly, "Sasuke, you can eat some too." Naruto saw that the little Sakura snatched the skewers from his hand and gave half of them to Sasuke, and immediately lowered his head in depression and took a bite of the skewers in his hand. "Huh, it tastes pretty good, delicious, delicious, this skewer is too delicious." Naruto took a bite and his mouth was filled with oil and juice. Pie, puff, puff, the little Sakura also tried to eat a skewer and then her eyes lit up instantly and she was pleasantly surprised. "Oh. Really, it's delicious. Some girls are like this. When encountering delicious food, the speed is comparable to the speed of light." In just a few strokes, little Sakura ate all the skewers in her hand. Sasuke saw that Naruto and little Sakura were so happy eating skewers, so he relaxed his vigilance. When he frowned and tasted a skewer, he still frowned and said to himself, "These skewers should not be put in them. Something strange, right? Captain Leiming and Sister Bai are fine, but Sister Zinyu will really allow Naruto to snatch so many delicious foods so easily. Will she remain indifferent? However, let alone, this skewer is really fragrant and the barbecue is so fragrant and tender. This is the first time I have eaten barbecue with this taste. Wait a minute, this skewer is what kind of meat is it grilled with?" After Sasuke ate a few kebabs, the more he thought about it, the more something went wrong. In addition, the Uchiha Crescent not far away was looking at his other people eating kebabs with a strange expression that was half a smile. Sasuke suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Gyudong. Sasuke swallowed a mouthful of saliva and suddenly felt that the barbecue in his mouth was not delicious. Tremblingly, I walked to Naruto's barbecue stand and opened the box containing the barbecue ingredients. Ugh, you guys, Captain Leiming, Sister Zinyu, you are too. Uchiha Sasuke admits that grilled skewers are indeed delicious, but when he saw that the items in the raw material box were all fleshy and twisted meatworms, Sasuke suddenly felt that he was no appetite whatsoever. Sasuke only felt that he had eaten the stuff in his stomach as if a bug had come to life and it was turning upside down in his stomach. I couldn't help but rushed into the nearby grass and started to vomit crazily again. When Sasuke rushed to the grass, he also pushed down the box containing the bugs. As a result, little Sakura and Naruto immediately saw the bugs scattered all over the ground, and the faces of the two changed rapidly, and the ugly ones almost turned blue. Originally, Naruto wanted to hold back his vomiting, but the little Sakura really couldn't help it. You could see the worms wriggling on the ground in front of your eyes, and you could hear Sasuke's crazily vomiting not far away. So, the little Sakura also followed the second one and rushed into the grass, vomited wildly, and then, under the chain influence of the two of them, Naruto couldn't hold back any longer, covered his mouth and rushed into the grass to vomit continuously. After seeing the overreaction of Naruto, small Sakura, and Sasuke, Leiming couldn't help laughing. Think about it. Some things are really super delicious to eat, but sometimes it's better not to know how they are made. At least the shadow area in your heart will be a little less. For example, the dish of slippery fat intestines is delicious, but as long as you carefully study where the fat intestines are taken from the pig before making them into dishes, and after you wash the fat intestines yourself, believe me, if it is not true if you love this dish, you will never dare to order it a second time. Leiming saw the reaction of the three of them, and for some reason, he remembered that when he checked the videos on his mobile phone in his previous life, he had seen a lot of stories about how various unqualified, dirty, and messy foods were made in underground factories. Snacks, videos pretending to be sold as regular products. Originally, he used to like to eat street food bought by small vendors, but since watching those videos, he has lost his appetite for a long time and he no longer patronizes small vendors. When Sasuke, Naruto, and little Sakura managed to spit out all the barbecue they had just eaten, the master really didn't even have the strength to walk this time. All three of them crawled out of the grass with weak hands and feet, and the traces of tears and snot were still hanging on their faces. The little Sakura clearly vomited until her hands and feet were weak, but she still did not forget to punch Naruto angrily Wangao and said, "Damn, really, it's all your fault, Naruto. We were really killed by you, vomit." Naruto saw little Sakura complaining about himself, and Sasuke also looked at him with unfriendly eyes. He was wronged too. Pointing at Leiming and the others, he complained, "You can't all blame me for this. I was also plotted against by Captain Leiming and the others. Who knew they were so wicked? They tried so hard to trick us into eating bugs. Hey. You have to speak with conscience. We didn't force you to eat the barbecue just now. You obviously snatched it from us. Those skewers are obviously prepared by us to grill for ourselves." Shinyeong smiled triumphantly. Naruto and the others held their heads high. In view of Naruto, Sasuke, and small Sakura's cooking of insects, there has been a psychological shadow. Leiming made certain modifications to the next practice. 3 days later, Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura were able to sit in meditation for 5 minutes without falling off the wooden board. Therefore, Leiming made some modifications to the practice. After Leiming snapped his fingers, Bai's hands formed seals to control the ice water in the big pit, and they all left the big pit. Then, Leiming opened the scroll and poured a large amount of fleshy insects into the big pit. Bai stood below with his hands in mudra, and Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura sat on the ice pick under the wooden board and began to slowly shorten downwards until they were only about 1 meter away from the big pit. Swish, 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 swish. In the ears of Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura, small noises came immediately which made them unable to concentrate and opened their eyes to look at the surrounding environment. K, what's the situation with this shit? Naruto, who was so bold, was also shocked by the surrounding environment and blurted out in surprise. Little Sakura screamed loudly like a dolphin and exclaimed loudly, "Help, ah." Because the surroundings are full of bugs, even if the little Sakura received a severe mental shock from 470, her eyes would turn black and her body would fall backwards. The little Sakura suddenly changed her face and became ferocious. She gritted her teeth and said to herself, "No, I can't fall." Little Sakura tried her best to control her body balance and not let herself fall. Even though the wooden board under the seat was shaking very badly, she still tenaciously controlled her body and absolutely never fell. Although Sasuke tried his best to maintain a cool expression on his face, deep in his eyes, there was a deep fear revealed. He swore deep in his heart that he absolutely did not want to fall into the insects. In the sea, he felt that he would be disgusted to death. However, some things will never happen if you don't think what you think in your heart. Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura finally fell into the sea of insects full of insects. Oh, it's disgusting. It's really disgusting? The little Sakura's face was full of panic, struggling hard, trying to rush out of the sea of insects and slapped hard to sweep away all the insects that approached her. CCBG, however, just a part of the front was swept away and new and more bugs came rushing towards her. Damn it, I hate bugs, multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto was overwhelmed with panic. His hands formed seals, white smoke exploded, and a large number of shadow clones appeared from the big pit in an instant, squeezing the bugs in the big pit like it squeezed to the side like a tsunami. When Sasuke was suddenly squeezed by the sea of insects, his expression changed again in shock and he subconsciously made seals with both hands and shouted fire style, great fireball technique. Boom boom boom, ah. Hot 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 hot. Puff 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 puff. Naruto's shadow clone was instantly blasted by Sasuke's flames, and countless insects were burned by the blazing flames, causing the insects to explode in a series like popcorn. After Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura arrived at the open space next to them, all three of them supported the ground with their hands, sweating constantly on their foreheads and gasping for breath. After a while, Sasuke, Naruto, and little Sakura woke up from the deep fear. Naruto was the first one who couldn't stand the heat, rushed in front of Leiming and wanted to grab Leiming's collar, but Leiming was already prepared and pressed one hand on Naruto's head, making it impossible for him to approach at all. Naruto said angrily with hands and feet, "Damn it, Captain Leiming, you be *****D, you treat me like this, it's really disgusting. Are you trying to play us to death?" Little Sakura looked at Leiming with tears in her eyes, full of resentment. Sasuke also looked at Leiming with murderous eyes, trying to suppress his anger, and asked, "Captain Leiming, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation." The corners of Leiming's mouth turned up slightly and he smiled, "You can't take it anymore. What I used for you is just some harmless insects to help you practice. You have to know if you are really fighting the enemy, will the enemy attack in the way you want? No, once the enemy finds your weakness, they will chase after your weakness. Your fear of insects seems to me a weakness of arrogance. Of course I'm going to help you overcome that. Is there something wrong? Furthermore, if you can still sit in meditation calmly while dealing with what you fear the most, then I believe that your use of immortal arts will definitely go to the next level." That sounds so nice. In the end, he made fun of us. Naruto curled his lips in displeasure. Heh, really, Naruto, don't forget that in our Konoha village there is a family that specializes in controlling bugs and fighting. The Devour family. You are so afraid of bugs now, what should you do if you encounter an enemy with similar abilities to the Devour family in the future? Okay. Stop talking nonsense, the three of you are not qualified to object to how I train you now. Do you still want to become stronger? If you want to become stronger, just sit back and continue training for me. Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura looked at each other and finally walked back into the pit helplessly, climbed up the icicle, sat on the wooden board and continued to meditate. Leiming put a lot of insects into the big pit below again and warned, "I warn you, after falling down, don't use any ninjutsu to destroy the sea of insects. Whoever destroys the sea of insects, I will use the insects they killed to make dishes for me to eat all of them." Ugh. Sona, why is this? After hearing Leiming's warning, little Sakura wailed. However, Leiming's insect training is indeed useful. Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura are afraid of falling into the sea of insects, so they are trying their best to learn how not to go down. Even if the body shakes slightly, it can be adjusted quickly so that it will not fall. Learned how not to fall. Even if the sea of insects below made a rustling sound, it could not disturb their state of mind. Learned how to maintain a calm state of mind in a noisy environment. Learned to control the body to achieve absolute still. After 3 months of hard training, Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura finally left Mount Myaboku alive. However, the image of the three of them at the moment, no matter how you look at it, there is a shadow effect of little white men. The three of them follow Leiming and the others, and they walk unsteadily. Xinyu walked beside Leiming, touched her stomach, and joked, "Hey, hey, hey, ha 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 ha. Brother Leiming, look at them, they just ate insect food for 3 months, why are they dead? Then what is the same as that?" The white next to him couldn't stand it any longer. He scratched slightly on Xinyu's cute little nose and said angrily, I knew you were making fun of Naruto and the others. Back then, when you practiced with us on Mount Myaboku, I haven't seen much better than Naruto and the others, right? This is Master Leiming's good craftsmanship. He can make all the insect dishes into delicacies that are not inferior to the delicacies of mountains and seas, otherwise you will turn pale when talking about insects. That's right, luckily I have brother Leiming here. Xinyu smiled and leaned on Leiming's shoulder, smiling without feeling guilty at all. In order to force Naruto and the three of them to practice hard, Leiming readily nodded and followed Uchiha Xinyu's suggestion and specially set strict training standards. Once they fail to meet the standard, the three of them will be punished and eat insect dishes made by Mrs. Shima Toad for 3 months in a row. It is really hard not to become like this. In fact, the reason why Leiming took Naruto and the three of them to Mount Myaboku was nominally to take the three of them to practice immortal arts. But in fact, the real reason was that he took Naruto and saw Suke to take refuge. Temporarily avoiding Akatsuki and Orochimaru's entanglement, Leiming can't guarantee whether it will cause a butterfly effect because of his relationship. Inexplicably, he will be hardened with Akatsuki and Orochimaru in advance. Leiming took the three of them to practice and reported to Tsunade through the time-space teleportation scroll. Recently, Tsunade received the news from Jiraiya. Orochimaru had reincarnated in advance and captured a new body. Akatsuki's goal seemed to be temporarily diverted from capturing Naruto's body. That's why Leiming dared to take them out and return to Konoha village. But even so, they may not be able to return quietly on the way back. On their way back, suddenly from a distant mountain there was a violent explosion. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he heard the big movement, Naruto's heart, which had been silent for more than 3 months, was revived again with full blood. There was a light in his eyes and he looked into the distance, pointing to the sky's path there. Look, it's so big there. There is still a lot of black smoke rising. There must be a big event happening. Let's go and have a look. After speaking, without waiting for Leiming and the others to agree, he stretched his legs and jumped towards the distant forest. Deep in the heart of little Sakura, a rough version of the spiritual body, clenched a fist with one hand and said, "Yeah. It's great, I finally have something to do. I have been an ascetic monk for 3 months, let's see how I can vent my anger this time." Flip. However, little Sakura's face and the voice in her heart are completely different, looking at Naruto's direction and shouting, "Hey. Naruto, you acted on your own again." Looking at Leiming again, he asked, "Captain Leiming, what should we do?" The corners of Leiming's mouth turned up slightly and he said with a smile, "What else can I do?" Keep up. Deep inside little Sakura, the brutish mental body made a victory gesture and cheered, "Yay, Naruto, you did a great job, I just want this." Even Sasuke showed an interested smile and rushed out together. He also wanted to try to see how much progress he had made after 3 months of penance. When Leiming and the others felt the sound of the explosion, they just caught up with a big battle. "Look at me, meatball chariot." Rolling. Akimichi Choji turned into a huge meatball and slammed into a group of armored men holding Langya sticks, like an enlarged version of a bowling ball, knocking all the armored men away at once. By the way, several armor men were crushed. Ino kept waving his hands, throwing kunai away, and a series of detonating charms were tied behind kunai. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions were caused, and those armored men who exploded flew into the sky and then fell heavily to the ground. However, those armored men were really not ordinary. They quickly stood up again and raised their maces unsteadily to kill Ino and the others. Seeing a few armored men rushing to Ino's side and the huge mace was about to fall down, Shikamaru, who was standing on a tree not far away, suddenly formed a madra with his hands and shouted, "Ninja." Shadow binding. Asking for flowers? Several armored men were instantly controlled by Shikamaru and turned to attack other armored men nearby. Ino flew back, frowned, and gritted his teeth. Damn it. What the hell are these things? Hey, 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 ha 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 ha. Shikamaru Ino Choji, don't be afraid, I Uzumaki Naruto will come to help you soon. Ninja multiple shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. A series of white smoke exploded, and hundreds of Naruto from clone technique rushed towards the enemy, and for a moment they were equal in number to the enemy, and soon they fought fiercely together. Sasuke and little Sakura couldn't help but rushed out and started a big battle with the armored man. Bang 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 bang, boom 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 boom. Little Sakura raised her small fist high, punched forward fiercely and shouted, "Look at me," a newly learned move. Strange power fist. Boom, little Sakura hit the armor man's chest with a punch. The armor on the armor man's chest was visibly dented rapidly, and his body flew backwards like a cannonball. The little Sakura succeeded with a punch, and she clenched her fist in front of her happily and said with a smile, "Great, it really works, my strength can become so powerful." Sasuke had just killed the enemy in front of him. Suddenly Sasuke felt a sense of danger behind him, so he jumped with a thunder in his right hand and shouted, "Chidori." Squeak squeak squeak. Sasuke swiped his right hand behind him with lightning, bang bang bang. The three armored men originally wanted to appear behind him silently, but their plan to attack Sasuke failed, but instead they were cut into two by Sasuke and their bodies fell apart on the ground weakly. Sasuke looked at the unfolded armored man, then turned his mouth slightly and said with a smile, "It really works, my practice is not in vain. Although I can't be as pervert as Captain Leiming, I can indeed feel the enemy's traces without relying on my eyes." Up. But what are these things? They are not human at all, and the armor is empty. When Leiming saw those armored men attacking Shikamaru and the others for the first time, he felt a little familiar for no reason, and carefully recalled the anime plots of Hokage ninjas he had seen in his previous life. Suddenly, I remembered the Hokage ninja theatrical movie I watched in my previous life. I said to myself silently in my heart, I seem to have seen these guys somewhere. Is the relationship triggered by the storyline of the theatrical version? Not to mention, I really know the origins of these guys. Jello Stone, this is an important treasure in the second Hokage ninja theatrical version. When I watched Hokage in my previous life, I already suspected that the so-called Jello Stone should also be regarded as a kind of fairy art chakra vein. If you really follow the plot of the original book and send all the Greer stones into the black hole of time and space, hey. It's like throwing a huge amount of diamonds and gold into the sea 217. It's a waste. Leiming has already made up his mind in his heart since he met here. He should not let it go. So many Greer stones, if they work well, maybe they will give him some unexpected gains. So, Leiming just stood on the top of the tree so far away, watching Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura, Ino, Akimichi Choji, Shikamaru fighting with hundreds of armored men, without any intention of going up to help. However, it seems that the battlefield below does not need Leiming, Bai, and Zinyu, especially Jonin, to help. It is obvious that the armored men's troops have been suppressed by Naruto and the others. At this moment, a boy with long blonde hair in silver armor suddenly pulled out the long sword at his waist and killed Naruto and the others. Bang 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 bang. As soon as this young man entered the battlefield, Naruto's shadow clone immediately began to experience a large number of attrition and was constantly blown up and turned into white smoke. As the main body, Naruto, of course, quickly discovered the behavior of the blonde boy and signed multiple shadow clone technique with both hands. Bang 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 bang, all of a sudden hundreds of shadow clones were added. Then Naruto pointed at the blonde boy with a big hand and directed, "Everyone come on, catch that guy for me." A large group of Naruto shadow clone rushed towards the blonde-haired armored boy. The blonde-haired armored boy was unambiguous, with green energy glowing from the sword light in his hand, and his fighting posture was very elegant, so he took one of Naruto's shadow clones. An easy defeat, blow up. Bang 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 bang. After a series of white smoke exploded, Naruto's body suddenly rubbed a Rasengan and slammed it hard at the blonde boy. Ooh. Look at me Rasengan. The blonde boy also showed no sign of weakness, and the energy of the green sword light surged, fiercely colliding with Naruto's Rasengan fiercely. Boom. After the moves of the two collided, because their moves were too powerful, the ground under their feet couldn't bear the aftermath of their fight. Boom. Ka 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 ka, the ground shattered and collapsed, and their position happened to be relatively close to the cliff, so the two of them fell down the cliff together. Little Sakura and Sasuke found something was wrong, and when they rushed over, the two of them had fallen off the cliff. Fortunately, there was a big river under the cliff. Seeing the big river flowing below, Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Phew. That super idiot, why does he always make such troublesome questions?" After Shikamaru cleaned up his enemies, he also came over to have a look and said with a wry smile, "Oh, it's such a trouble. When we were carrying out our mission, we suddenly encountered those inexplicable guys attacking us. Are we going to look for Naruto again now? Really added extra work to me." Yamanaka Ino waved his hand with a smile and said, "Ah. Aha, that Naruto guy is very tough. Even if you don't go to him, it will be fine. It's more important for us to report the situation here to the village first." Pighead Ino. "You be ****D, what are you talking about?" Little Sakura immediately became angry when she heard what Ino said and stared at Ino fiercely. Ino's eyes were also ferocious without showing any weakness. His forehead was on the top of little Sakura's and he gritted his teeth and said, "Why, can't it be? The mouth grows on me and I can say whatever I want." Leiming just walked to the edge of the cliff at this time, looked at the big river below with playful eyes, the corners of his mouth turned up, and thought secretly in his heart, "Heh. It's so interesting. Even if it is affected by my butterfly effect, it will cause Shikamaru and the three of them besieged by a large number of enemies." But at the end of the development, did Naruto fall off the cliff with that blonde kid? Forget it. I don't bother to spoil the plot development of the following story. Let Naruto and that brat continue the storyline. Anyway, what I want is the Stone of Greer. Thinking of this, Leiming clapped his hands with a smile and said with a smile, "Okay. All right, little Sakura, Ino, stop arguing. What's the point of arguing? Aren't you two rivals in love? If you want to fight, you should go their side." Said Leiming pointed in the direction of Sasuke very shamelessly. Isn't it, Captain Leiming, you're too bad." Sasuke was pointed at by Leiming, and then seeing little Sakura and Ino quickly changed their faces, blushing and looking at him shyly, with a tendency to come to his side. Sasuke's frightened mouth Kakuzu twitched slightly. Quickly flashing his figure, he ran away and said, "Captain Leiming, I'm going to find Naruto's clues first. He probably needs my help now." Little Sakura and Ino saw Sasuke running away like that. Chi-Chi looked at Leiming for help. Leiming spread his hands casually and said with a smile, "Look at what I am doing. I can't help you. As a senior handsome guy, I understand Sasuke's feelings very well. If you want to chase Sasuke back, you have to rely on yourself." "Hey, what are you still doing here? Hurry up. Sasuke is very popular with girls. If you don't do it now, you will be abducted by other 4.0 girls in the future. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Even if you two are rivals in love, but at least you are familiar with each other, you don't want to lose to any random girl you don't know in the future." Little Sakura and Ino looked at each other, then nodded vigorously in unison and chased in the direction of Sasuke. Leiming smiled badly, looked at the direction the three of them left, and thought that Sasuke was so easily affected by the darkness in the original book. I think it is pure lack of love. But now, little Sakura is much more proactive than the original Sasuke. It seems that you still can't escape the fate of the original. Plop plop, Naruto and the blonde boy fell into the river below the cliff. The two floated and sank in the water and soon lost consciousness and fell into a coma. After losing consciousness in the river, the body was naturally out of control, and touching the stones in the water here and there without their knowledge, they hit their bodies with scars all over their bodies. When Naruto regained consciousness again, it was already night. Naruto opened his eyes and saw that he was already lying in an open tent. Where is this place? Naruto sat up suddenly. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from the wound on his body, which made Naruto's expression quite exaggerated, and his face was deformed by the pain. Ugh, it hurts, it hurts. After the pain on his body passed away, Naruto subconsciously looked to his side and saw a blonde boy and then, next to the floor, neatly stacked armors. Naruto's stupid brain turned quite fast this time. He stood up with a swipe of 22, pointed at the blonde boy and shouted strangely, "Ah, why are you here?" The blonde boy was woken up by Naruto. He opened his eyes with a frown, looked at Naruto with a serious expression and slowly sat up, and was also hit by a burst of severe pain, making his expression even more rigid. At this moment, an old man opened the curtain of the tent and walked in and said with a smile, "I thought you would wake up later, but I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. You are still young." Hearing the old man's words, Naruto immediately patted his chest with a triumphant smile and said with a smile, "Grandpa, let me tell you, I'm really not bragging. A little injury like mine now will be healed in a few nights at most." The old man nodded with a smile, fiddled with the medicinal materials in his hand, and said with a smile, "Oh heh. If so, then you are really powerful. However, this little brother is as resilient as you, and his injury, the recovery speed is also quite amazing." Really, is this kid really that powerful? Naruto looked suspiciously at the blonde boy. HMPH? The blonde boy glanced at Naruto with disdain and turned his face away, ignoring Naruto. The story of the blonde boy and Naruto, just like the original book, developed according to their storyline. The two began to attract each other and try to understand each other. The next day, the caravan that rescued Naruto and the others was on the road again, and Naruto ran up to the blonde boy on an ostrich, curled his lips and said, "HMPH, for the sake of the kid you just saved, I think you're still a good person. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. The ninja of Konoha village is the man destined to become Hokage in the future. And you, what is your name?" The blonde boy leaned against the fence of the carriage, maintaining a cool image, and said, "My name is Timothy, and my biggest dream is to realize Lord Hyde's ideal, to establish an ideal country where peace is free from killing and war." Naruto sat on the back of the ostrich, showing a confused expression, and said, "Well, the ideal country. Although I don't quite understand what you are saying, but from what you say, what you are going to do should be very important." Timothy looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, you have an incredible power which should be very helpful for us to build an ideal country. Why don't you come to our side, and I will introduce you to Lord Hyde." Hearing Timothy's words, Naruto's head immediately shook like a rattle and said, "Ah. Go to your place? No, I will be a Hokage man in the future. I want to protect our Konoha village. I can't join yours." But even if Naruto doesn't want to join Timothy's organization in order to complete the so-called ideal country of Lord Hyde he admires, Timothy still manages to bring Naruto to Hyde's mobile fortress. At the same time, when Timothy took Naruto to Lord Hyde's mobile fortress, a large group of armored men rushed into the caravan with maces in their hands, destroying and smashing everywhere as if they wanted to what to look for in a caravan. But it is a pity that they didn't seem to find any important clues in the end, but the group of armors still did not give up, and captured all the people in the caravan. On the other side, after Naruto went to Lord Hyde's so-called mobile fortress, he met Lord Hyde and heard his brainwashing remarks, but Naruto was not moved at all. He did not agree to Lord Hyde's words. Lord Hyde pretended to be magnanimous, looked at Timothy indifferently and said, "That's it. If that's the case, then don't force it, Timothy. There is something I want you to check for me." Timothy set off with several other Lord Hyde's subordinates as well as Naruto and arrived at a wreckage of unknown objects. Naruto looked at the huge wreckage and said with a little surprise, "Wow, what is this?" Naruto, Timothy, and several other Lord Hyde's subordinates entered the wreckage of some kind of ship together. Just when Naruto looked at the traces of severe damage in the hull and stepped forward to check, suddenly, a black shadow came from behind Timothy and opened several arms to bind Timothy tightly. This is... Kankuro, why are you here? Why are you arresting people?" Naruto saw that the thing that bound Timothy turned out to be a puppet, and this puppet was quite familiar to Naruto. The puppet, following the direction in which the puppet flew out, saw a man in black and blurted out in surprise. Kankuro also looked at Naruto in surprise and said, "I should be the one who said this. Naruto, why did you appear here? You may not know it, but they are the people. It once attacked many villages in our Wind Country and caused considerable casualties to the ninjas in our village. Naruto looked at Timmy in surprise and asked Timothy, "Is what King Kuro said true?" Timothy turned his head away with a cold snort and said in a cold tone, "Those are noble sacrifices, sacrifices necessary to realize the construction of an ideal country." Hearing Timothy's words, Naruto almost died of anger. He glared at Timothy and said, "What are you talking about? This kind of sacrifice is necessary. What you say and what you actually do are totally inconsistent." While Naruto roared angrily at Timmy's companions, two female knights in armor, suddenly dodged and jumped towards an upper passageway. The two female knights showed evil smiles and sneered, "I didn't expect there to be an ambush here." "Yeah, but is it really okay to just leave Timothy with them?" HMPH. "You two guys, you still have the mood to care about those things." Gaara suddenly appeared not far from the two female knights and shouted, "Sand binding coffin." At the feet of the two female knights, a large amount of sand immediately engulfed and surrounded their bodies, and it was about to completely bind and grasp their bodies. One of the female knights in red armor suddenly had extremely fierce eyes, and her face and body changed dramatically, turning into a gorilla with a large physique. I saw the gorilla in the red armor with his hands and 5 fingers spread out, and when he pulled it left and right, a powerful lightning flashed and jumped in his hand. The sand that binds the bodies of the two is destroyed and scattered at a visible speed. The other female knight next to her was also affected by the powerful electricity from the gorilla female knight, so she scattered all the sand on her body and took the opportunity to escape. Gaara frowned, changing the seals of both hands and said, "Is it possible to transform? If you become a monster, it will be a bit troublesome if you want to catch it." After Gaara's hand seal was completed, he pressed his hands heavily on the sand on the ground and shouted, "Sand waterfall funeral." The sand under the gorilla monster's feet visibly rippled, forming a circle of vortices. And countless tentacles turned from sand, entangled towards the gorilla female knight, entangled her hands and feet and dragged her body to the ground. The gorilla female knight looked up to the sky and howled like a beast, saying, "Damn it, don't get too carried away with me, B asterisk 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 D. Squeak squeak squeak." Boom, the gorilla female knight let out an angry roar, and at the same time more lightning bolts burst out from her body. The powerful electricity forms a special energy field. Not only did it disperse all the sand surrounding and pulling it, but the heat generated by the huge energy explosion was also quite amazing, melting the sand around her at high temperature and finally crystallized into circles of glass. A huge energy field erupted, shattering all the buildings around the wreckage they were in, rebounded by a powerful force and was thrown away to an unknown distance. "Ha ha ha ha, your ninjutsu won't work for me. I'm invincible?" After winning the move, the female gorilla knight laughed excitedly. Zhou Shen was protected by a powerful lightning force and killed in the direction of Gaara. Gaara was a little bit surprised when he saw that the opponent could release such a powerful force. To Gaara, it was only a little bit of surprise, and Gaara immediately changed his tactics. "Put your hands together and press them down heavily on the ground." Taking Gaara's hands as the center of the circle, there are constantly visible ripples spreading out. Sand waterfall burial. Boom 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 boom. At the feet of the gorilla female knight, large quicksands began to appear immediately, and the sand tentacles entwined towards her also became bigger and thicker. The energy protects her body. However, none of these could stop her from being swallowed by the massive amount of sand and entering the ground bit by bit. In less than 3 minutes, the female gorilla knight was sent to a place tens of meters underground. Then the surrounding area was full of sand, under Gaara's control, rumbled towards her 360 degrees indiscriminately oppressing. The whole earth seemed to tremble and vibrate because of Gaara's ninjutsu. The huge pressure almost instantly destroyed the energy shield of the gorilla female knight and then squeezed her body into a meatloaf. The female gorilla knight only had time to let out an unwilling and angry roar and shouted, "Damn it." Seeing that the gorilla female knight was killed so easily by Gaara, the other two female knights immediately felt resigned. Shikamaru Ino, a Kimichi Choji, did not know when they also rushed here, just met a female knight outside. Shikamaru immediately released his ninjutsu, shadow imitation technique, success. "Damn. You bastards, don't make trouble for me." In order to evacuate as soon as possible, the female knight also transformed into a werewolf. Akimichi Choji originally used his ninjutsu of the meat bomb chariot, turned into a huge meatball and crushed towards her. But after hearing the wolf howling sound from the female knight, his head was buzzing humming, unable to concentrate on controlling his ninjutsu. The huge wolf claws of the werewolf ruthlessly aimed at the meatball transformed by Choji, and with a hard slap, the huge meatball transformed by Akimichi Choji flew out, smashing hard into the sand in the distance. Akimichi Choji of the transformation technique who disarmed the meatball chariot lay powerlessly in the sand, his eyes turned into ring lines. I can't do it anymore, I'm the worst at dealing with sonic ninjutsu. The power emperor in the body of the female knight transformed into a werewolf has been improved by leaps and bounds. Shikamaru kept the knot seal with both hands, gritted his teeth and desperately tried to restrain the werewolf female knight, but in the end he only persisted for less than 10 seconds, and the opponent broke free from his shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru sighed helplessly, looked at the enemy fleeing to the distance and said very unmotivatedly, "Ouch, Li Hao, what a trouble, this woman is too weird, right? She is really strong." Then Shikamaru turned to Leiming who was standing on the sand dune not far behind and complained with a sigh, "Captain Leiming, why are you standing like that? Is it really good to just watch the enemy flee like this?" Leiming smiled warmly when he heard Shikamaru's question and said with a smile, "I told you when I took you and Gaara together, I won't participate in this battle. What specific steps can I do? Everything depends on your means." Little Sakura and Sasuke rescued some people from the ruins. Little Sakura also looked at Leiming with a little resentment and complained, "Magic. Captain Leiming, I think you are lazy, leave all the problems to us." At the same time, on the other side of Uzumaki Naruto, after Kankuro tied up Timshi with a rope, Kankuro immediately chased after another enemy female knight. After Naruto saw Kankuro's actions, he naturally volunteered to chase after him and shouted, "Wait for me, I'll go too." However, when the female knight of the enemy was running away, she also activated her transformation ability, instantly turning into a winged female bat orc. Her two hands turned into wings and she flapped her wings forcefully. The body passed through the long passage very easily. Seeing that the enemy was about to escape smoothly, Naruto couldn't help but took out the kunai and the shuriken from the ninja bag on his back and hit the enemy with hidden weapons in both hands. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The hidden weapons are in such a narrow passage, logically speaking, it is not so easy to dodge so many hidden weapons fired by Naruto. However, that Batwoman seemed to have eyes on the back of her head, and she just made a few nimble dodging movements in the air, avoiding all the hidden weapons Naruto fired. It doesn't matter if you dodge, this Batgirl even flapped her wings triumphantly, stopped in the air and turned around, looked at Naruto and Kankuro and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha ha. With your level of attack, it's still 10 days before you want to hit me. What about 1,000 years?" Naruto saw that Bat 357 girl dodged his hidden weapon attack so easily. He opened his mouth in shock, looked at the enemy and said, "Damn. This guy is so powerful, why is he like Captain Leiming? He seems to have eyes on the back of his head same." Batgirl didn't care how shocked Naruto was, she opened her mouth, aimed at Naruto and Kankuro, a mass of white light condensed in her mouth, and then spit out towards them. After the white light spouted from her mouth, a super powerful vortex tornado containing countless wind blades attacked them. Seeing the enemy's attack, Naruto almost didn't hesitate and subconsciously rubbed a tornado on his right hand. "Rasengan? HMPH, do you think you are strong? Look at my Rasengan." Naruto's Rasengan collided with the opponent's windblade tornado hard. When Kankuro saw Naruto using Rasengan, he had a bad feeling and his face changed wildly and he yelled at Naruto, "Idiot. Don't use that ninjutsu." Unfortunately, Kankuro's yelling didn't have the effect it should have. Naruto's movements are just that fast. When Rasengan collided with the enemy's tornado wind blade, a violent explosion occurred soon, and the powerful explosion power blocked the enemy's ultimate attack. But it also caused unpredictable troubles. The wind blade tornado was bombed, scattered into countless wind blades and launched indiscriminate attacks towards the surroundings. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, bang bang, boom boom boom. The passage where Naruto and Kankuro were located was quickly cut, impacted, shattered and blown away by these wind blades. In short, the entire passage here was completely destroyed in an instant. Kankuro is holding a steel bar with both hands and Naruto is hugging him tightly and the two are hanging on it like sausages. Batgirl proudly flew to them, spun twice in the air, mockingly said, "HMPH? What are you doing? Are you blowing yourself up?" Just when Batgirl was laughing proudly at Naruto and Kankuro, Gaara suddenly appeared at the entrance of the tunnel that hadn't been completely blown up. Shouted Sandbound Coffin. Batwoman felt the danger approaching almost at the same time as Gaara launched the attack. Her wings flapped vigorously in the air and her body rushed into the sky like a rocket. Gaara stood below, aiming at Batgirl with both hands and making fists to catch her. In the air, at the same time, long arms turned into visible sand stretched out their huge palms, constantly grabbing towards Batgirl. However, Batgirl's figure is very flexible in the air, constantly changing the flight trajectory, and it is easy to dodge CCBJ all Gaara's attacks. Gaara saw that the opponent dodged her attack, and at the same time she still had time to show a smug smile to herself and immediately changed her attack method and swung her hands together towards Batgirl in the sky. Sandtime Rain. Shoo. Faced with such a dense saturation attack, no matter how flexible Batgirl's flying skills are, she can't keep dodging like this for a long time, or she still wants to find an opportunity to counter Gaara. So she gave Gaara a fierce look in her eyes, put down her cruel words and said, "You just wait for me. When we meet again next time, I will definitely kill you." Faced with the enemy's ruthless words, Gaara didn't show the slightest fear but just glanced at the opponent indifferently, stopped his attack, and let Batgirl fly away to escape smoothly. "What's the matter, Gaara? How can you let her escape?" Seeing that Gaara let the enemy go away so easily, Naruto gritted his teeth and looked at Gaara. The position of holding Kankuro with both hands is wrong. The position where Naruto hugged Kankuro was the position where his hands were around Kankuro's neck. As soon as Naruto subconsciously exerted force, Kankuro suddenly felt unable to breathe. Kankuro's face turned red visibly and he said with difficulty, "Naruto, let me go, I can't hold on anymore." Kankuro grasped the steel bar with both hands, and his strength became weaker and weaker. In the end, he could no longer hold on to the steel bar, his hands loosened, and the two of them fell towards the sea below together. Naruto was still hugging Kankuro up to this moment, and they fell together towards the bottom of the sea while looking up to the sky and screaming loudly, "Sura! Why is this, Plop, a huge splash of water splashed away. Naruto and Kankuro quickly drilled two heads out of the sea water. "What are you doing, Naruto? Look at what you've done. If it weren't for your recklessness, I would still have a chance to catch the enemy." Kankuro patted the water on Naruto in dissatisfaction, and the sea water splashed onto Naruto's body face. Naruto was splashed with seawater and his face was also full of displeasure. Without showing any weakness, he slapped a large piece of seawater on Kankuro's face and said, "What the hell? You actually put all the responsibility on me. You are so powerful, why don't you go to heaven?" Naruto and Kankuro complained to each other in the sea, just like two children, slapping each other in the sea water, still cursing each other in their mouths. When Gaara saw the fight between these two live treasures, there was no fluctuation on his face, he just turned and left indifferently. In a blink of an eye, it was night. Naruto knew why Leiming and Gaara appeared here through the conversation with little Sakura and the others. Little Sakura explained to Naruto, "Naruto, of course, is because Captain Leiming and Gaara teamed up to completely destroy the enemy's mobile fortress in a relatively short period of time. Otherwise, why do you think we are here? The reason why we are here is to rescue those people in the caravan. They were caught by the armor men sent by the mobile fortress, and we followed the traces of the enemy to track them down. They came out." After listening to the little Sakura's explanation, Naruto couldn't help turning around to look at Timmy and asked seriously, "Timothy, can you tell us why you want to arrest the caravan man and the old man? Don't you want to build an ideal country without war and killing? But everything you are doing now is running counter to it." Timothy didn't answer yet, but the old man next to him said solemnly, "The reason why they want to catch us and wreak havoc in our caravan, what are they looking for? I think what they want is how to find gray clues to the Stone of Actually, the first time I saw Timothy, I discovered that special mark on him. It was the person who sealed the Jello stone into his body, and it was a special feature that only members of the royal family could have. Mark, only members of the royal family can easily control the power of the Grail stone without any side effects. Our ancestors, at that time, the war caused by the Grail stone caused huge casualties. After the last remaining clansman sealed the Grail stone, our family was divided into two branches. One is our branch, which stays on this continent and is responsible for monitoring and guarding the sealed location of the Gelstone, and the other branch is the royal family members of our family. With the only remaining Gelstone and how to I went to another continent using the record book of controlling the Grail stone. Sasuke leaned against the wall next to him and said coolly, in other words, the enemies we are facing now are enemies from another continent. They want to seize the Grail stone and realize their ambitions, for example, to conquer the world some type of. Hearing that Sasuke said that Lord Hyde, whom he admired, the purpose of obtaining the Grail stone was to conquer the world, so Timothy immediately quit. He was so angry that he almost jumped up, glared at Sasuke and said angrily, "You are talking nonsense. Mr. Hyde is not the kind of person you said." In order to realize his dream of building an ideal country, he saved many people who were homeless due to the war. Return, child. Hearing Timothy's words, Leiming smiled and pointed to some children rescued by them and said with a smile, "Are you referring to those children?" According to our investigation, the production and control of those armored men is through those kids came to make it happen. Timsy, you are still too naive, a child is pure-hearted, why don't you know if Hyde is deceiving you and using you? Anyway, in my opinion, if Hyde is really the kind of good person you say, it is absolutely impossible to use a child to create a puppet warrior and fight for him to destroy so many villages in the Kingdom of Wind. Hearing Leiming's analysis, Timothy kept shaking his head, feeling inexplicable panic in his heart and said, "No, it's impossible. Lord Hyde is not the kind of person you said." Leiming smiled and got up and said, "Don't believe it? Well, since you don't believe it, I can't help it. When that guy shows his true colors in front of you, I hope you won't be crushed by the blow." After saying what he needed to say, Leiming left the room with Zinyu and Bai. Naruto also took a dissatisfied look at Timothy and said, "I don't know if the Lord Hyde you are talking about has really seen you as a companion. A real companion will not give up so easily and get caught. I will leave without any sense of tension. I will not treat my partner like a puppet at will." Asking for flowers? After finishing speaking, Naruto also ran out of the room angrily. Sasuke smiled slightly and then turned and left while little Sakura followed Sasuke and left together. Only a group of people from the caravan remained in this room, as well as the grandfather of the caravan leader and those children who came out of the mobile fortress. Then, as expected by Leiming, after they left the room and lived in another tent built outside, the grandfather of the caravan leader, while everyone fell asleep in the middle of the night. The old man held a knife against Timothy's back, forcing him to leave the caravan with him and walked towards an unknown deep mountain. After going around, they soon found a dilapidated ruins. After opening the mechanism of the ruins, they soon entered the depths of the ground. Under the ruins, it turned out to be a huge underground city. Timothy was led by the grandfather to go deep into the dungeon. At this moment, from the passage behind them, two female knights in armor rushed towards Timothy and the others with a large number of armored men. "Come over." The old man turned around in surprise and looked at the enemy who was killing him from behind. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What's going on? How did they chase here?" Seeing that the enemy was about to approach them, at this time suddenly a large number of armored men were blown away behind the Kong passage. "Ooh, meatball chariot. Look at the trick. Rasengan. Strange power fist." It turned out that it was Naruto and Sasuke who came out from the passage behind Kong, and after overturning all the armored men, they finally slowed down the enemy's approaching speed. Naruto was the first to dash towards Hyde, clenched his right fist and wanted to punch Hyde hard. "You nasty B*********. Sure enough, it's exactly what Captain Leiming said, and you've been secretly following Timothy and the old man." Boom! But before Naruto got close, Hyde beckoned him to fly away. Naruto was sent flying by Hyde with a beam of light. His body flew backward like a cannonball and slammed into the wall behind him hard. The grandpa of the caravan saw Naruto being blown away by the light beam and immediately faced Naruto's direction nervously, shouting, "Naruto." Just when Hyde wanted to continue facing the wall that Naruto crashed into and make up another beam attack, Sasuke suddenly rushed to Hyde. He kicked Hyde's arm fiercely and the light beam emitted by his arm deviated from the attack direction. At this time, Naruto came out of the wall of the big hole, touched the back of his head and stomach with his hands, grinned and said to himself, "It hurts, it hurts. That damned Hyde is really not a good thing." Following Naruto, he immediately yelled in the direction of the caravan Grandpa 783, "Grandpa, I'm fine. Get out of here quickly, that big villain Hyde, we will do our best to hold him back." "Okay, Naruto, then be careful." Seeing that Naruto was fine, the grandfather of the caravan immediately used the short sword to force Timothy to go deeper into the underground ruins together. After the grandfather took Timothy away, Hyde was not far behind and followed closely after him and ordered to his subordinates, "You too, stop them for me." The two armored female knights under Hyde immediately took orders and shouted, "Yes, Lord Hyde." With a large number of armored men, the two female knights charged towards Naruto, Sasuke, small Sakura, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino. Sasuke's right hand flashes with thunder, and he rushes forward at high speed, puff. 3 strikes 5 divisions in 2, he killed dozens of armored men by himself, cut them in half, and then rushed to the front of Batgirl with a dodge with kunai and shuriken in his hands as if he didn't want money shoot towards the opponent. And at the same time shouted to Naruto loudly, "Naruto, these guys are handed over to us, you go and help the old man." The other female knight was stopped by little Sakura. She clenched her fist with one hand and punched the ground hard. Boom! The entire ground instantly felt like a major earthquake. The explosion exploded, the ground deformed, and countless armored men fell down due to their unsteady standing. At the same time, there were also a large number of stone fragments which hindered the female knight in front of little Sakura. The female knight activated her transformation ability, turned into a werewolf, howled loudly at the wolf in front of her, and sent out a powerful sound wave, instantly shattering all the gravel that hit her. Little Sakura covered her ears with her hands and waited for the effect of the sonic attack to disappear, then turned and shouted to Naruto, "Sasuke is right, they will be handed over to us. Go and protect the old man." "Okay." Little Sakura, Sasuke, Shikamaru, it's up to you here. Naruto nodded seriously, turned around and chased after him without hesitation. Hearing Naruto's words, Shikamaru, who together with Ino and Akimichi Choji stopped the army of armored men tens of times larger than his own, couldn't help but sighed and smiled wryly. "Oh. It's so troublesome, Naruto, you will really increase my workload." Sasuke looked around, first attacked Batgirl and shouted, "Fire style, great fireball technique." Boom boom boom. 3 shots of the relatively small great fireball technique were fired in a row and Batgirl easily dodged, and then Sasuke immediately turned around and fled, wanting to take the enemy to transfer the battle location. The little Sakura on the other side, just as Sasuke thought, also fought the enemy skillfully while attracting the enemy and looking for a suitable place to fight. Soon, Sasuke took the lead in finding a suitable place to fight. Looking around, there are tight mountain walls everywhere and the space is relatively small. Sasuke whispered to himself with a smile, "Very good, this is here." "Hahaha, is this the burial place you chose?" "It's really suitable," Batgirl chased in and said with an arrogant smile. Sasuke sneered and said with a smile, "It's not sure whose burial place it is." After finishing speaking, Sasuke grabbed 2 scrolls from the ninja bag behind Kong, opened the scrolls, and Sasuke grabbed one after another of kunai from the scrolls, shuriken, and hit Batgirl. Behind these shurikens and kunai are steel wires, and on the wire ropes there are countless detonating symbols. As expected, it is Sasuke. The tactics thought of by smart people are so similar. The tactics Sasuke chose are obviously similar to Nara Shikamaru in the original book. Facing the kunai and shuriken shot by Sasuke, Batgirl easily dodged in the air and dodged them all. When the surrounding space was densely packed like a huge spider web, Batgirl still didn't have the slightest worry. First I looked nervously and then proudly shuttled back and forth in the hole formed by the wire rope and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha ha. Are you too naive to want to deal with me with such a simple and deadly mechanism?" "Bleh." However, Sasuke took out a new small scroll from the ninja bag behind Kong, put it on the ground and pressed it heavily. He sneered and said, "Yes, it's such a simple mechanism it can ruin you." The scroll in Sasuke's hand was pressed on the ground, and a magic circle immediately appeared on the ground and spread rapidly towards the ground. Then Sasuke put his finger near his mouth, bit his finger and pressed it on the ground and said, "Summoning." Boom! The white smoke exploded, and Sasuke's figure disappeared immediately, followed by those detonating symbols on the thin steel wires which began to burn rapidly, and then a series of explosions occurred immediately. Boom 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 boom, damn you bloody b asterisk 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 d, smelly brat The violent explosion quickly blew up the small cavity in the ruins. As for whether Batgirl will be killed alive or buried alive in it, whether she will have a chance to come out alive in the future depends on her own luck. As for Sasuke, he directly teleported himself to Mount Myaboku through the teleportation scroll. Speaking of which, he asked Leiming for this teleportation scroll at that time in order to cope with the current situation at any time. On the other side, little Sakura is also fighting with the female knight transformed into a werewolf, and the werewolf female knight has been chasing little Sakura. Little Sakura led her to a special battlefield, also a relatively closed one. In this small field there is something similar to a super large wind chime above. As soon as little Sakura came in, the werewolf female knight released some attacks on her. As a result, the large wind chimes above collided with each other and made a relatively loud sound, so little Sakura immediately thought of a good battle plan. Dodge and hide on top of the wind chimes and wait until the werewolf female knight rushes in and arrives right under little Sakura. Little Sakura suddenly shouted to the female werewolf knight below, "Hey, big stupid dog, I'm here. B asterisk 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 D, don't call me a stupid dog, I'll kill you." The female werewolf knight hated others calling her a dog the most in her life, so she aimed at the little Sakura above without hesitation, sending out an angry howling sound wave to bombard her. While the powerful sonic bomb rushed upwards, the little Sakura showed a bad smile, dodged directly, and quickly left the large wind chime. The sonic bomb exploded with great power and the super large wind chimes produced violent vibrations. The huge wind chimes collided with each other and soon produced a similar strong resonance effect. For a moment, the noise index here showed a geometric increase, and the werewolf female knight below covered her ears and roared angrily, "Damn it. You be asterisk 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 D, I must kill you, ah." However, before she finished shouting, the super large wind chime above collapsed and fell down due to the excessive resonance effect, suppressing the werewolf female knight below. Then, at this moment, the little Sakura came out from nowhere, smiled happily and clenched a fist on her chest with one hand, excitedly said, "Yeah, it's done, I'm so good, this is what I want." Soon, the grandpa of the caravan brought Timothy to the depths of the underground ruins. Timothy looked at the depths of the ruins, the huge spell circle engraved on the ground, and not far away, a place that looked like a console. He couldn't help frowning and asked, "Where is this place? What did you bring me here for?" The caravan grandfather raised the short sword in his hand and slashed Timothy's arm forcefully, saying, "Our family has guarded the Greer Stone vein for generations. For today, we must not let the Greer Stone mine vein falls into the hands of those ambitious people. The formation below is used to summon the black hole of time and space. As long as it is activated, it can instantly destroy the Geel's stone veins and swallow all the Greer's stones into a different space and time. However, if you want to activate the magic circle below, you need the blood of the royal family. Now is the time for me to complete my mission." The grandpa of the caravan tightly held the short sword stained with Timothy's blood, and I want to plunge into the magic circle below. But at this moment, a green light beam accurately hit the short sword in the hand of the caravan grandfather, instantly sending his short sword flying. The grandfather of the caravan looked at the direction of the light beam in surprise. Hyde did not know when he had arrived. The armored man next to Hyde smashed the wall with the mace in his hand. Hyde showed a scheming smile and said with a smile, "Humph, I don't know what you want to do, but it's better to stop it in advance." But it wasn't over yet. Hyde immediately raised his hand again, and a beam of light hit Timothy's chest with incomparable precision, shattering the Grail stone in his body together, and said with a smile, "Your role has been exhausted, it's time for you to meet the family below." Leiming, who has been hiding in the dark and observing the development of the situation, scratched the back of his head in confusion when he saw this and thought in his heart, "Huh. Why did you want to kill people so quickly? The original book doesn't seem to be like this. But forget it, why does he suddenly want to kill people in advance to silence him? I can't understand what the villain thinks, it's normal. Maybe it's because he suddenly got in a bad mood or he didn't like Timmy." However, even when Timothy's life was in danger, Leiming did not choose to rescue him immediately. Why, Naruto immediately proved it for him. Seeing that Hyde was aiming at Timothy and was about to launch the strongest beam attack, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly rushed out from a passage and kicked Hyde upwards fiercely, lifting Hyde's arm upwards. Boom. A super powerful beam of energy blasted fiercely at the upper wall and immediately collapsed a large area of the stone wall, and what emerged from the inside of the cloth was the vein of Greer's stone of Yuanhuang Viola. As soon as Leiming saw a large number of Greer stones exposed after the roof stones fell off, Leiming's eyes immediately showed stares like hungry wolves. I almost cheered loudly in my heart, "This is it, this is what I want." However, Naruto didn't know that Leiming had been hiding in the dark and thought that there were only a few of them here, and he could only rely on his own strength to fight against Hyde, the big villain. Naruto said to Timsy, "It's not enough to rely on my own strength, 433 Timsy, I need your strength." Naruto placed one hand above Timsy's palm and Timsy controlled the power input and soon rubbed out a green Rasengan in Naruto's hand. At the same time, Naruto's other hand, Chakra of Nine Tails Demon Fox, burst out, rubbing out a red Rasengan. Then Naruto charged in Hyde's direction with two Rasengans. "Hyde. With me here, I will never let your ambition come true." Naruto first hit the green Rasengan, which was fused with the power of Timothy, towards Hyde, and Hyde shot Naruto with the beam of the Greer stone in his right hand. The green Rasengan in Naruto's hand collided with the energy beam fired by Hyde, and the powerful destructive power of Rasengan wiped out the beam that hit it almost instantly. Smashing the light emitted by Hyde, the energy of the green Rasengan in Naruto's hand is also exhausted. Immediately afterwards, the Rasengan of Nine Tails Chakra in Naruto's other hand launched the strongest blow and slammed heavily on Hyde's chest. Hyde was hit by Naruto's Nine Tails Rasengan, his body was spun at a high speed and he smashed towards the roof. Boom! Boom! Hyde's body was hit by Naruto's Rasengan and his body flew upwards like a cannonball, slamming into the wall above. However, after Hyde's body fell down again, it was a coincidence that he hit the operating table below. The operating console below was obviously used to control the Greer stone, so when the console was destroyed, a chain reaction immediately followed on the vein of the Greer stone located on the ceiling above. The energy veins of the Grail stone began to experience a phenomenon of energy runaway, a large amount of huge green energy like sea water pouring down from the sky. Boom, 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 boom. If Naruto and Timothy can't escape here in time, they will soon be overwhelmed by these energies, surrounded and swallowed by such a massive amount of energy, and their fate can almost be imagined. Just as Naruto looked around nervously, he blurted out, "This is. Should we run away?" Timothy looked at the caravan grandfather, who was also extremely nervous, and asked, "What should we do?" The grandfather of the caravan said nervously, "As long as someone with the blood of the royal family activates the magic circle under our feet with his own blood, he can destroy all the Grail stones here and suck them into the time-space black hole of the otherworld." "Only?" Naruto anxiously asked beside him. "It's just what, Grandpa, you should hurry up." The grandpa of the caravan sighed, lowered his head and said, "It's just that, if you stay to activate the formation, there is a great possibility that that person will be sucked into the black hole together and die without a place to die." When Naruto heard this, he immediately froze, wondering if he should leave Timothy alone to face this problem. At this moment, Leiming suddenly appeared in front of Naruto and the others. He smiled and said, "Where is it so troublesome? You all leave quickly, leave this place to me, Tilda." From the seal on the wristband, Leiming summoned an oversized scroll the size of a person, opened the scroll, bit his finger and swiped hard on the spell inside the scroll with the blood from his fingertip. Close the scroll and throw it into the air. Then quickly formed seals with both hands, pointed at the Greer vein above and shouted, "Ninja, multiple shadow scroll clone technique." Bang 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 bang. A series of white smoke exploded above Leiming, and then immediately above Naruto and Leiming, row after row of opened scrolls appeared. These scrolls are spread out on a large area, just like the site of Leiming's previous solar panel power station. The massive energy of the Grail stone that poured down from above was completely absorbed and swallowed by these scrolls. The inside of these scrolls seemed to be connected to this bottomless black hole. No matter how much energy of the Grail stone there was, it would be swallowed, not even scum left. Naruto at the bottom saw Leiming's attack and saw immediate results and immediately surprised Leiming again and looked at Leiming with twinkling stars in his eyes and exclaimed, "Wow. It's amazing, I want to learn this trick too." Leiming did not explain the whereabouts of the massive amount of Greer stone energy pouring down from above. In the eyes of Grandpa Caravan, Naruto, and Timmy, the ninjutsu that can swallow so much energy at once must be these energies were devoured and transferred into different spaces. It is precisely because of this kind of thinking that the Grandpa of the Caravan will let Leiming go unscrupulously and absorb the energy of the Greer stone without any scruples. Otherwise, according to Leiming, who has been unstoppable and has absorbed all the energy of the entire Grail stone vein, such a huge sum of energy may not compare to the sum of the chakra of the nine-tails demon fox in terms of quality alone. However, if you compare the quantity, it is definitely equivalent to nine-tails chakra, which can be more than 10 times the total gold. All the energy of these Greer stones is being continuously sent to the different space in Leiming's body, which belongs to the slime's body. And in Leiming's body, there is also a special energy life body which absorbs Leiming like a whale sucking in the sea and absorbs all the energy of the Greer stone into the body. Gradually, it changed into a huge green energy group, and then under the conscious control of this special life body, the huge energy light group was compressed again and again, making the energy group more solid. In the end, it gradually turned into the shape of an egg. From a giant egg the size of a hill, it was continuously compressed and reduced, and finally turned into a human-sized egg with emerald green crystals and beautiful patterns printed on it. Time passed by little, and a black shadow seemed to appear in the green giant egg, twisting or turning around in the egg from time to time. In short, it is a new life body which is gradually forming and being born inside the egg. As for the matter of the new life being conceived and born in the green egg, Leiming, the slime's body, doesn't know anything and is still there cheerfully, constantly chatting, desperately collecting the massive energy that erupted from the rampage of the Greer stone. Even, Leiming has already begun to fantasize about how he will use the energy of those almost inexhaustible Greer stones after this incident is over. Leiming even thought if he unleashes all these powers, can he compete with the 6 paths Madara of the original Hokage ninja? Oops, some things really can't be delusional. The more delusional you are, the more beautiful you will imagine. In the end, the beautiful Leiming almost screamed with silly joy. Boom 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 boom. How fortunately, the scene of the real sucking the energy of the Grail stone is grand enough and shocking enough. Let Naruto and the Caravan grandfather's attention not be on Leiming, otherwise, Leiming's strange reaction will definitely attract their attention. Especially the grandfather of the Caravan, he has spent his whole life protecting the Geel stone vein. If he knew that Leiming was so blatant in front of him, sucking up all the energy of the Greel stone vein, I really don't know if the old man can't bear this stimulation mentally, will he faint from crying. Although Leiming is not a bad person or an ambitious person in the eyes of the old man. But in the old man's heart, there will definitely be a thorn in his heart. No matter how violent the energy of the Geel stone above is, the large area scroll that Leiming opened can swallow it all and transfer it into the special space within his own slime. Moreover, with the passage of time little by little, the energy erupted by the Geel stone also began to gradually weaken and decrease, and in the end, it was not even the eruption energy of the Geel stone anymore. Instead, the scroll that Leiming opened is continuously extracting the energy of the Geel stone vein above, causing the ore of the gelil stone vein above to appear in small pieces, turned into dust due to being drained of energy phenomena, blown away by the wind. The green giant egg in Leiming's body seems to be changing with time, and it has a tendency to break out of its shell bit by bit. The eggshells are starting to shine and the frequency is getting higher and higher. Quick. In the end, a piece of Greer stone was drained and turned into dust. The roof of the underground ruins had also disappeared in a large area, and the beautiful sky outside could be seen from below. After absorbing all the Greer stones, Mao Ming's heart was already so happy that he almost wanted to laugh wildly. However, in view of the presence of Naruto, the caravan grandfather, and Timothy, he tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart and maintain a calm face. 97. The double-hand seal method changed and shouted multiple shadow scroll clone technique, solution. Bang 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 bang. Another series of white smoke exploded, and after all the clones of the scrolls disappeared, the huge scroll that was thrown into the air by Leiming before fell back into Leiming's hands. After Leiming sealed the scroll back to the sealing circle of the wristband, he smiled and looked at Naruto and the others and said with a smile, "Okay, the matter is over, we can leave." The grandpa of the caravan gratefully bowed to Leiming. And thank you, Mr. Leiming, if you weren't here, we might all die here. If you really want to say, Leiming's help this time is not in vain, but the biggest beneficiary. So he hurriedly dodged the caravan grandfather's bow and thanked him. Smiling and waving his hands, he said, "Grandpa, you don't have to be so polite. These are my duties. Naruto is my subordinate and it is my responsibility to protect him. Saving you is just a matter of chance." At this moment, the stones in the ruins not far away suddenly moved. Hyde woke up at some point, pushed away the stones that were pressing on CCBI and stood up again. When he saw the location of the roof, that huge one, and he could see the blue sky outside, how could he not guess what happened here according to Hyde's IQ? Immediately, Hyde let out a miserable howl that didn't sound like a human voice and said, "Don't My stone of Greer, my dream of the king of the world, my." Before Hyde could continue to scream and howl, at some point, the little Sakura, who had already arrived here, suddenly rushed to Hyde's side, raised her angry little fist, and punched hard. It hit Hyde in the face. Bang! Boom! Hyde's body was hit by little Sakura's fist, his entire face was deformed, his body spun like a cannonball and flew out, slammed into the next room of the underground ruins and was buried alive again. It's just that Hyde has completely fallen into the state of being beaten to the ground by the little Sakura, and within 3 to 5 days, he should never wake up. Little Sakura clapped her little hands and snorted disdainfully at the ruins that Hyde knocked out. "HMPH, I hate people like you the most, so you should die for me." Half a day later, ninjas belonging to Sand Shinobi Village and Konoha Village began to arrive here one after another, entered the underground ruins and started cleaning work. Needless to say, the vitality of Hyde and his party is really tenacious. Hyde and his 3 female knights were overthrown by Leiming and the others, and they were pressed in the ruins for so long, yet they still did not die. It's just that the injuries are relatively serious and they need to receive considerable treatment to recover. All 3 of them were carried out on stretchers. When they were carried out, their faces could not be seen and they all turned into pigs' heads. Leiming looked at Jonin Sarutobi Asuma, who was sent by Konoha Village to take over, and waved to him with a smile and said with a smile, "Asuma, you came just in time and I will leave this place to you. I have something to do, so let's go first." Law. Whoosh! Before Asuma could say yes, Leiming left in an instant. Asuma only had time to wave towards the direction where Leiming disappeared and said, "Hey hey hey. Leiming, don't go in such a hurry, Master Tsunade still has something to say to you." "Oh, really, this guy Leiming escaped really fast." Asuma sighed helplessly after taking a puff of the cigarette dangling from his mouth. The reason why Leiming dodges away so quickly is, on the one hand, to avoid Tsunade's information bombardment, and on the other hand, to try to use the energy of the Greer stone that entered the slime's internal space earlier. Whoosh! When Leiming appeared again, it was already a valley full of singing birds and flowers. Let's think about it. How should the energy of the Geel stone be used? Leiming tried to drop the energy of the Geel stone from his body. Leiming raised his hand to imitate Hyde's method of using the Grail stone and wanted to shoot out a powerful energy beam from his hand, blasting the boulder not far away. Puff. However, what came out of Leiming's hand was just a cloud of green smoke, as if what came out of Leiming's hand was a loud fart. Seeing this phenomenon, Leiming's handsome brows couldn't be controlled and he wanted to twitch violently. A black line landed on his forehead and he said to himself, "Nah, Nanny, what kind of plane is this? Where is the energy of my Greer stone?" Speaking of which, Leiming didn't believe in evil and continuously cast big moves at the huge boulder in the distance. Puff, 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 puff. The energy of the Greer stone couldn't be shot out at all, but it was a cloud of green smoke that spewed out from his hand. Although it didn't have such an unpleasant smell, it still looked very disgusting. In the end, Leiming was driven into a panic, and he used all his strength to move his hands forward and shouted, "Come out." Puff. This time it was better. What came out from the front of Leiming was a beautiful green giant egg. Seeing the dome in front of him, Leiming instantly felt bad all over. His brows twitched wildly, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he blurted out, "Damn it, what's wrong with this fat four? Where's the energy of my Grail stone? Why didn't my Grail stone energy spit out? A thing. Although it looks very ornamental, but I can't eat this egg." As Leiming said this, his hands were still trying to release the energy beam of the Geel stone. "Without the beam, even if you cast me 2 more energy smokes of the Geel stone. Although, when the smoke is released, the sound is a bit indecent and it sounds a bit like farting, but at least you can still see something. Just now Leiming has worked so hard for so long, so many Greer stones, will he not use up all of them?" Leiming held a trace of fantasy in his heart. It's a pity that the reality is so cruel sometimes. No matter how he summons, he can no longer cast anything related to the Grail stone. The other things in the slime space in his body are not lost, and he has also summoned them to see this. The only thing is that the energy of the vast amount of Grail stones is missing. After repeated confirmation checks, finally, Leiming has ruled out all possible causes of the accident. So, consciously or not, Leiming raised his eyes and looked at the only beautiful giant egg left in front of him. Leiming cautiously stretched out his index finger, poked lightly on the shell of the giant egg, poked again and again. Cluck, cluck, cluck. With Leiming's finger poking on the eggshell, the green giant egg is still moving there, making a pleasant laugh like a silver bell, like a ticklish child. The giant egg wobbles to avoid Leiming's finger. Seeing this miraculous phenomenon, Leiming's eyes widened in surprise and he exclaimed, "Damn it, I'm alive, but why does the slime space in my body suddenly have something like this? Did it fall out?" Moreover, and from the top of this giant egg, there is a very strong energy atmosphere of the Jelal stone. It's hard. Could it be that this giant egg has collected all the energy I have worked so hard to collect before? The energy of the Grail stone has swallowed up 1002. Damn it. If that's the case, wouldn't I have made a wedding dress for you, little guy? When Leiming self-analyzed the situation, he was a little annoyed, and continued to poke the shell of the giant egg with his index finger, as if scolding his own children. Clack, clug, clug, cluck. The harder Leiming pokes, the harder the dome shakes and the louder the laughter, as if it is really ticklish. However, Leiming was talking about it, and suddenly, for some reason, a strange idea popped up in his mind. Thinking, this guy shouldn't have absorbed all the energy of the Greer stone, so even if I smash it now and take it home to make soup, it seems that I can't recover my loss. Looking at the beauty of the giant egg's shell, it must not be a mortal thing, and it has absorbed so much energy from the Greer stone. Maybe it will give me something amazing. As for this person, he really can't think about it. He can't stop once he thinks about it. Leiming thought of the web novels he had read in his previous life, the protagonists in those web novels and the protagonists in some anime, and he seemed to have encountered similar plots. The protagonist picked up an egg left by an unknown creature and then hatched the contents of the egg. From then on, he began to reach the pinnacle of life, pretending to be slapped in the face, crushing countless peerless talents, and winning white fume overwhelms a world. And so on. As he thought about it, the saliva at the corner of Leiming's mouth dripped unconsciously. Leiming wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, then looked at the big egg in front of him with bright eyes and said, "I hope you don't let me down, swallowing so much of my Greer stone energy. Even if you evolve into a super-tailed beast, it is enough." In other words, if you can give me a cub with the bloodline of an ancient god beast, the bloodline of an ancient beast, it would be the best. Well, even if you can't give me the blood of a beast, you can give me a cub of the blood of a monster. In the worst case, I will change my career and become a beast trainer like a Pokémon. Leazi will train you step by step. It's not impossible, but the premise is that you must look a little bit more like a mighty Hacky to me. Asking for flowers. Point 0. The best thing to do is the next best thing. Even if you give me a spirit beast cub, you should give me an elf maid or something. Otherwise, are you embarrassed? I'm sorry for the gray who devoured and stole so many of me. Is it the energy of the Earthstone? This time Leiming, the mood can be said to be quite complicated, wanting this and wanting that, talking to himself in front of the green dome, a little bewildered. At the back, Leiming even began to pray to the gods and Buddhas all over the sky. I saw him put his hands together, bowed to the sky in all directions, closed his eyes and prayed, all the gods and demons in the sky, all the gods and Buddhas in the sky. I beg you to protect me. This time I will give you the most sincerity. It's one time to pay homage. I beg you to bless me and come up with something useful. Speaking of which, how should we deal with the current situation? Although I don't know very well, bloodletting is generally the most panacea solution. Good, the decision is up to you. As soon as he thought about it, Leiming began to raise his right hand with a flash of thunder on his right hand, and lightly stroked on his left hand. A long wound appeared on his left hand. Leiming's left hand immediately pressed the largest and largest pattern on the shell of the giant egg, and at a visible speed the pattern turned red rapidly, and at the same time Leiming's face and lips also began to turn pale rapidly. F***K, F***K, you are enough. Stop sucking so fast and so hard. You are trying to suck me into a mummy. Oops. Why can't you pull it out? You be ***D Leazi, I warn you, if you don't let me go, I'll smash you to pieces and drink the soup. Leiming was crazily sucked blood by the giant egg and was soon sucked to the point of anemia. His eyes turned black and his strength was also rapidly losing, so he decisively raised his right hand, and at the same time there was a fierce thunder light on it. Flashing jump, whoosh! The thunder light in Leiming's hand had just appeared, and those who wanted to smash the green giant egg said, who knew the dodge speed of the giant egg was super fast, almost escaping a distance of tens of meters in a single dodge. Leiming looked at the escaped giant egg and fell to the ground weakly, pointing at the giant egg with trembling fingers. Said, you be **D, you are quite sensitive to danger. Didn't you just suck my blood very happily? Suck, if you have the ability, continue to suck. Leiming said to let the giant egg continue to suck his own blood, but the thunder light on his right hand never dissipated. If the giant egg really dared to come over and suck blood again, Leiming would definitely chop it off with a thunder knife without hesitation. Therefore, the dome, which is full of spirituality and has a very sensitive perception of danger of course, will not really roll back stupidly. But speaking of which, the giant egg has just sucked blood from Leiming's body and it is already full. It emits green light, but the beautiful pattern printed on it is red light. The two kinds of light shine alternately and the frequency is getting faster and faster. Buzz, buzz, buzz! At the back, the giant egg suddenly soared into the sky and exploded violently in the air. For a moment, half of the sky was covered by the red and green light when it exploded. When the giant egg exploded, no eggshell fragments flew out and a huge cloud of red and green mold formed in the air. And then, in the entire cloud group, you can see a long strip of creatures flickering, shuttling back and forth in the cloud group, swimming as if celebrating its birth. It looks really happy, no way. Seeing this, Leiming's anger subsided a little bit and the thunder light on his right hand also disappeared. The same excited light flickered and jumped in his eyes, and his heart was also extremely excited. In his heart, he has already begun to fantasize about the anticipation, long creature. It can also shuttle back and forth in the clouds. What the hell could it be? That green giant? Could it be the legendary dragon that hatched from the egg? It's no wonder that Leiming fantasizes like this. In Leiming's previous life, the dragon was the symbol and representative of his nation, and it was one of the strongest races of beasts. Cough cough. Although Leiming signed a contract with Thor, the dragon maid of Kobayashi's family, Thor is not an oriental dragon full of mystery after all. Although Thor is very cute, she is only my summoning beast after all, not my mount. The Eastern Dragon Clan is one of the 4 legendary beasts. With it as his mount, does it mean that he, Leiming, is also a person with great luck in the legend, the son of the legendary Luck? The meaning represented by the Dragon Clan has many special meanings for some people who have read too many fantasy novels, but some things will not develop according to our wishes. That is, sometimes the greater your expectations for a certain thing, the greater the disappointment will be once some changes happen. Perhaps the elongated creatures in the clouds had enough fun in the air, and the surrounding red and green clouds began to swipe towards the center to absorb them, as if being crazily devoured by some creature, and the time was extremely fast. In just 10 seconds, the red and green clouds in the sky were completely swallowed up by him. Then, Leiming naturally saw the true face of that elongated creature. Leiming lay on his back on the ground, looked at the eyes of the creature in the sky, suddenly widened his eyes to the maximum and howled up to the sky, "Search, how could this be? My God, you are trying to kill me," the rhythm of It turned out that the creature that revealed its true colors turned out to be a green snake with a whole body. If you say that the snake showing its true colors is Orochimaru's summoning beast Wanshin, the mighty Haki-type supergiant summoning beast will not hit and stimulate Leiming so much. But the snake flying in the air is clearly a little green snake that hasn't grown up yet. It looks like a baby snake. Just ask, how do you want Leiming to get rid of such a spirit beast? You let the baby snake kill the enemy? Damn, don't let the enemy catch it, just take it back and stew it. At least Leiming didn't have too much hope for this little snake's fighting power. The little snake flew in the air, tilted its cute little head, blinked its beautiful big eyes, and looked at Leiming below for a moment. Then he shot joyfully towards Leiming below. Whoosh, that speed is comparable to a space jump. Leiming's widened eyes didn't even see the little green snake's movement clearly. It had already flashed in front of him, and after that, it wrapped around Leiming's body intimately. It is said to be a small green snake, but its body is more than 1 meter long. Wrapped around Leiming's body, it swam up to Leiming's neck, circled around Leiming's neck, and felt at ease like that hanging above Leiming's neck. He erected his triangular snake head, blinked his big cute eyes, and said to Leiming in a tender, pleasant voice, Master, I finally have a body too. Alice is so happy. I can finally move outside freely. Wait, who do you say you are? You are Alice, the artificial intelligence in my previous mobile phone. Hearing Xiao with the words of the green snake, Leiming was shocked again by 4.3. The little green snake Alice blinked her cute big eyes, looked at Leiming with a smile in her eyes, and said with a smile, Yes, it's me, your favorite mobile artificial intelligence before. Alice. Over the years, because you have been busy practicing powerful ninjutsu and learning various fighting techniques, you don't call me very much, so I have been sleeping in your body. Because the world the Master lives in has no internet connection, Alice has been unable to help the Master too much before, but it is different now. Because of your help, Master, Alice has finally regained her life. I have evolved, and in the future I will definitely be able to help you better. Oh, can you help me after I have evolved? Then I am now dead, but it is all caused by evolution to help you rebirth. For your evolution, you don't know how much you have sucked from me. Of blood. Alice, if you don't believe me, look at the face of your master. I am so pale that I almost don't need to wear makeup. I can play a vampire. Hearing what Leiming said and seeing Leiming's pale face, the little green snake Alice stuck out her tongue cutely and blushed in embarrassment. In Leiming's eyes, the little snake around his neck, the visible snake face. Oh no, the whole snake's head turned red and the tongue sticking out was just like normal. The tongue of the little green snake is different from that of the human tongue. So Leiming's eyes widened and he exclaimed, Damn, can snakes blush too? Alice, what's going on with you? Also, why isn't your tongue forked? Hearing Leiming's words, the little green snake Alice's snake head lowered even lower and said embarrassingly, Master, I don't know why you asked this question. 22 people are born from the eggshell. After that, it looks like this. However, the Master has paid such a high price to help Alice be reborn. How could he keep the Master in this bad state? Please rest assured, Alice has a way to help you. It doesn't matter. Since you evolved from the artificial intelligence of my mobile phone, it's normal to have something different. Leiming first smiled and waved his hands weakly to talk about the situation. However, within a few seconds, Alice's snake body wrapped around Leiming's neck suddenly began to emit green light. Waves of pure Jellerstone's energy were injected into Leiming's body, and then, Leiming's complexion began to turn rosy at a speed that could be seen. Just because of helping Alice rebirth, the anemia caused by the dome-shaped Alice's blood sucking in the body has recovered at an incredible speed, and the blood in the body has quickly swelled back like a flood in the bay. Not only that, with the continuous energy input from the Jellerstone, it is not just as simple as quickly restoring the physical condition, but at the same time, Leiming can also feel that the power in his body has begun to become stronger than ever before. It's like entering the sage mode where he practiced immortal arts. No. It's not just as simple as sage mode, it seems to be stronger than that state. Leiming, who had recovered his physical condition, sat up abruptly and immediately excitedly summoned a small mirror from the ceiling circle of the wristband and took a look at his face. Looked to the left, look again, touched my face with my hands and said to myself with a smile, "Wow, this is really amazing. I have obtained such a powerful force, but my face doesn't have the slightest the change." Even the face of the fairy did not appear. According to my speculation and feeling, the energy of the Jellerstone is indeed the energy of the fairy magic. But why did I not show people like Hyde? They appeared because of the use of the Jera stone. What about the side effects of bestialization? Yes, after personally experiencing the energy of the Jello stone entering his body, Leiming was sure that it was another form of fairy energy. But the side effect of using this kind of magic was that it would turn humans into beasts. Is the phenomenon of beastmanization a side effect? This is up to the beholder. Anyway, Leiming doesn't like the phenomenon of beastmanization. After gaining new power, I couldn't help but want to try it. Leiming opened his hands and arms to relax his body and mind. Leiming's feet miraculously left the ground immediately, and his body slowly flew up into the air bit by bit. Leiming, who flew into the air, although he could not control the flight attitude very well, he did successfully fly. Leiming showed a bright smile, looked at the mountains and forests below, and said with a smile, "Sure enough. Like the levitation technique of the Otsutsuki family, it is also a method of using fairy art. Although I don't know how to use that method, but as long as Alice helps me, I can grasp that deep feeling. Very good. If you can fly, try that trick again right away." As he said that, Leiming raised his palm to the sky with one hand, and a green super-large Rasengan grew in size at a visible speed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just when Leiming wanted to smash the super-large Rasengan in his hand to the ground below, he wanted to try the refreshing feeling of Boruto's big move on the flyer side of Boruto. Alice, the little green snake around Leiming's neck, suddenly made a trembling voice and said, "No, sorry, Master, our time is up." Alice can't hold on any longer. "What? What time is it coming?" Leiming hadn't woken up from the surprise feeling of huge power when he heard Alice's words, so his reaction was a bit slow. The little snake Alice around Leiming's neck, the green light on 457's body suddenly stopped shining, and then Leiming's body visibly trembled slightly. Leiming really came to his senses this time. The corners of his eyes twitched violently twice, and he said speechlessly, "No, no way, I was just trying to pretend so you'll lose me, Alice, you useless B********. D. Can you give me a little more unreliable?" Leiming just finished complaining, and his body immediately fell out of control and fell towards the ground below. Boom. When Leiming fell to the ground, his whole body was on the street, lying on the ground, and a human-shaped mark was made on the ground, and his legs and feet were still twitching there. Alice, the little green snake around Leiming's neck, looked up at the giant Rasengan descending towards them from the sky. The small snake's mouth opened and sucked, and the green super-big Rasengan was looked at by it as a completely disproportionate little snake. Swallowed it into its cute little belly. It is also fortunate that Alice swallowed this super-large Rasengan, otherwise, Leiming would have been in a terrible situation. He was seriously injured by his own ninjutsu. How unjust it would be. Puff! Leiming pulled his head out of the ground, grabbed Alice's head with one hand and put it in front of him. He looked at the little green snake very unhappily and asked, Alice, I need you to give me an explanation. What the hell happened just now? If it weren't for Alice blocking the super large Rasengan for herself in time, Leiming would not just want an explanation, but would severely punish the little green snake. Alice lowered the snake's head in embarrassment, and the little green snake's head turned red again and said embarrassingly, Master, Alice doesn't want to do this either. But for some reason, when I wanted to keep feeding you the energy of my Grail stone, I felt that the power in my body suddenly stagnated, as if it was no longer under my control. Is there such a thing? All right, to prove your innocence, let's try again. Yes, Master, Alice must do her best this time. Alice, the little green snake, swam back to Leiming's neck and wrapped it around Leiming's neck like a scarf. The whole body of the little green snake radiated green light again, and the energy of the Greer stone flowed towards Leiming's body like it was free of money. Enter and go. Leiming didn't even need to get up, his body was automatically flying up again without wind. However, this time Leiming learned the lesson from last time, so he did not fly so high but controlled his body to fly at a distance of about 1 meter from the ground. Then, with hands in Madraw, eyes Sharingan opened and shouted lightning style, Thunder God armor. Boom, rumble, rumble. After a loud thunder and lightning exploded on Leiming's body, a large number of lightning rays of light appeared outside his body. Under the control of Leiming's ninjutsu, these lightning rays of light instantly condensed into a body like a saint battle suit of fighter armor. If there are examples of cage-level masters here, I'm afraid that Leiming's ninjutsu at the moment has reached a ninjutsu power beyond S level. Leiming clasped his palms together in front of him and then pulled lightly to the sides, and the lightning lightsaber containing huge energy immediately appeared in Leiming's hands. Clenching the lightning lightsaber tightly with one hand, he casually slashed the forest below. Whoosh! A visible blue lightning blade swiftly slashed downward. Boom! Immediately afterwards there was a violent explosion in the underground not far below, which was struck by the lightning. Crack, crack, rumble, rumble. The violent vibration caused by the explosion on the ground shook the forests and trees that had just been swept by the lightning blade, and a large area fell down one by one. Just as Leiming expected, after Leiming released this big move, the little green snake Alice stopped feeding him the Nenghuang of the Grail stone again. Leiming lost the energy injection of the Greer stone, and suddenly he could no longer maintain the state of Thor's armor. At the same time, his body could not fly in the air, and he fell from the air with waves of weakness coming back from his body. Because he had prepared well in advance, this time Leiming did not fall so embarrassingly as before. After landing on the ground, Leiming half-kneeled on the ground, slowed down, and then stood up again after the feeling of weakness in his body passed. Clenched the palm of one hand in front of him, released it, and clenched it again, and said to himself, I see. When I use the Grail stone, it can indeed allow me to obtain a tailed beast or a full version in a short period of time. The boost effect of Sage Mode. However, this short-term method of increasing strength also has its disadvantages, that is, the too powerful energy of the Jeller stone will strongly suppress all the original chakra in my body and occupy a dominant position. The original chakra in my body can't achieve the so-called balance with it. Then, Alice keeps in touch with me, and there are probably quite restrictions when sending power to my body. For example, how much energy is input, how many times, how long. Wait. While analyzing what happened just now, Leiming stepped forward to check the power of the lightning blade himself, stroked the severed tree stump with his fingers, and took a closer look. He frowned and said, In terms of the effect alone, the strongest ninjutsu I conceived is indeed barely used. The sharpness of the lightning blade is really pervert, and the incision is quite smooth. It is already comparable to the strongest famous sword. Walking to the ground where the explosion was slashed, Leiming saw a huge crack in the ground. Seeing the length and depth of the crack, Leiming nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, very good, very good. Its power is comparable to that of Kurosaki Ichigo's crescent moon that I saw in my previous life. Very good, it was an explosive experiment just now and it was a success. Do it again. Alice, Leiming smiled and ordered to the little green snake on his neck. Yes, master. The little green snake readjusted its state and the green light on its body burst out again. Soon, Leiming once again felt a strong force entering his body. However, what Leiming wants to experiment this time is not the explosive power of ninjutsu, but how long this energy can last under the condition of one-time input of the energy of the Greer Stone. In the first experiment, Leiming held the sword with one hand and a lightning blade appeared. Leiming just held the sword with one hand and practiced sword skills. 10 minutes later, the energy is automatically exhausted. In the second experiment, Leiming did nothing at all, just sat down cross-legged in such a calm manner and waited quietly. Soon, Qian Zhao Leiming's conjecture was confirmed again. In the case of Leiming doing nothing, the powerful Grail Stone energy input into Leiming's body by the little green snake Alice will also increase over time. Bit by bit, it drained out from Leiming's body. It's just that this time is a bit longer, at most only about half an hour. Waiting for all the energy of the Jello Stone to drain, Leiming opened his eyes, frowned slightly and said to himself, "I see. The energy of the Jello Stone that Alice input to me is not omnipotent. The current one-time amount is only enough for me to cast a big ninjutsu move. In a normal battle, it only takes about 5 to 10 minutes. Even if I don't do anything, it can't be preserved for a long time." After Leiming's exploration of the energy experiment of the Grail Stone, he was finally able to use it with ease. Unfortunately, Leiming also encountered the disadvantage of Naruto using Sage Mode when using the energy of the Greer Stone. That is, there is a certain time limit for using the Jello Stone to become stronger. Generally speaking, after getting used to it, Leiming can maintain the energy mode of the Jello Stone for about 10 minutes without using the big move. I seem to have gotten the hang of it. Great, on to the next experiment. Use Sage Mode while using the Gellstone energy. Under the instruction of Leiming, the little green snake Alice injected the energy of the Grail Stone into Leiming's body again. At the same time, Leiming put his hands together to absorb the magic of nature, chakra. However, it hasn't been long since Leiming absorbed the magic chakra. The proportion of natural chakra absorbed by Leiming may be a bit more. Somehow, where the energy of the natural chakra and the Jeller Stone fused, the energy became very violent. Boom! There was a loud noise and a violent explosion occurred. Oops! Leiming's body, which was blasted by the violent explosion, threw himself forward and hit the street again. Depressedly, Leiming pulled his head out of the ground and said disheveledly, "Bah, bah, bah, bah. I didn't come here to graze grass and dirt. Damn, what's going on here? MJU4 NDA20C3 Autumn 1 MZY4 NZCY Aj I equals. How could there be an explosion on my back?" Leiming grinned and touched his back with his hands, excruciating pain from the force of the explosion. However, under the treatment of the little green snake Alice's input of the energy of the Grail Stone, the pain in the back quickly disappeared. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Although the energy of the Jello Stone is a little unreliable, its recovery ability is indeed quite useful. With this ability to protect my body, I can be considered immortal bar. While Leiming comforted himself in order not to be injured by the energy of the Grail Stone, he simply shifted the target of the experiment. Shadow Clone Technique. Boom! Leiming used the Shadow Clone Technique to create a clone, allowing the clone to use Sage Mode to absorb the power of nature, and soon the clone appeared with the face of Sage transformation. Then Leiming opened the Sharingan and walked to both sides of a big tree together with the avatar. One of them injected the energy of the Greer Stone into the tree, and the other injected the energy of fairy magic into the tree. In Leiming's Sharingan, it can be seen very clearly that after the energy of the Jello Stone and the energy of immortality meet inside the big tree, it is like two irreconcilable deadly enemies meeting each other. Immediately began to repel each other, and as their energy increased and increased, the tendency of the two sides to be incompatible became more obvious and finally reached a critical value. Boom. The big tree exploded from the inside to the outside, and the big tree was blown off from the inside. The power of the explosion directly wiped out half of the middle part of the big tree, which meant that there was no debris left. Down. Gyudong. Seeing the tragic consequences of the big tree, Leiming swallowed a mouthful of saliva and began to rejoice that he hadn't been killed just now, and the explosion was on the outside of his back, not inside his body. Leiming frowned and sat cross-legged on a big rock, trying to think about how to solve the energy conflict between Sage Mode and Grail's Stone Mode. This time, the little green snake didn't wrap around Leiming's neck any longer, but coiled around Leiming's shoulder, blinking its cute big eyes at Leiming. Master, master, what should we do next? Leiming frowned, shook his head and said, Alice, we will stop here today for the experiment on the fusion and use of celestial arts and Jaira's stone energy. I have to go back and think about it, CCBJ, what should I think about it? A way to combine these two forces. Speaking of this, Leiming suddenly turned his eyes to Alice, the little green snake, and asked, Alice, you have now been reborn and have successfully evolved into a living body with flesh and blood. You should no longer be able to stay in my house like before in your body, right? Hearing Leiming's question, the little green snake Alice immediately nodded cutely and said, Yes, yes. Master, I can no longer stay in the different space inside your body. It is not suitable for storing living beings. That's it, you can't have a place to live like the summoning beast in Rucha Cave, so you are destined to follow me all the time. However, if your secret is known to outsiders, I am afraid it will cause a lot of trouble, come to unnecessary trouble. Leiming has already started to think about how to deal with Alice's problem, whether to disguise it as a pet and bring it with him, put on makeup or something. But the little green snake Alice laughed like a silver bell and said with a smile, Master, master, in fact you don't need to worry about such a simple matter, although Alice can't continue to reside in your body like before. However, Alice has the ability to transform. For example, she can transform into a ring and wear it on your hand. In that case, I won't be so eye-catching. As she said that, the little green snake Alice emitted a green light, and the light flashed and shot on Leiming's finger, turning into a beautifully carved and vivid snake-shaped ring. After turning into the little green snake in the ring, Leiming had a pleasant voice in his heart, saying, Master, Alice has just been reborn and has cooperated with you to carry out many experiments on the energy of the Grail Stone. Therefore, Alice is actually already a bit tired. Master, so now Alice needs to sleep for a while. If you need Alice for something, just like me when I woke up the artificial intelligence of the phone before, just call Alice in your heart. Yeah. Yes, take a good rest first. We have plenty of time to continue further experiments on the energy of the Grail Stone in the future. After Leiming said this sentence in his heart, Leiming easily found that the ring worn on his finger did not show any signs of life at all, as if it was just an ordinary ring with a little more exquisite carving. Leiming lovingly caressed the ring on his finger and said with a smile, This ring looks pretty good. I'll call you the Ring of the Green Snake from now on. With the cooperation of Leiming and the little green snake Alice, the first experiment experienced the power of the energy of the Grail Stone, as well as the defects and limitations of the use of the energy of the Grail Stone. Alice transformed into a beautiful snake-shaped ring, and after wearing it on Leiming's index finger, although outsiders saw it, it was just a beautifully carved ring. I can't feel any danger or powerful aura from the ring at all. I think it's just a nice decoration, just a dead thing. But only Leiming knows and can feel the close connection between himself and the ring of the green snake. As long as he calls out in his mind, the little green snake Alice will wake up at any time tilde. When facing a strong enemy, the little green snake Alice will be one of the strongest cards. So Leiming's mood at the moment is quite good, and he feels a little swaying when he walks. Leiming was happy, but Naruto.Asuma was about to be panicked to death by him, waiting in front of the Konoha village tent, walking back and forth non-stop. The ground under his feet had already scattered a lot of cigarette butts. Asuma's face is so sad now, the whole face is about to be twisted together. Suddenly seeing Leiming walking towards the station with a smile on his face, Asuma immediately rushed towards Leiming excitedly. He held Leiming's arms tightly as if he was afraid that Leiming would run away. Damn it, Asuma, when did you also learn the body flicker technique? This speed is okay. Leiming was held tightly by Asuma, looked at each other with a bright smile and joked with a smile. Asuma spit out the cigarette butt in her mouth to the side, then fixed her eyes on Leiming and said with a little anger in her resentment, Leiming, you be ****D, when is it, and you still have the mood to make fun of me here? When Master Tsunade sent me over, he wanted me to give you an urgent task as soon as possible, but you are lucky. What are you doing so fast? Come on, this scroll is given to you by Master Tsunade. saying it is a top-secret mission. Let you take Naruto and they catch up with the fastest speed. Leiming took the scroll handed over by Asuma and said with a smile, "What kind of mission do you have to send it to me in such a hurry?" When Leiming took the scroll, he was still talking and laughing at first, but when he saw the specific content in the scroll, all the smiles on his face disappeared immediately and his brows also wrinkled. The scroll in Leiming's hand reads, "It seems that the blood of the Uchiha tribe scattered outside the village has been found. After receiving the mission, go quickly. The latest place where the target appears is the country of Tang." Asuma looked at Leiming seriously and said, "You know, after the incident in Orochimaru last time, the manpower in the village was so tense, and in addition, when we received this news, it was already a step late. I heard that Orochimaru's subordinates are already on the move. So, what Master Tsunade means is that you are asked to rush to Tang country immediately to confirm whether this news is true or not. Also, if you really see that Uchiha bloodline members scattered outside the village, you must stop the actions of Orochimaru's subordinates, and you must not let Orochimaru get the Sharingan." After listening to Asuma's words, Leiming frowned instantly and said to himself, "Uchiha's blood scattered outside. How is this possible? Uchiha Itachi and Obito, they carried out the Night of Uchiha genocide at that time. It was fierce and vicious. If I hadn't stepped in during the crossing and disrupted their plans, I'm afraid the only remaining Uchiha people in this world would not be just me, Zinyu, Itachi, and Sasuke. According to the thoroughness of their action plan, how could there be fish that slipped through the net?" For a few breaths, Leiming thought a lot in his heart and came up with quite a lot of guidelines. After thinking about it, Leiming raised his head and asked seriously, "Since Master Tsunade is so interested in this news and is so anxious to urge her, I wonder if she has already taken some action." Asuma sighed and said, "Oh, that's true, it's because you know Mr. Tsunade." As soon as Mr. Tsunade received the news, he immediately organized a special operation team and let them go ahead of schedule. Asking for flowers. Point 0. Red is responsible for leading the team, and there are also Hyuga Neji, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Iba, Aburame Shino, Tenten, and Zio Lee. Hearing the series of names reported by Asuma, Leiming's brows twitched uncontrollably, heartbroken. Why are they? If you add Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and others who are going to set off with me, Mr. Tsunade, is this the rhythm of throwing out all the 12 young masters of the wood industry? They were all sent out plus the subordinates sent by Orochimaru. Could it be that ... it originally belonged to the storyline of Sasuke's defection, because of the butterfly effect caused by my intrusion? What happened I don't know, a plot beyond the storyline of the anime in the previous life. Leiming took Naruto and the others to hurry, and finally followed the clues left by Hong to find the clues of Orochimaru and his party. When Leiming and the others arrived, they happened to see the woods in front of them. Hinata, Neji, and Tian Xiaoxing were all glued to the large TV spider web that opened in the woods. Looking down along the line of sight, isn't what Leiming sees the 4 Otanin that left a deep impression on Leiming when he just watched Hokage in his previous life. Among the 4 of them, the fat man was carrying a huge wooden barrel on his back. What is that? As soon as Leiming saw the huge wooden barrel on the fat man's back, he subconsciously looked at Sasuke next to him. I couldn't help but think, it seems that Sasuke's destiny trajectory has changed a lot because of meeting me. Inside the barrel, it is very likely that it is the restoration power of the Hokage ninja world which made up for the plot of Sasuke's defection. Alternatives. In addition, Yuhihong is also under the spider web, trying her best to resist the arrows shot by the enemy and protect her subordinates and students, even though Konoha Village's special Jonin is Konoha Village's special Jonin. And her illusion skills are among the top-level existence among Konoha Village's Jonin. But if you want her to face the siege of the Otanin 4 people alone, Yuhihong can't cope with it. It started getting harder and harder. Especially among the group of 4 Otanin, the guy with 6 arms was the most difficult to deal with. He didn't take the initiative to approach but chose to stand on a distant branch, and his body had turned into a ghost-like form. Grab the golden longbow with one hand and pull out a long golden arrow from the mouth with the other, aiming at Yuhihong continuously to shoot arrows. Whoosh whoosh, the power of each arrow is fast, ruthless, and accurate. Yu Hihong is only good at illusion, and her combat power in physical combat can only be regarded as ordinary among Jonin. So her -70 physical fitness is for the sake of block the opponent's attack and consume rapidly. Moreover, on Yu Hihong's body and arms, bloodstains of arrows scratching the body have appeared. The man with 6 arms standing on the branch like a ghost showed a bloodthirsty and cruel smile, stuck out his tongue and licked the corners of his mouth and teeth excitedly and said with a smile, "Hey hey 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 hey. I want to see how long can you last?" And the other woman among the 4 members of Otanin frowned slightly and said, "Kidomaru is a waste of time. Wouldn't it be better to shoot that woman to death with an arrow earlier? We haven't really completed the task assigned by Master Orochimaru yet, where there is time for him to waste here." The 2-headed man with 2 heads also showed an excited and cruel smile and said with a sinister smile, "Tayuya, don't you say that. Since we caught that kid, we have been busy on our way, and occasionally it's not bad to play around like this." The fat man with the wooden barrel on his back also frowned and said, "I agree with Tayuya. Completing the task assigned by Master Orochimaru as soon as possible is our top priority right now, and everything else is not important." Besides, what Kidomaru is dealing with is the pursuers sent by Konoha village, who knows if they have stronger reinforcements. If the mission given by the heavenly man who made the country Orochi failed because of the reason you want to play around if. You know Lord Orochimaru's temper. None of us will end well. Hearing what the fat man said, the bodies of the 2-headed man and Tayuya trembled subconsciously. Recalling the horror of Lord Orochimaru, they subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva without holding back. "Gyudong! Gyudong!" So the 2-headed man immediately looked up at the Kidomaru on the branch and said loudly, "Hey, hey, did you hear what Jirobo said? Hurry up, I don't want to be killed by the angry big snake." Hearing the 2-headed man's words, Kidomaru's originally happy face immediately revealed a look of dissatisfaction and frowned. Got it, I'll get rid of her now, okay. It's really troublesome, my entertainment time, it's just the beginning." Speaking of, Kidomaru's mouth opened, the 3 hands pulled from the mouth, unexpectedly each pulled out 3 golden arrows and then put them all on the bowstring and pulled the bowstring to the maximum, aiming at Kurenai Yuhai. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Moreover, Kidomaru's shooting speed was super fast this time, and he fired 3 arrows in a row 3 times in a row. The 9 golden arrows all aimed at the vital parts of Kurenai Yuhai's body and shot towards Kurenai Yuhai at high speed. Even if Kurenai Yuharu had some whole cards, she would instantly become stronger with the forbidden technique that enhanced her strength, blocking most of the arrows. But as long as there are so few arrows that are not dodged, she will be seriously injured and she can slowly die from bleeding alone. At this moment, Hyuga Neji, who had been trapped on the spider web just now, suddenly exerted force and the chakra all over his body exploded. Puff 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 puff. All the spider silk that had been bound to Neji's body was broken by him. At the same time, Zio Lee, who was beside Neji, was also saved by Neji's explosion, and the spider silk on his body was also broken by Neji's chakra. 8 trigrams palms, revolving heaven. Neji landed and his body spun at high speed like a top. A large amount of chakra spewed out from the acupuncture points all over his body, and Neji's body spun at high speed. Forms a strong chakra barrier. Oh, 8 inner gates, open, leaf great whirlwind. Zio Lee, on the other hand, emitted a green light that could be seen on his body, bursting out with powerful force, sweeping across with his legs. Both Hyuga Neji and Zio Lee used their strongest tricks. Each blocked the golden arrow attack from one direction for Yu Hihong. Ding ding ding, bang bang bang. Neji's revolving heaven bounced off the 3 arrows, and Zio Lee's leaf great whirlwind kicked the arrows of the 3 arrows with incomparable precision, successfully kicking the arrows away from the shooting trajectory. Even with the help of Zio Lee and Neji, there were still 3 golden arrows missing and they were not completely blocked. Zio Lee's complexion changed and he blurted out in surprise, "Not good. Teacher Hong, be careful." Neji frowned and looked at Yu Hihong, gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, didn't everyone stop it?" Yu Hihong's current state can be said to be extremely exhausted, and the exhausted look on her face is very clear. Even Yu Hihong herself is not sure whether she can block the last 3 fatal arrows. At this most fatal moment, suddenly in front of Yuhihong, a bright blue light flickered violently. Chidori body flicker technique. Whoosh! Leiming's speed at the moment is almost as fast as Fourth Hokage's flying thunder god technique, almost in a flash. Lightning style 4.1 Basalt Thunder Shield. Leiming's right hand moved forward in this way, a huge, super huge shield that could block 2 or 3 people. A huge shield formed by lightning chakra appeared between Hong and Leiming in front of. On the surface of the shield, there is also a graphic of a basalt beast printed on it, which looks very powerful. Ho 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 ho, there was a low roar of beasts coming from the shield. The 3 golden arrows shot by Kidomaru collided with Leiming's Xuanwu Thunder Shield. In an instant, the 3 arrows were cracked, exploded, and finally shattered into powder and scattered with the wind. Bang bang bang, puff puff. 3 golden arrows collided with Leiming's Basalt Thunder Shield, and the 3 arrows were cracked, shattered into dust almost in an instant. Standing on the branch, Kidomaru, who had transformed into the second mantra, saw Leiming's lightning rescue and his pupils shrank violently and said in a low voice, "What a speed." Jirobo below is good at absorbing other people's chakra, so when he sees Leiming's Xuanwu Thunder Shield ninjutsu, he can easily feel the strength of that ninjutsu. What a strong chakra, what a strong ninjutsu. That man is very strong, everyone be careful, Jirobo reminded his partner in a low voice. Teuya frowned and said, "Do you need to remind me? I saw that this man is much stronger than that woman. It should be the reinforcements sent by Konoha village." Brush, brush, brush. Just after Leiming rescued Kurenai Yuhai, Sasuke, Naruto, Small Sakura, and Shikamaru followed them one after another. As soon as Sasuke arrived, he performed Ninjutsu 22 Fire Style Phoenix Fire Technique. Puff, 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 puff. Fire Style happens to be one of the nemesis of Kidomaru's Spider Silk Spit-Out, and Hausen Fire Technique can easily burn off some key nodes of the Spider Silk, allowing Tian Tian, Shujaya, and the others to get rid of the thickness. After the body fell off, the hands and feet were liberated and the only spider silk left on the body could be easily torn off. Inuzuka looked at Naruto dissatisfied and complained, "I said you guys, you are too late. If it is later, Teacher Hong will be in danger." Ino stood next to him displeased and said, "Humph, what are you talking about? We're already in a rush." "Well, we followed Captain Leiming as soon as we received the news. I didn't sleep well all the way, look at my hair, the luster has dimmed a lot." Naruto even activated his sharp complaint skills, saying, "Chi, you still have the face to say that we came late. If you are not strong enough, all of you are trapped on the broken spider web by the enemy's ninjutsu. Teacher Hong will be so easy. Are you cornered by the enemy?" Hearing what Leiming said, Inuzuka was so angry that he almost exploded on the spot. He grabbed Naruto by the collar and shouted face to face, "Naruto, what are you talking about? Do you want to fight?" Naruto also stared at Inuzuka Fang without showing any weakness, rolled up his sleeves and said, "How about it? I said you are weak, you are weak. Can't you say that you are trapped by the enemy's ninjutsu? Want to fight? Come on, I am not afraid of you." Hinata saw that Inuzuka, Kiba, and Naruto were arguing and stood there nervously, not knowing what to do. He looked here and there and persuaded in a timid voice, "Naruto, Kiba, this is not an infighting. When the time comes, we should unanimously speak out." Uchiha Zinyu walked to the side of Naruto and Inuzuka, and without hesitation her small fists were on the heads of the two of them and each of them hit hard. Bang bang, oops. Well, Naruto and Inuzuka were hit by Zinyu's small fist and a big lump suddenly swelled up on the top of their heads. The two grinned with pain in their arms and looked at Uchiha Zin with resentment and fear. Moon. Zinyu glanced at Naruto and Inuzuka teeth disdainfully and said, "This is just a small warning. If you dare to show a discord between the teams in front of the enemy, I think you really don't know how to write the word death." Seeing this situation, Shikamaru, who was standing next to him, also sighed helplessly, put his hand on his forehead and said, "Oh. It's really troublesome. It's really hard to lead when the team is big. Fortunately, I'm not the boss of this team, otherwise it's really possible to be annoyed to death by them." On the other side of the 4 members of Otanin, after seeing Leiming's reinforcements, everyone immediately became nervous. Jirobo was the first to stand up, handed the big wooden barrel on his back to the two-headed man beside him and said, "Zuo Jin, I'll leave this to you first. You take him and go first. I'll stop the enemy." The two-headed man took the barrel, showed a cold smile and said with a smile, "Okay, I got it." Zhu Jin took the barrel without any hesitation and didn't tell Jirobo to be careful. He didn't care about his companion's life or death at all. Holding the wooden barrel, Zhu Jin immediately fled towards the distance, and Bai Heiyan, who was beside Leiming, frowned and said, "What's going on? Aren't they companions? How could they be so ruthless?" Not only did Sakin escape with the wooden barrel, but the other two Otanin, Tayuya and Kitamaru, also caught up with Sakin and fled towards the distance. Jirobo stood in front of Leiming and all of them by himself and wanted to drag them all here with his own strength or even kill them all. From the neck position, Jirobo quickly spread the curse seal to the whole body and shouted loudly, Earth style, "Dungeon!" Boom 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 boom. The ground under Leiming's feet suddenly shook violently, turning into a huge hollow earth ball enveloping Leiming and the others in it. Inuzuka looked around with a frown and said disdainfully, "Just relying on this level of ninjutsu to try to trap me is too contemptuous of people, Akamaru. Let's go, pseudo-beast ninja. I have a tooth eye." The little dog Akamaru next to Inuzuka heard Inuzuka's order, barked twice very spiritually and transformed into Iba. The two spun at high speed and slammed into the earth wall. Boom 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 boom. The high-speed spinning attacks of Kiba and Akamaru did cause some damage to the earth wall, but the power was not enough. While the earth wall was damaged, it was still repairing rapidly. In the end, their attacks ended in futility. Inuzuka, who came back, gritted his teeth and beat the earth wall with his fist heavily, cursing, "Damn it, why is this thing so difficult to handle? I don't believe it can't break you. Akamaru, let's do it again." Woof. Akamaru took the lead and tried his best to try again with Inuzuka, but the result was the same, with no effect. 2 consecutive failures to pass through the teeth made Inuzuka very depressed. He was so angry that he punched hard on the dirt wall with his fist and said angrily, what the hell is this? Why can't it be broken?" Uchiha Sasuke opened his eyes, Sharingan, and carefully observed the entire interior of the earth wall. Soon, Sasuke's sight and the sight of Neji and Hinata's opened white eyes stopped at the same place. Sasuke maintained the state of Sharingan, looked at a certain position on the earth wall, stretched out his index finger to point there and said, "It's not just a question of not being able to break through, the earth wall that traps us is also constantly devouring our chakra." Neji nodded and said, "That's right. The chakra on our body is constantly losing, and then following certain veins on the earth wall, it converges towards a point in that direction, and behind that point is that fat man controlling the entire ninja technique." After hearing what Neji and Sasuke said, the little Sakura immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and frowned. "I also felt that although the loss of chakra is not much, as time goes by, we will be consumed by him sooner or later." When the little Sakura said this, her eyes unconsciously looked at Leiming, Bai, Zin, and the 3 of them. The corners of Leiming's mouth turned up slightly, looked at little Sakura and the other Konoha 12 Zyokyang and said with a smile, "Why are you all looking at us like this? We are now transparent people. We are here today, you can ask us for help. What if we are not here? In order to exercise your coping skills, I can give you another 15 minutes to find the correct solution. If you can't find a way to break the game within 15 minutes, it can only mean that you are all just incompetent brats and you are not suitable for the job of ninja. I will personally send you back to the ninja school for refurbishment. Come out next year to be a ninja." Hearing Leiming's words, Naruto collapsed immediately, showing a bitter face and said, Hey. I just graduated from ninja school with great difficulty. I don't want to go back, absolutely never go back." Inuzuka Kiba also hurriedly jumped beside him and said, "Captain Leiming, you can't treat me like this. If I am sent back to the ninja school and stay with those real brats, wouldn't I be killed by them? The joke is dead." Leiming spread his hands and said with a smile, "Being laughed at, it's a good way to die. So if you don't want to be laughed at by the ninja school kid, show me your real skills." Hey, Captain Leiming, you are clearly a threat from Honggyugyuo," Ino pouted. Seeing Ino's cute appearance, Leiming smiled and said, "Yes, I'm threatening you, but will you accept my threat?" The corners of Hyuga, Neji, and Sasuke's mouths raised slightly when they heard Leiming's words. Naruto gave Leiming a thumbs up and said, "Well done, Captain Leiming, you are amazing. Anyway, you are determined that we don't want to go back to the ninja school, right? After saying this, Naruto turned around, looked in the direction Neji was pointing, pressed his small fists with both hands, his eyes were burning with fighting spirit, and said, "Okay. Since we have been forced to this point, we can only take out our trick." Sasuke showed a confident smile, walked to Naruto's side and said with a smile, "Are you going to use that trick so soon?" Naruto nodded and said, "Yes." Of course, Captain Leiming said it for that sake, and he must not let him look down upon him. Sasuke took out a scroll from the ninja bag behind him, opened the scroll and summoned a long sword, held the position of the sword with both hands, and input the powerful thunder attribute chakra. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Leiming's hands slowly opened as the input of the thunder attribute chakra became stronger and stronger, and the blade of the long sword was suspended between the two hands. After the long sword was infused with the powerful thunder attribute chakra, amidst a dazzling blue light, Naruto stands behind Sasuke, conjures a shadow clone technique, and rubs Rasengan. "Naruto, are you ready?" "Sasuke." "Sasuke, okay, come on." Rasengan with Naruto's right hand was raised high, aimed at the middle of Sasuke's hands, the hilt of the long sword wrapped in lightning smashed hard. At the same time, the thunderbolt chakra on Sasuke's hands instantly increased several times. The two shouted spiral thunder sword of 1,000 birds at the same time. Boom whoosh. After Naruto's Rasengan slammed into the hilt of the sword, the long sword of chakra, which was wrapped with a powerful lightning attribute, immediately turned into a blue sword light, spinning at high speed and shooting towards the earth wall. The penetrating power of the long sword blessed by lightning style is already very strong, now coupled with the violent acceleration of Naruto's Rasengan. The power and penetrating power of Sasuke's Chidori Thunder Sword become even more terrifying. No matter how hard Inuzuka, Kiba, and Akamaru worked hard before, the earth wall that could not be destroyed was easily pierced through this powerful ninjutsu like paper. Puff, hey whoops, what's going on here? Standing outside the earth wall, Jirobo, who was absorbing Leiming's chakra earth-style ninjutsu, was hit by the Chidori Thunder Sword jointly launched by Sasuke and Naruto. He was shot through his body instantly and a huge blood hole opened on his chest. At the same time, Jirobo's body was also sent flying and the wolf was on the ground behind him. The earth-style enchantment cast by Jirobo was Dungeon Tangwu because without his maintenance the little Sakura inside seized the opportunity and punched the earth wall with a small fist. "Ooh, look at me, Wylequin." Bang boom. The earth-style barrier shattered and the gravel fell downwards with a clatter, and then Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Inuzuka and others flew out in turn. Jirobo slowly stood up from the ground not far away. The huge blood hole on his chest was very conspicuous, and the back could be clearly seen from that big hole. Little Sakura, Ino, and Hinata saw Jirobo, who was seriously injured, and their faces changed slightly in fright. "Hinata, what a serious injury." "Sakura Jr., is this the effect of Naruto and Sasuke's joint trick?" "Good strongman." "Ino, why can he still stand up?" Jirobo's chest was severely injured by Naruto and Sasuke's joint ninjutsu, and a huge blood hole was opened and he was able to stand up again staggeringly. Cough 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 puche. Although Jirobo endured severe pain and stood up, the injuries on his body were still too serious. Even the seemingly simple action of standing up still made him vomit blood uncontrollably. In Jirobo's eyes at this moment, he has the awareness to make sacrifices at any time. He knows that if his earth-style barrier cannot trap the opponent, his chances of victory will be infinitely slim. After all, the number of opponents is more than 10 times that of oneself. I saw that the curse marks on Jirobo were all over his body and began to rapidly spread around his body again. Moreover, the color of his skin also began to change rapidly, turning red. The pupils of the eyes turned golden, the whites of the eyes turned black, the orange hair grew longer, and the appearance became more and more like a legendary evil spirit. Seeing Jirobo's transformation, Hinata's face changed slightly in fright, and he took a step back, exclaiming, "Okay, it's scary." The benefit of Jirobo's transformation is not just to enhance his own strength. Even the huge blood hole in his chest, which was severely injured by 563 Naruto and Sasuke before, also recovered after a burst of white mist. Sasuke didn't feel much when he saw Jirobo's transformation. Instead, it was his rapid healing ability that made Sasuke a little surprised when he saw it. Sharingan stared at the other party, observing the direction and flow of chakra on the other party's body. Hyuga Neji rolled his eyes at the side and didn't relax at all, gritted his teeth and said, "The amount of chakra on that guy's body is astonishing. The flow rate has also become faster than before. Everyone be careful."
Whoosh.
Just after Neji finished reminding him, Jirobo's body suddenly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, and when he reappeared, he had already slipped behind Ino. "Press the palm?" Jirobo's huge palm pressed towards Ino's back. Neji and Hinata stared at each other with blank eyes all the time and watched each other from 360 degrees without any dead angle, so they both saw Jirobo's high-speed dodge disappearing and reappearing. "Damn it, you gave me this trick?" Ning CCBD waved his hands quickly and threw 2 shurikens at Jirobo. Hinata shouted, "Ino, be careful." By the time Ino found someone behind him, it was already too late and he could only watch Jirobo's palm and slap towards himself. At this moment, Sasuke launched the taijutsu that copied Zio Lee. Sasuke dodged and kicked Ino's shoulder with his leg raised, and Tianai flew to the side screaming after being kicked. Ah.
Boom.
Although Jirobo's palm didn't hit Ino, his palm still slapped down hard towards the ground, causing a big explosion to hit the ground directly, and the ground was blasted away by the deformation of the bomb. When Ino stood up again and saw the huge destructive power that Jirobo had caused to the position she had just stood in, she was also surprised with wide-eyed eyes and looked at Sasuke with deep gratitude in her eyes. If Sasuke hadn't kicked her just now, she might not have just been kicked and screamed but would have been killed by Jirobo on the spot. Jirobo didn't kill Ino. He looked up at Sasuke with a murderous look and slapped Sasuke with a heavy palm, shouting, "High five. 1,000 birds flow."
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
Sasuke crossed his hands in front of his body and the powerful thunder chakra was all concentrated on the crossed hands, bursting out a powerful defense. Boom! Jirobo's huge palm hit Sasuke's lightning defense with great force. The thunder light exploded, removing 70% to 80% of Jirobo's attack power, but even so, 10% to 20% of the power was transmitted to Sasuke's arm, shaking Sasuke's body backwards and flying backwards. Naruto jumped behind Sasuke, spread his hands, bang! Sasuke bumped into Naruto and the two slid backwards for a certain distance before stopping. "Damn it, did you still get injured by him? With the same ninjutsu, the difference in power between me and Leiming is still too big." Raising his arms, Sasuke saw that his arms were bruised. Sasuke can bear the pain, but the difference in strength still makes him feel very uncomfortable, even if Leiming is his captain. Jirobo easily defeated the people from Leiming's side twice in a row and immediately began to feel a little flustered, although he felt a little guilty. But still Hypnosis thought in his heart, "They are just a lot of people if you want to compare their strength. None of them are my opponents, even if that man is very fast, so what? So what if he has a strong defense?" When Jirobo was thinking about this, he unconsciously glanced at Leiming, and suddenly he saw a petite girl not far from Leiming. "Shall we catch that woman first, use her life as a threat?" In order to be able to catch the girl smoothly, Jirobo deliberately used ninjutsu and shouted Earth style, "Tuling Dango." A huge boulder was dug out from the ground, reinforced with chakra and smashed in the direction of Leiming, not to kill the enemy but to temporarily block Leiming's actions. When a huge boulder hit, Leiming didn't dodge or dodge it, he slapped it to the side casually and the boulder was easily slapped and flew to nowhere. The person Jirobo is interested in and wants to do is none other than Uchiha Zinyu. Whoosh! Jirobo was also a decisive guy and he rushed forward in a flash, grabbing the beautiful neck of Zinyu with his huge palm. Uchiha Zinyu originally watched a good show with Leiming and wanted to see Konoha 12 Ziokyang, how should he deal with the powerful enemy in front of him. But hitting that Jirobo was not afraid of death and grabbed him. Zinyu glanced at Jirobo disdainfully and said in a cold tone, "Looking for death, Wylequin." Boom crack. Jirobo, who had entered the state of Curse Seal too, had his arm fractured and deformed on the spot and his body flew backwards like a cannonball. When Jirobo's palm was grabbing towards Uchiha Zinyu, Zinyu also punched hard without showing any weakness, and the small fist collided with the big red palm. Boom, when both sides are attacking with strength, it depends on whose strength is stronger. Undoubtedly, Xinyu's strange power fist was superior, so Jirobo's palm and arm deformed rapidly at a visible speed, and the powerful force even passed along his arm to his body. Jirobo's body flew backwards like a cannonball, smashing hard into the ground behind him, making a big hole in the ground. Whoosh! Now that she has made a move, Uchiha Zinyu will not be merciful anymore, only to see her petite figure flickering at a high speed and her fast eyes can't catch up. With a dodge, he rushed to the front of the big hole that Jirobo fell into. Just when Jirobo was about to stand up, Uchiha Zinyu's little hand pressed Jirobo on the back of Jirobo's head. Then Zinyu pressed Jirobo's head in this way and pressed hard against the ground below. Boom, I told you to press palms. How dare you touch and hurt Ino with your filthy hands. Now I'm going to show you what true palm pressing is. I tell you that you want to catch me. Do I look that weak? I'm easy to bully, right? Are you so sure that I'm a soft persimmon? Boom, 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 boom. Zinyu just grabbed the back of Jirobo's head like this, making the opponent's head feel like smashing a walnut. Every time she said a word, she just hit the ground in the big pit again and again. Every time it hits, the depth of the big pit below will deepen and the area will expand. Uchiha Zinyu's violent shot made Sasuke, Naruto, and Shikamaru, who were watching the battle from a distance, tremble. Gyudong, good, it's scary. Naruto looked at it, his legs trembled uncontrollably and there were big beads of sweat dripping down from his forehead. Ouch, my god, is Sister Zinyu so mad? I feel that if anyone marries her in the future, they will be in constant trouble. When Shikamaru thought of this, he couldn't help shivering. Although the expression on the face of little Sakura is frightened by the powerful performance of the new moon, in fact, deep in the heart of little Sakura, there is a version of little Sakura with rough and crazy lines, facing the new moon, their two thumbs up. Excitedly said, well played, this is what I want, I just like this. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know how many times Zinyu grabbed Jirobo's head and smashed the big hole below like a walnut. Anyway, when Zinyu let go, Jirobo's entire head was hardly visible to anyone. To say that he has turned into a pig's head is an understatement. The front teeth have all been knocked out and his face is covered with blood. How can it be called a miserable word? When Jirobo stopped moving much and turned into a look of less intake and more exhalation, Zinyu finally stopped with satisfaction, clapped her little hands, glanced disdainfully and rushed to Jirobo, who was in the big pit. He said coldly, HMPH, with this level of strength you still dare to provoke me, I think you are looking for death. Zinyu turned and left, just walked a few steps away. Suddenly a figure behind him staggered and stood up again. With a mouth that was leaking, he roared angrily, wait, if you have the ability, don't leave. Do you think you will win this way? Uchiha Zinyu turned around slowly with a suspicious expression on her beautiful and lovely face. She looked at Jirobo, whose face was covered in blood and had been seriously injured by her. He sneered disdainfully and said, HMPH, are you sure you still want to fight me? Taking advantage of my mother's good mood now, it's wiser for you to just surrender and admit defeat. If you really don't know how to live or die, and dare to provoke my old lady to fight with me again, I will not guarantee that you will survive the next time. Jirobo wiped the blood off his face with his only good hand, and with a determined look in his eyes, he roared loudly, for Master Orochimaru, I am willing to give my all. No hesitation. Summoning technique, clay doll, he pressed heavily on the ground with one hand. Asking for flowers, boom, white smoke exploded and a gigantic puppet made of stone appeared at Jirobo's feet. After seeing the huge stone puppet appear, Zinyu's interest was slightly attracted back, and she looked up at the stone puppet in a blink of an eye and said with a smile on her lips, could you be able to deal with me by summoning this? Are you thinking too much? Whether I can kill you or not, I'll see. If I try it, I'll die. Jirobo controlled the stone puppet, raised his fist like a hill and slammed it hard at the new moon. In front of the stone puppet, the crescent moon is only slightly larger than ordinary small animals. However, Zinyu clenched her small fists tightly, facing the huge stone fist and slammed away fiercely. Boom, crack, crack. Crack, the huge stone fist like a hill was instantly blasted by Zinyu's small fist. However, Xinyu, who blasted the stone fist with a punch, did not show a happy expression but frowned slightly, dodged back, and looked at the small fist in front of her eyes. Clenched fists in his hands and spread them out, eyes Sharingan opened, looking at the stone puppet opposite. The broken arm of the stone puppet grew back quickly. At the same time, Jirobo, who seems to be standing on top of the stone doll, has also recovered from his injuries. Seeing these changes, Xinyu frowned slightly and said, "So it's still an old routine. Does your stone doll also have the ability to absorb chakra? Take the opportunity to swallow and absorb the chakra that I just exploded with the strange power fist." However, among the powers I have mastered, it's not just the strange power fist, there's also ninjutsu. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. The 4 shadow clones from the avatar and Xinyu of the main body looked at each other. Xinyu just made a simple gesture and the 4 avatars immediately dispersed and flashed around the stone puppet. The 4 formed seals with their hands and shouted, "Wind style, gale tornado technique." Wind style, gale tornado technique. The 4 shadow clones of Uchiha Crescent stood in 4 directions around the stone puppet, made mudras with both hands, and pointed their palms at the stone puppet in front of them. Hoo 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 hoo! Tornadoes spewed out from the palms of the 4 shadow clones, attacking the stone giant from 4 directions. Seeing Uchiha Xinyu's move, Jirobo immediately frowned and sneered, "Do you think you can hurt me like this? HMPH, your idea is too beautiful." As he said that, Jirobo put one hand on the body of the stone giant, sinking his body into the stone giant's body bit by bit. After the body sinks into the body of the stone giant, no matter how the outside of the stone giant is damaged by the 4 tornadoes, it will recover quickly. Naruto and the others who were watching the battle from a distance, 550, were a little dumbfounded after seeing this situation. Ino was surprised and said, "Well, this guy was beaten up by Sister Xinyu just now. Why did he suddenly become so difficult again?" Leiming smiled and explained beside him, "The fat man's current state and the ninjutsu he uses are quite special, and his recovery ability is relatively fast, but no matter how fast the recovery is, there is a limit to it. Don't worry, Xinyu can solve it." Sure enough, when Xinyu saw Jirobo retracting into the body of the stone doll, not only did she not show signs of being unhappy, but she seemed to be in her arms. The 4 shadow clone handprints of the new moon changed again, and the tornadoes controlling her merged with each other, turning into a super-sized tornado, and immediately surrounded the tornado with the cloth-seated doll. With the powerful cutting and rotating power of the tornado, the suppressed stone doll can't come out at all. No matter which part of its body comes out, it will be cut into pieces by the tornado. Very good. This is the result I want now, fire-style Heilongyan technique. Uchiha Xinyu, who was standing on the outermost edge, made mudras with both hands, took a deep breath, then aimed at the tornado in front, put one hand on his lips and spit out 4 dragon-shaped flames continuously. Boom 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 boom! After the 4 dragon-shaped flames crashed into the tornado, the entire tornado instantly turned into a huge fire tornado that connected the sky and the earth. Roaring, roaring, boom, 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 boom. The flame plus the power of the tornado instantly increased the lethal effect of ninjutsu by an unknown number of times. The giant stone puppet sealed inside was soon burnt red by the scorching flames. Jirobo, who was hiding in the body of the stone giant, was also not spared, screaming and screaming after being roasted. Ah! But this is not over yet. Wait until the flame tornado burns the entire stone giant red and red, just like a red-hot iron body. The 4 shadow clones of Uchiha Crescent stopped wind-style ninjutsu at the same time. Without the maintenance of wind-style ninjutsu, the flame tornado would automatically extinguish and disappear soon. As soon as the flame tornado disappeared, the 4 shadow clones of Xinyu took out a scroll from the ninja bag on the back at the same time, opened the scroll and aimed it at the red-hot stone doll in front. There is a seal written on the 4 scrolls, and as the new moon enters chakra, a powerful cold air is sprayed from the scrolls towards the stone puppet giant. Hoo 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 hoo. The cold air like white mist blows and the body temperature of the red-hot stone puppet giant drops rapidly in an instant. Ka 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 ka, how powerful can thermal expansion and cold contraction be? Even the strongest metal produced by Leiming's previous technology will be blown apart. The stone puppet giant summoned by Jirobo. Can it be compared to super metal? The body of the stone giant began to shatter from top to bottom and then exploded with a bang. In the rubble ruins scattered all over the sky, there was a burnt and inhuman shape that fell to the ground. There is no anger at all. Speaking of which, Jirobo is miserable enough. It's not good for him to provoke anyone, but he wants to provoke Uchiha Zinyu. Such a ruthless trick. If Orochimaru is hit head-on, he can't stand it. Shadow Clone automatically exploded and disappeared. Uchiha Zinyu proudly raised her little head, patted her little hands, and hummed proudly. I told you to provoke my old lady, I told you to dance for me, don't you want to die and I can't fulfill you. Naruto, small Sakura, Ino, they all looked at Uchiha New Moon back with adoring eyes. Neji was not as happy as Sakura and the others showed, but opened his eyes and looked in a distant direction, saying, Captain Leiming, is it really okay for us to waste time here? The enemy has already fled far away. If we want to catch up, it will waste a lot of time. Shouldn't we all stay behind just now and instead divide our troops to pursue? The corners of Leiming's mouth turned up slightly and he said with a smile, I want to catch up quickly, what's so difficult about it? Hearing Leiming's statement, Shikamaru suddenly asked, can you catch up quickly? Captain Leiming, if you, Bai, and Zinyu are 3 people, it's easy to catch up, but if you want to bring us, I'm afraid it's not so easy. Hurry up. Leiming took out a scroll from the wrist seal, opened the scroll forward and said, come out.
Victory!
Boom, the white smoke exploded and an oversized spaceship suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Whoa, 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 whoa. Naruto and the others stared wide-eyed and opened their mouths to look at the huge monster that appeared in front of them. Naruto was even more curious, rushing up with stars shining in his eyes. Flipping on the outer shell of the spaceship is touching here and knocking there, so excited. Leiming smiled and slapped Naruto 3.5's head lightly and said with a smile, we are starting first, if you want to see it later there are plenty of opportunities. The hatch of the spaceship opened, and everyone rushed in. Leiming used Shadow Clone. Bang 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 bang. 8 Shadow Clones appeared at once and sat cross-legged at the tail of the spaceship. Within a moment, the faces of the 8 people simultaneously appeared with the facial makeup patterns of immortals, and then made seals with their hands and placed them on the special metal ball at the tail of the spaceship. Shouted Sage Art Wine-style Infinite Gale. Hoo 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 hoo. From the multiple injection ports of the spaceship, a strong gust of wind spurts out, pushing the spaceship soaring into the sky. Boom 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 boom. The jets at the tail of the Victory spacecraft, among which 8 jets ejected strong winds, pushing the entire spacecraft soaring into the sky. The reason why Leiming named the spaceship Victory on the one hand is to make it auspicious, and the name sounds nice. On the other hand, it is to commemorate the Ultramonte film he has seen in his previous life, and there is also a spaceship named Victory in it. Naruto, Sasuke, Neji and others sitting on the seats of the spaceship only felt a strong force pressing them to the seats. When Naruto saw the scenery flying by outside the window, he was suddenly excited and startled and shouted, Wow, this is amazing, see Gyuoji, such a fast flying speed, flying so high so high. Even Sasuke and Neji, who always liked to pretend to be cool, couldn't hide the admiration and excitement in their eyes since they got on the Victory spaceship. Boy, sure enough, there is no resistance to things like locomotives and airplanes. Sakura, Ino, Hinata and other women are also very curious, but their focus on the spaceship is completely different from Naruto and Sasuke. They pay more attention to the interior decoration of the spaceship 22. Pointing fingers, it looks good here, the decor needs improvement there, etc. In other words, Leiming's spaceship is just his prototype and he built it bit by bit when he was free. As for how did Leiming make it? Well, he just made a shell or didn't ask. After all, in his previous life he played with various assembled models a lot and he didn't know anything else. He could barely do it by enlarging some parts in proportion and assembling them one by one. As for the real core of the spaceship, the engine, Leiming did not have the ability to make it, so he simply replaced it with ninjutsu, using some special metals to create parts that can amplify the effect of ninjutsu. Anyway, to make this kind of spaceship requires considerable hands-on ability. Regarding the follow-up improvement of the spaceship, Leiming is still exploring. After all, Shikamaru is a calm strategist. After falling into a short-term excitement, he gradually shifted his attention from the speed of the spaceship to the console in front of Leiming, Xinyu, and Bai. Asked curiously, "Captain Leiming, what are these strange colorful buttons and things like clocks and watches?" Leiming smiled and said, "Oh, you said this? These are the buttons and dashboards that I plan to upgrade the spaceship in the future and gradually increase the functions. You don't need to worry about Shikamaru for now. The spaceship I made still has many functions that cannot be truly realized, and I still need to continue to improve and modify it." After hearing the conversation between Leiming and Shikamaru, Naruto somehow attracted his attention. Seeing the colorful and various buttons on Leiming's seat, he couldn't help itching his hands. "What are these buttons used for? Why don't you give it a try?" Anyway, Captain Leiming also said that they are reserved for some function. "I was just looking at the scenery outside, forget it, it's okay. Try it and see if it doesn't matter." After Naruto made up his mind, he couldn't hold it any longer. He touched the button closest to him with his fingers quietly and pressed down. Leiming didn't even have a chance to block. Naruto's hands were really cheap and fast. "Damn, Naruto, you're a scumbag, you. Leiming was so angry that he was about to curse, but the after effect of Naruto's pressing the button appeared. Located under the spaceship of the Victory, a mechanism was opened and something like a gun barrel bounced out of the spaceship and began to charge rapidly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The red light in the gun barrel gradually brightened little by little, and when the energy charge reached a certain critical value, there was a bang, and an ultra-thick red energy beam shot out from the gun barrel of the spaceship. At the same time, the 8 Leiming's shadow clones sitting cross-legged at the tail of the spaceship, their bodies became thinner at a visible speed, and finally they were sucked into a state like mummies. Bang, 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 bang. After the 8 shadow clones were sucked into mummies together, they exploded together and disappeared into white smoke. On the other side, the super-red energy beam emitted by the spaceship was powerful all the way, sweeping away all objects in front of it. The other 3 of the remaining 4 Otanin who were still running away at high speed happened to see the terrifying scene in front of them. Boom, boom, boom. A mountain in front of them happened to be the final target of the red light, and a violent explosion occurred on that mountain. The flames soared into the sky and almost illuminated half of the sky, and 1/3 of the entire mountain was wiped out. The 3 remaining Otanin 4 members were frightened and stopped in place, not daring to move forward. "Teuya, what's that light that just shot over? Its terrible destructive power." 567 Kitamaru, is the enemy attacking us? The direction should be from behind us. Zyojin, look, what is that? The 3 Yinin ninjas were shocked by the powerful attack launched from behind, and then followed the direction pointed by the left and right fingers, and soon saw the spaceship Leiming and the others were riding, spinning, and swooping towards them. Not good, spread out. Seeing that the situation was not good, the 3-tone ninjas immediately dodged to avoid it. As for the interior of the Victory spacecraft, everyone spun and fell with the spacecraft in horror, and at the same time kept yelling and criticizing Naruto. "Sasuke, Naruto, you big idiot, look what you've done. Little Sakura, Naruto, I will kill you when I get out, yeah. Ino, Naruto, are you a pig? Don't touch other people's things if you don't understand it. Don't you understand this truth? Inuzuka Teba, Naruto, you're a scumbag. I'll let Akamaru bite you to death after you get out." Naruto was scolded. "I can't lift my head up." The Victory spaceship that Leiming and the others were on spun from the sky and slammed into the ground below. Fortunately, Leiming's driving skills were not bad. Anyway, he had played games for so many years in his previous life. Therefore, he still has some experience in dealing with such emergencies. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know how many big trees in the sky were broken along the way, and in the end, it looked like a green onion headlong and plunged into the ground. Only the second half of the spaceship was still exposed, and at the same time, a huge big tree was knocked out on the ground. Pit. Fortunately, Leiming had the foresight to leave more than one escape exit on the Victory he created. Otherwise, it would be a problem for them to come out. At the same time, fortunately, the spaceship built by Leiming did not have any super energy cores or high-energy fuels in the spaceship like the high-tech animations he had seen in his previous life. Otherwise, it would be hit so hard, If their spaceship had a huge explosion or something, Leiming and the others would be really miserable. Cough, 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 cough. Naruto, you idiot, look what you've done.
Boom.
As soon as the hatch at the tail of the spaceship was opened, everyone jumped out of the spaceship one after another. The new user was the first one who couldn't hold back and punched Naruto's head fiercely. Oops. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Naruto had a big bump on his head from Zinyu's beating, screaming and hugging the big bump on his head, just squatting down and rubbing it on his head. At the same time, Leiming, Bai, Sasuke, Neji and others didn't have time to argue with Naruto anymore. They all shifted their eyes to look ahead of them. Because right in front of them, Tayuya, Kidomaru and Sakino, all of Otanin, were looking at them with cold eyes. Not because of anything else, but because the light beam just shot from the Victory spacecraft is too terrifying. Just a little bit, they will all be bombarded to death by the beam. Can they not be afraid? Zyujin looked at Leiming and the others with a cold tone and said, "It's really annoying. They caught up so quickly." Kidomaru showed a sneer of disdain and said with a smile, "Since they can catch up so quickly, it means that Jirobo is dead or has completely lost his fighting power." Tayuya had a curse mark on his face that quickly spread to his whole body and said coldly, "No matter what Jirobo looks like now, we will start a serious battle. If we don't wipe them all out here, it will be difficult for us to have peace. Take that stinking brat back to Lord Orochimaru's side." While talking about this flower in his mouth, Tayuya's skin color began to darken, horns grew out of his head, and he took out a flute from his body and put it on his lips. With Tayuya playing the flute, Naruto, Inuzuka, Lee, Tenten, Hinata, Sakura Neji and others all felt that the surrounding events began to undergo drastic changes. Sasuke Sharingan opened it, glanced around for a moment, then sneered coolly and said, "Illusion? You dare to use illusion in front of our Uchiha clan. It seems that you really underestimate the power of our Uchiha clan." Saying that, the double-hook jade in the pupils of Sasuke's Sharingan spun like a windmill, making it easy for Sasuke to see through the illusion in front of him. And resorted to copy Zyao Lee's body technique, the figure rushed forward at a high speed and rushed towards Tayuya. Duoyu also saw Sasuke rushing towards him. Sasuke's right hand had a powerful thunder flashing and he was coming towards his head. He immediately frowned, put away his flute and stepped back. Chidori's sharp gun. The thunder light from Sasuke's hand suddenly shot forward and became longer than a foot. Tayuya's dodging distance was not far enough, so when Tayuya dodged Sasuke's attack, a horn on the top of his head was shot by Sasuke immediately. One of his Chidori sharp spears was cut off. Tayuya narrowly escaped the fatal blow and quickly stepped back to a safe distance. From above Tayuya's forehead, he could see a stream of blood flowing down his cheek. "Damn it, did you still get hit?" "It's a dangerous ninjutsu." Tayuya wiped the blood on his cheek and said in a cold tone. Although Sasuke hurt Tayuya, there was a big deviation from the position he originally wanted to strike, so Sasuke frowned very dissatisfied and said, "Damn it, did you miss it?"
Kidomaru,
who was standing on the commanding heights of the tree branch, saw that Tayuya was not doing well and immediately activated the second spell seal state. And the color of his body skin changed rapidly, transformed into a ghost-like appearance. Spit out golden spider silk from its mouth, turn it into a longbow, and then spit out golden spider silk into golden arrows, then aim at Sasuke and release a golden arrow attack. Sasuke Sharingan quickly discovered the opponent's attack and Zyao Lee's body copy technique was launched again. His figure flickered, and he easily dodged the opponent's arrow. Boom. After the ground where Sasuke avoided was shot by the golden arrow, a huge crater exploded on the ground immediately. Whoosh whoosh! Sasuke dodged the opponent's arrow, followed by a series of golden kunai shots, so Sasuke was forced to continuously use Zyao Lee's body skills to dodge at high speed. Soon, the side effects of frequent use of copying Zyao Lee's body technique appeared, and Sasuke began to experience a serious decline in physical fitness. Just when Sasuke's dodge speed was reduced, Wangla's and he couldn't continue to dodge, Neji suddenly rushed in front of Sasuke. His body spun like a spinning top and shouted, "Revolving heaven."
Ding 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 ding.
Seeing that all the golden arrows were bounced off by Neji's revolving heaven, Kidomaru, who was standing on a high place, smiled coldly and said, "Some of them are out of order. But unfortunately, my tricks are not limited to these 10 points. Summoning technique. Kidomaru summoned a huge spider which appeared under the huge spider web he wove, and the huge spider sprayed out a large group of white spider silk from the buttocks. Kidomaru used the golden kunai to cut open the spider web, and countless small spiders fell from it immediately. Neji and Sasuke swooped in. Sasuke swiftly formed seals with both hands, aimed at the massive number of small spiders pounced from the sky, and shouted, "Fire style." Great fireball technique. Blazing, blazing. Sasuke put one hand on his lips, took a deep breath, spit out a huge ball of fire, and rushed towards the top. No matter how many little spiders you have, when they touch the fireball spit out by Sasuke, their burnt bodies curl up instantly, and after falling to the ground they have turned into small coke-like things one by one. As for the spider silk behind the little spider, it couldn't stand the flames and it was burnt instantly. Kidomaru dodged Sasuke's fireball attack and his attention was drawn away, so he didn't have time to pay attention to the back, and at this moment, a figure flashed behind Kidomaru. Hinata's eyes and white eyes opened, the chakra on the fingers of both hands was condensed, and the fingers quickly pointed towards the upper and lower acupuncture points of Kidomaru's body and softly shouted, "Gentle fist method. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, 1 palm, 4 palms, 12 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms." Bang, 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 bang. Hinata's fingers moved in quick succession, and the afterimages of the attacks from the fast hands could be seen. Kidomaru's body was attacked by Hinata's finger acupuncture points, and there were constant muffled noises. With Hinata's last palm, all the chakra accumulated in the palm of the hand was slammed into Kidomaru 487's chest, hitting Kidomaru's body like a cannonball and flying upside down, creating a crater on the face. After Hinata knocked Kidomaru into the air, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. After landing, she turned and looked in Neji's direction, showing a grateful smile, because if it wasn't for Neji's help as a training partner, she might not have mastered the gentle fist method so quickly. Trigrams, palms. At this moment, while Hinata was relaxing, Kidomaru suddenly appeared behind Hinata at some point, raised a golden long sword in his hand and slashed at Hinata's neck. "No. Miss Hinata, be careful," Neji shouted anxiously at Hinata, seeing that Hinata was in danger. Sasuke wanted to activate Zyou Li's copy body technique to rush to the rescue, but suddenly a sharp pain came from his body which made him stagger, so he didn't rush out. Just when Kidomaru was about to succeed, Shiro suddenly appeared behind Hinata, and with a gentle grasp of her beautiful little hand, she firmly grasped the gold in Kidomaru's hand. Long sword, ice escape, frozen town kill. Ka 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 ka. A strong cold air flowed out along Shiro's palm and quickly passed through the golden long sword to Kidomaru's arms and body. The visible speed of Kidomaru's body was quickly frozen, and then the whole person became an ice sculpture. But this is not over yet. A white ball of light suddenly appeared in Bai's palm, spinning at high speed in his hand, condensing, compressing, and finally condensing into a diamond-shaped ice crystal. Spiral ice crystal. Shiro slapped Kidomaru's body with his backhand, and the ice crystal was easily patted into the heart of Kidomaru's chest. Crack, crack, bang. With great difficulty, Kidomaru broke free from the ice-sealed ninjutsu effect, shattered the ice on his body, and fled to the back, because he felt the threat of death from Shiro's body. It's a pity that before he escaped the multiple distances, he suddenly felt his heart start to feel cold, and from the position of his heart there was blue ice rapidly moving up and down his whole body. Extend. He quickly froze his body into an ice sculpture again, but this time it was frozen from the inside out. After his body was completely frozen, he fell from the air and hit the ground, breaking the ice sculpture into powder and shattered pieces. Ice. On the other side of the battlefield, the two-headed man Yukin has already separated his brother Yukin from his body, and then took the opportunity to parasitize on Inuzuka Kiba's body, trying to blackmail Naruto and the others with Kiba's life. "Damn guy, you actually want to threaten my partner with my life? I won't let you succeed. Even if I die, I won't let your trick succeed. Sika, not to mention you hurt me like that just now, Akamaru." Inuzuka Tooth took out kunai from the ninja bag behind his back and then stabbed hard at his waist, as if he was going to die together and desperately. It seems that when Naruto and Inuzuka Tooth and left and right near fight, it is not much different from the original. Pooh, Ah! Yukin, parasitic on Inuzuka's body, faced with Inuzuka's self-harm attack, the pain he had to endure was also unbearable. Crazy, you crazy? Ah! Yukin screamed in pain again and again and desperately tried to stop Inuzuka's crazy behavior. Akamaru, who regarded Kiba as a family member, was severely injured by Yukin's control of his body. It made Inuzuka Tooth completely furious. Puff, puff, puff. In order to cause severe pain to Yukin, Inuzuka Tooth is also ruthless to himself, self-mutilating his own body again and again, as if it was not his own body that was pierced with kunai. You lunatic, you are cruel, I remember you. Yukin couldn't bear Inuzuka's crazy self-mutilation and separated from Kiba's body as if running away, parasitizing towards Naruto, who was closest to him. However, just when his body wanted to get into Naruto's body to parasitize, a terrifying force suddenly came out from a special soul space deep inside Naruto's body. Accompanied by Red's terrifying ability, let out an angry beast roar at Yujin's soul, ho 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 ho, get lazy out. Yukin's body was forcibly thrown out like this. Taking advantage of the chance that the left and right were scattered, Leiming was too lazy to let them make any more troubles, and the lightning flashed on his body, and he shouted, Feng Neo body flicker technique Raikiri.
Puff.
With two soft bangs, the heads of Zuijin and Yaojin were cut off by Leiming with Raikiri, and they fell to the ground. As for the third battlefield, Shikamaru confronted Teuya just like in the original book. Relying on super high IQ to crush but not as urgent as the original book, Shikamaru held back Teuya steadily, making her unable to support her companion. After dragging to the end, Teuya escaped with the wood and finally a flaw appeared. The waiting is now, go. Okay, I understand, leave it to me. Jumping into the air every day, he opened the scroll and shot at Teuya with a large number of ninja tools as if free of money. Finally, Teuya was shot into a hedgehog. Fell to the ground next. With the fall of Teuya, the Atanin Four announced their official group destruction. A wooden barrel the size of a person was left beside Teuya alone. The outside of the wooden barrel was covered with drawings written with runes, and there was also a bow tied with a huge rope. Naruto curiously walked to the side of the barrel, tore off the talisman papers one by one and said, I want to see what is it that they are desperately trying to protect. Just as Naruto tore off the talisman paper, the entire barrel began to emit black smoke, and then there was a violent explosion. Boom! From the inside of the barrel there are countless white bony spurs like blossoms exploding towards the surroundings. Chidori body flicker technique.
Whoosh.
Fortunately, Leiming has always been vigilant, and once he found something was wrong, he activated the instant body technique. A strong thunder light shone from his body. He grabbed Naruto's shoulder and jumped into the sky, avoiding the fatal attack of bone spurs. After Leiming took Naruto back to a safe enough distance, he immediately waved his hand and shouted, Everyone, step back. This incident is not easy. Sasuke, Neji, Shikamaru, and others took the closest people around them respectively, obeyed Leiming's words, and immediately retreated to a safe distance. After the black smoke cleared after the wooden barrel exploded, and the bone spurs that exploded before were slowly retracted bit by bit, what caught everyone's eyes was a man with white hair and white skin wearing a costume with Uchiha Jayuhi's pattern on it. Teenager, what shocked everyone the most was that the boy's eyes turned out to be the same Sharingan as Leiming, Zinyu, and Sasuke, and it was also the Sharingan of Sangoyu. What? How is it possible? Sasuke's eyes widened in shock and the Sharingan opened unconsciously. Naruto was also quite surprised and exclaimed, Damn it, when did Sharingan become so worthless? How come there is another Uchiha guy?
Boom. Oops.
At some point, Zinyu dodged to Leiming's side. After hearing Naruto's words, she couldn't help but punched Naruto hard on the head again. Zinyu glared at Naruto unhappily and said, Stinky boy, what are you talking about? Do you want to die? Perhaps the shock of others is just marveling at how another Sharingan ability holder has appeared. But when Leiming saw the boy for the first time, he was so shocked that his jaw almost didn't hit the ground, not because of this boy. He knew him. Uchiha letter? No, it should be said that it is a clone of Uchiha letter. Why did he appear early now? This guy's appearance should not be in the timeline passed by Boruto inside.
Nima.
Naruto is still a stinky brat and he hasn't married Hinata yet. The timeline hasn't come yet. Why did Nima suddenly pop out? Wait a minute, the ninjutsu that guy used to blow up the barrel just now, isn't it Kimamaro's ninjutsu? When did Uchiha Shin's clone also have the blood succession limit 3 of the Hui Yoruichi clan? In short, ever since Leiming saw that the boy in front of him was a clone of Uchiha Shin, he never stopped thinking and complaining. Xiao saw that everyone was shocked by the appearance of the young man in front of him, and he also had Sharingan, a raging flame of challenge ignited in Xiao's eyes. Ooh, now is the time to show my youth and strength. Little Sakura, you have to watch how I beat that guy and I can beat him. Beating Sasuke is no problem at all. In order to enhance his own strength, Xiao even took out a small bottle from the ninja bag on his back and drank it all. Hi hip hip hip, why does this medicine taste weird? After Xiao drank the so-called potion, a drunken red cloud appeared on his face immediately and his body began to shake. But he still charged towards the Sharingan boy with determination. Bang 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 bang, Sharingan's teenagers frowned when they saw Xiao's attack. Sharingan stared at Xiao's movements and subconsciously wanted to respond. Asking for flowers, point 0. However, Xiao's attack was out of order, upside down and wobbly, making it impossible for the teenagers in Sharingan to determine where Xiao's next attack target was. Therefore, the Sharingan boy was hit by Xiao's fist and kick several times and finally provoked the boy to be angry. Suddenly, a large number of bone spurs grew all over his body and he shot out like a hedgehog. Naruto looked at Xiao in surprise and said, "Hey, why is Xiao's attack so strange?" Leiming smiled and closed his surprised chin laughing. Oh, Xiao must be drunk, right? Didn't he drink something with a bottle just now? He is now the legendary Drunken Fist. Drunken Master, is it very powerful? Naruto stared at Xiao curiously. Point 0. Seeing that Xiao was about to be shot by those bone spurs, Xiao unexpectedly avoided all the attacks of the Sharingan boy with an extremely strange movement and posture, and turned over and backed up. After retreating to a safe distance, there were already many wounds and bloodstains on Xiao's body. If Xiao's dodge was a little slower just now, he would really be in danger. However, after experiencing the shocking moment just now, Xiao was also completely awakened by fright and he was no longer drunk at all. Instead, he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and secretly thanked, "Huh. It's so dangerous, I was almost killed. That guy is too dangerous." The Sharingan boy glanced dangerously at everyone present, then pointed his hands in Xiao's direction and threw out 5 finger bones. Shouted fingerbone piercing bomb. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the speed of the phalanx shooting is comparable to real bullets. Since Xiao fought against Gaara last time, although because of Leiming's relationship, the injury is far less serious than the original animation, but the heavy injury is not so easy to recover. Therefore, now he still has no way to completely dodge this deadly attack. At this moment, a shield made of sand suddenly appeared in front of Xiao. Puff 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 puff. Just when Xiao was about to be hit by the phalanx shot by the Sharingan boy, a shield made of sand suddenly appeared in front of Xiao, blocking all the phalanx attacks. Xiao looked at the sand shield that suddenly appeared in front of him and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "This is Gaara's." Sure enough, in the woods not far away, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari appeared on the branches of the big tree at some point. "It's really Gaara? Why is he here?" Naruto asked the same question when he saw Gaara's appearance. Temari carried the big iron fan on his shoulder, looked at Leiming and the others and said with a smile on his lips, "It seems that you are in trouble. We just passed by after completing the mission and want to help." 3. Leiming looked at Gaara and the others with a smile on his lips and thought in his heart, even without Tsunade's request for help, Gaara and the others are still under the control of the power of fate, and they came to help. While talking, a cloud of sand rose up from Gaara's feet, and he flew to Xiao's side with Gaara, standing there with his arms crossed while keeping a cool look. Gaara stared at the Sharingan boy on the opposite side and said in a calm tone, "Xiao, why are you being forced into such a mess by the other party? When you fought against me, you were much better than you are now. Zio Lee wiped off the bloodline from the wound on his face, looked at the Sharingan boy on the opposite side with vigilant eyes, frowned and said, "Gaara, you have to be careful. The bones on his body are very dangerous. I saw this just now." When Gaara was talking to Zio Lee, the Sharingan boy on the opposite side already had a fierce look in his eyes and rushed towards them. The Sharingan boy had long bone swords growing out of the palms of both hands and stabbed towards Gaara's eyebrows. Ding ding ding! The first sword pierced the shield made of sand in front of Gaara, making the sound of gold and iron colliding, followed by a series of crazy slashing. While defending against the attack of the Sharingan boy, Gaara carefully observed his facial expressions and his eyes. This guy, doesn't he have the slightest reason at all? It's like a wild beast, it only knows how to attack brutally. Does it completely follow instinct to fight? Maybe it was because of Gaara's past, so he was quite touched by the situation of the Sharingan boy in front of him. The Sharingan boy found that Gaara couldn't be hurt by his two-handed bone sword slashing, so he grew all the bones in his body and spun his body at high speed like crazy, launching a hedgehog-turning attack around Gaara. Ding ding ding, puff 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 puff. The sand around Gaara's body is protected. There are always strong and weak points of defense. Where the defense is strong, there will be the sound of gold and iron colliding. Where the defense is weak, it will be cut by the bone spur attack of the Sharingan boy. Sand is flying all over the sky. Seeing that the Sharingan boy grabbed a weak point of Gaara's sand defense and was about to tear open the defense and rush in, Gaara changed his hand seal and shouted, "Sand binds the coffin." Gaara controlled all the sand on both sides, surrounded the Sharingan youth in one fell swoop, and clenched his fists tightly with both hands. Bang, poof! The sand that wrapped the Sharingan boy was compressed and squeezed inward, making a dull sound, and blood was squeezed out. However, what happened next shocked even Gaara. "What's going on?" Gaara murmured to himself with a rare surprised expression. After being caught by Gaara's sand-binding coffin ninjutsu and then squeezed hard, generally speaking, ordinary people would have been squeezed into meatloaf. However, the Sharingan boy who is currently inside the sand-bound coffin has broken his body out of the sand bit by bit. The color of the skin on his body has changed, turning into dark skin. The color of his rapidly growing hair has become darker. Bony spurs have grown all over his body. His long tail is constantly flapping back and forth on the ground, and at the same time his back is it was a twitch of bones and muscles. Unexpectedly, there were two puffs and wings as big as the palms of two loyal ministers grew. On the face of the Sharingan boy, there is a cross mark in the middle of the nose on the bridge of the nose, and even the Sharingan with both eyes has evolved into the form of Mangekyo. When Leiming, who was not far away, saw the state of the Sharingan teenager, he was shocked again. He exclaimed loudly in his heart, "This is the curse seal of the sky, there is also the curse seal of the earth. Is this guy an experimental subject of Orochimaru, a monster created by fusing the blood of the Uchiha clan and the blood of the Yoruichi clan?" That's right, if someone is familiar enough with Hokage ninja anime from a distance, it is really a combination of Sasuke's Sky Curse Seal and Kimimara's Earth Curse Seal. Orochimaru made such a powerful experimental subject. Why did he go to such lengths to send his subordinates to take him out for a stroll and deliberately release news to attract us? And this boy's brain is not, it looks very clear, without the slightest reason. Sharingan's boy, Mangekyo Sharingan, opened his eyes and shook violently twice. Countless white bone balls flew out from his body. The bone balls changed shape rapidly in the air and finally turned into countless bones. Shuriken. The Sharingan boy swung his hands vigorously, and under his control, countless bone shurikens spun and shot around Gaara. "Normal attacks are useless to me," Gaara said confidently. Under Gaara's control, the surrounding 3.1 sand rushes upwards like a waterfall, engulfing all the bone shurikens trying to control them. However, the next moment the pupils of Mangekyo Sharingan's eyes began to rotate at a high speed. With the subconscious seal of both hands, he shouted in a hoarse voice, "Time-space ninjutsu, multiple empty blades. Buzz buzz buzz." Those bone shurikens that were controlled by Gaara with sand before began to tremble violently. From the middle hole of the shuriken, a powerful force of space devouring appeared, swallowing all the sand that bound them and sending them away. went to a different space. A strong suction force suddenly came from the hole of the bone shuriken, absorbing all the sand that bound them and transported them to a different space, as if an unknown number of ultra-small black holes were opened from countless directions at the same time. I don't know how many bone shurikens there are, sending the sand around them into the small space black hole. That kind of scene is quite spectacular. Gaara's strength lies in his ability to control massive amounts of sand to fight, but now, obviously, he has also encountered the existence of a natural enemy. This means that the Sharingan teenagers don't have enough IQ and fight by instinct. Otherwise, all the small space black hole forces will be fused together to form a supersized black hole, and Gaara will also suffer if it fails. But even so, Gaara didn't intend to release those bone shurikens and kept using massive amounts of sand to control their range of activities. Gaara frowned and looked at Zio Li beside him and said, "Zio Li, leave quickly, this place has become unsafe." Zio Li also understands that if he is here all the time, it will be inconvenient for me to fight against 22 Luo, and it will become a drag on him, so he nodded immediately, looked at Gaara seriously and said, "Okay. Be careful, I'll go first." Zio Li kicked the ground hard and rushed out. After Zio Li left, Gaara put his hands on the ground and shouted loudly, "Great burial in the sand waterfall." Boom 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 boom. After Gaara pressed his hands on the ground, the whole ground began to tremble violently, and the ground immediately became deserted, and a large number of sand seas slapped towards the opposite Sharingan boy like a tsunami. "I want to see it, how can you resist this time?" The Sharingan boy opened his hands in front of him, controlling all the bone shurikens to fly back and block in front of him, neatly arranged row by row, forming a huge rectangular square formation. Every hole of the bone shuriken in the rectangular square array has a strong suction force, and a tsunami-like sand sea hits, and all the sand seas that hit the rectangular square array are swallowed up. As for the sand seas rushing from the other two sides, Gaara controlled them again with both hands, making them change the direction of their attack, turning into two huge sand fists, squeezing towards the Sharingan boy. Two wings-like hands grew from the back of the Sharingan boy, and the chest boy's body was wrapped and protected in them. Boom, 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 two huge fists made of sand collided with each other on the big hand protecting the young man. After making a loud noise, the impact force was almost consumed. The two big hands that grew out of the Sharingan boy's back suddenly flicked away forcefully. Bang, boom, immediately shake off all the sand that enveloped him. Leiming has been paying attention to the fighting of the Sharingan boy. When he saw the effect of the boy's control of bone ninjutsu, he saw the state of Sharingan in his eyes. He couldn't help frowning and said to himself, "Is this his Manjikayo Sharingan ability? Is this the ability of spacetime ninjutsu? It's very similar to that guy's ability. I don't know if it's a product out of Orochimaru's experiment or he made it on purpose. What about it?" Sasuke walked to Leiming's side and asked, "Leiming, did you see it, that guy's eyes?" "The state of Sharingan." Leiming reached out and patted Sasuke's shoulder, saying, I saw it, it is indeed the power of Manjikayo's Sharingan." Then Leiming smiled at Sasuke and said, "I know you are eager to gain power, but don't be too anxious. There are many, many ways to become stronger, and it's not the only way to forcibly enhance the Sharingan. Besides, forcibly increasing the power of Sharingan will definitely pay an unimaginable price."
Sure enough.
As if to prove what Leiming said, after controlling the power of space for a long time, the boy from Sharingan suddenly went crazy and covered his eyes with his hands, roaring like a beast, rolling all over the ground in pain. With eyes in his eyes, there were tears of blood flowing outside. "Ho ho ho ho, it hurts, ah." Seeing this phenomenon, Leiming immediately squinted his eyes and said, "Although the fusion effect of the curse seal of heaven and earth forcibly stimulated his Sharingan evolution and forcibly raised it to the level of Manjikayo Sharingan, the side effects are also not small. Even Susanoo has such a serious sequelae appeared before it was used." "Susanoo, what's that?" Sasuke asked with a frown when he heard Leiming's self-talk. The corners of Leiming's mouth turned up slightly, and he smiled. "Susanoo is the power that resides in the Manjikayo Sharingan, which can concretize chakra and condense it into a giant chakra fighting style. However, Manjikayo Sharingan may not be the only one who can make something like that." "Ho ho 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 ho." The Sharingan boy didn't know whether he was going crazy from the pain in his eyes or he had a problem with his brain, so he stuck his finger into his eye socket and dug out the Sharingan. Then he swallowed the 2 Sharingans in one gulp. "Damn it, this guy, is he really crazy?" Leiming blurted out in surprise when he saw the action of the Sharingan 783 boy. His eyes widened. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in Leiming's mind, and he thought of the plot in the sequel of Hoyin Ninja, Boruto Legend, which he had seen in his previous life. The Otsutsuki family had a similar crazy move, first gouging out their own eyes and then swallowing them in one gulp, and then their strength would change drastically. Could it be? He will have a similar evolutionary effect. Not good. Gaara, watch out for his attacks. Everyone back off. As soon as Leiming thought of the strange abilities of the Otsutsuki family in the Boruto biography that he had seen in his previous life, he blurted out a reminder to Gaara, and at the same time grabbed Sasuke's shoulder and dodged back together. Sometimes, I have to say that the development of things will always develop in the direction we don't want to see. Leiming's blurted reminder is just to prevent problems before they happen, but his fears seem to have come true, Earth style. Guard the shield of the crane. Gaara also made his strongest defense immediately after hearing Leiming's reminder. Boom, poo, what? Gaara looked at her pierced chest and looked at the humanoid monster in disbelief. Poo. After the Sharingan boy swallowed his Mangekyo Sharingan, his body strength gained a huge leap-like improvement. The fingertips of the 5 fingers of one hand grew strong and sharp claws, and with just one blow the claws pierced Gaara's strongest defense. The crane shield and the arms became like snakes, growing rapidly. The entire palm connected with the sharp claws pierced deeply into Gaara's chest. The entire appearance of the Sharingan boy is closer to the transformation form of Otsutsuki in the movie version of Boruto, and the appearance is also the same as the legendary evil spirit. It's just that the Tao-style evil spirit in the theater version has red skin all over the body, while the skin color of the Sharingan boy is dark skin color, and the regrowth eyes are as golden as Orochimaru with vertical snake-like pupils. On the forehead between the brows, a crack opened, and what appeared from inside was the legendary Rinnegan. But it shouldn't be a very high-level Rinnegan because that Rinnegan doesn't even have a Tomo. Seeing Rinnegan appearing on the forehead of the Sharingan boy, Leiming's eyes almost popped out of shock. What? That's the Rinnegan? This? What the hell is this F***G-Fat4? It's messed up, it's all messed up. I want to open the Rinnegan. When did it become so? It's easy. Doesn't Rinnegan want money? Yah! Leiming yelled in such a crazy way in his heart. In order to prevent himself from becoming blind due to excessive use of Sharingan, he has never dared to use Sharingan too much. Of course, he is also struggling to find a way to break the curse of Uchiha's bloodline. But now, it's just an experimental body of Orochimaru, and under such inexplicable circumstances, the development of the pupil technique has actually come ahead of him. But no matter what, I can't let Gaara die here like this. If he dies, the subsequent storyline will develop in a direction beyond my control. Gaara must be saved. Thinking of this, Leiming made a dodge. A fairy face appeared on his face, rushed in front of Gaara. The right hand burst out with lightning and shouted, "Sage art."
Zidian Rakiri.
The purple thunder light on Leiming's right hand shone dazzlingly, and he slashed down hard, puffing, and directly cut off the arm of the Sharingan boy who had inserted into Gaara's chest. Flying back with Gaara, at the same time grabbing the severed arm inserted into Gaara's chest and pulling it out forcefully, poof, blood sprayed and Gaara's painful face twitched violently. What's even more weird is that the arm that was clearly cut off by Leiming turned out to be alive, like the strange arm that often appears in movies with 5 fingers twisting rapidly, and the arm turned into a snake and entangled towards Leiming's arm. Come, what is it so troublesome? Sage art, Tiangang Leihuo. Leiming saw the weird thing wrapped around his arm and knew that he couldn't let it continue to be a demon. After just such a short time, his arm has been entangled to the point of numbness, and if it continues like this, his arm will be twisted off by its entanglement. If it wasn't for the position of the wrist of this weird arm that he was grabbing, I'm afraid it would bite him like a snake. So Leiming resolutely resorted to his trick of pressing the bottom of the box, using the fairy technique chakra to use the fairy technique lightning style, and with the help of the powerful current of the fairy technique lightning style, the air was ignited, forming a powerful thunder and fire force, burning the weird arm on the arm.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
The weird arm let out a scream and quickly let go of Leiming's arm, trying to escape. Leiming took advantage of the trend, threw away the weird severed arm, and at the same time threw it away, injected a wave of energy from the Grail stone into it. Sure enough, just after the arm was thrown out, the energy of the Jelal stone that entered the weird arm began to have a strong rejection reaction with the weird arm. Boom. The strange severed arm exploded violently in the air, exploding a huge fireball. After Leiming rescued Gaara, he brought him to Bai's side and said, "Bai, Gaara will be treated by you."
Yes.
"Master Leiming," the white collar ordered to catch Gaara, put it flat on the ground, his hands glowed green, and immediately started emergency treatment for Gaara. Kankuro and Temari also rushed here quickly, looked nervously at the seriously injured Gaara and asked, "How is it? Will Gaara be okay? Is the injury serious? Is it life-threatening?" While giving Gaara emergency treatment, Bai showed a reassuring smile and said with a smile, "Don't worry, although Gaara's injury is serious, it's not fatal. I can handle it well." At the same time, on the other side, the Sharingan boy whose arm had been severed by Leiming turned into a real monster at this moment, and after the flesh and blood squirmed twice strangely from the place where the arm was severed, a new arm grew out. Leiming took 2 deep breaths, and after thinking about the countermeasures in his mind, he immediately closed his seal and shouted, "Shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang, create dozens of shadow clone at once." To face this kind of monster, sometimes Naruto's method is better. After Leiming thought about how to deal with that monster, all the shadow clones rushed towards him. Relying on the advantage of the large number of people, Wang Fen Hao Nu Zhao was covered with blue lightning, holding a blue lightning blade in his hand, trembling with the monster who had white spots all over his body. The bone spurs pop out and the bone spurs will also deform and turn to attack. There are countless white bone shurikens around the body and the power of small black holes is contained in them. If it rubs against any part of Shadow Clone's body, it will be bitten off by a monster. One of the Shadow Clones smashed Rasengan down to the ground with one hand, booming, smoke and dust everywhere, covering everyone's sight in this area. In the end, a Shadow Clone condensed a spiral shuriken full of the energy of the Greer Stone and slammed it towards the monster's body. Boom. Leiming's Shadow Clone took advantage of the monster boy's sight being blocked and slammed the spiral shuriken full of the energy of the Grail Stone on the back of the monster. The spiral shuriken of Greer Stone did not explode like Naruto's wind-style spiral shuriken, forming a huge spherical storm barrier, locking the enemy inside and using countless wind-bladed chakra knives to attack the enemy cells all over the body. Instead, after the green spiral shuriken hit the monster's body, it merged into the monster's body very easily, just like water droplets poured on the ground. Because Leiming knows that this boy's Mangekyo Sharingan has the ability to open different dimensions similar to Obito Mangekyo Sharingan. If it is an attack method similar to Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, maybe he can transmit and absorb most of the attack power to Otherworld. Therefore, the Spiral Shuriken that the Shadow Clone controlled by Leiming hits on the monster is not the energy burst of the Greer Stone for attack, but a Spiral Shuriken with healing power. As long as the energy burst of the Jelal Stone is well controlled, it can be a powerful healing force or a powerful destructive force. However, for different people, sometimes under certain circumstances, even if it is a panacea that can prolong life, if it is given to people whose physique does not match, it will become a life-threatening poison. The current situation of the monster boy belongs to this type. As soon as the energy of the Greer Stone, which contains powerful healing power, enters his body, it immediately begins to have a strong rejection reaction with his body. The monster boy's body was visible, a sarcoma appeared here, and then another sarcoma appeared there, one after another, the larger and more picturesque. Seeing this situation, Leiming's Shadow Clone immediately showed a triumphant smile and said to himself with a smile, "Sure enough. I wonder how much Orochimaru has done to this monster." However, according to my understanding of the original Hokage ninja, one of the indispensable conditions to evolve the so-called Rinnegan must be to have a powerful immortal body. To achieve the immortal body, one must absorb large natural magic chakra. As for the so-called fairy chakra, in my opinion, there are many C-cab different kinds, such as the fairy chakra of the Jeller Stone, the dragon vein chakra, etc. Once the fairy chakra is incompatible, that is 10,000 times more terrifying than the consequences of eating poison. Ah! The monster boy let out an angry and miserable scream. His body swelled into a huge meatball, surrounded by countless bone shurikens also amidst his screams, sending out a strange resonance effect. Boom! After those bone shurikens resonated, a pitch-black dot suddenly appeared in the center of a sphere surrounded by them, and then the black dot rapidly expanded and expanded. From a black spot rapidly expanding into a black hole more than 10 meters in size, the boy's body was quickly torn into pieces and then swallowed in. The bone shuriken was also instantly swallowed and absorbed by the powerful suction of the black hole. The clones of Leiming who were attacking the monster boy surrounded them, and when they found something was wrong, they burst out with dazzling blue light of thunder and lightning, and shouted Chidori body flicker technique. It's a pity that the suction force of that huge black hole is really not so huge. Leiming's shadow clone couldn't escape at all. And they were all sucked into the black hole one after another after rushing out less than 10 meters away. As soon as the shadow clone touched the black hole, the shadow clone was torn into pieces and even the white smoke of the explosion could not be seen. Or just as the white smoke exploded, it was swallowed up by the powerful suction of the black hole. Not only Leiming's shadow clone was devoured, even the ground below was not spared. As long as it was within the gravitational envelope of this huge black hole, it would not let it go. Boom, 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 boom. Big trees rose from the ground one by one, and the ground cracked into countless gravels. Small animals, insects, flowers, and plants, all were swallowed up. Fortunately, the energy consumption required to form a black hole is quite terrifying, so the black hole only lasted for less than 10 seconds from its appearance to its mere appearance otherwise. It may have caused serious damage to this area, irreparable permanent damage. Even if it was only less than 10 seconds, when Leiming's body came out from the ground hiding in the distance, I saw with my own eyes the Juin continent that was pulled out from the ground and exceeded a kilometer. Leiming still couldn't help being frightened and the hairs all over his body stood on end. He swallowed sharply, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and whispered to himself thankfully, I thought a little more before doing it. Greedy and aggressive, personally deal with that guy, otherwise, the consequences are really unimaginable. Orochimaru, it seems that you in this parallel otherworld have actually done things that you couldn't do in the original book. You really deserve to be one of the super bugs among Hokage ninjas. At the same time, at an unknown distance from the battlefield here, there is an underground secret base in Orochimaru. A young man who was lying on a special instrument with all kinds of talisman-like talisman papers on his body suddenly sat up straight, tore off the talisman paper pasted on his face, and pointed at the ground next to the instrument, spitting out blood. The blood was vomited as if he didn't want money, and the boy's face became even paler after he vomited the blood. Orochimaru, who was sitting on the seat next to him, showed an interested smile, looked at the boy and asked, "How is it?" "Kimimaro, what's the result of the experiment?" Kimimaro wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Orochimaru with an indifferent expression and replied, "Master Orochimaru, as you judged before, forcibly fused the blood of the Uchiha clan with my blood, and the clones created are indeed very powerful and potential, but the shortcoming is that the spirit is very unstable. My consciousness is clearly in that clone's body, but I still can't really control his body, so I failed in the fight with Uchiha Leiming in the end. It turns out that this incident was really caused by Orochimaru behind the scenes. The clone of Uchiha Shin, who possesses the Sharingan of the Uchiha family and the ability of Kimimaro Hui Yoruichi family to inherit and limit the bloodline, is the blood fusion experiment conducted by Orochimaru. Nabu Uchiha has also appeared in the sequel of the original Hokage ninja Boruto. Uchiha Nabu's ability is to have a system of implanting other people's body organs without rejection. Although it is said that the Uchiha leader of this parallel otherworld had betrayed Orochimaru a few years ago and fled Orochimaru with several clones of himself. However, regarding all the experimental data of Uchiha Shin, as well as the clones cloned from his body cells, there are still many experimental bases on Orochimaru's side. No, in the underground test base where Orochimaru, Yakushi Kabuto, and Kimimaro are located, there is a huge glass petri dish next to the special instrument where Kimimaro is lying. The petri dish is filled with an unknown liquid, and in the liquid is the corpse of a young man whose eyes Sharingan has been opened. If Leiming or Naruto see the corpse of this young man with their own eyes, they will be able to recognize this guy quickly. Isn't this the guy who almost killed Gaara and almost drove Captain Leiming to his death? While listening to Kimimaro's report, Orochimaru used his mental body to invade the clone and fought with Uchiha Leiming. With the excited expression of a scientist pervert madman in his eyes, he was circling around the container containing the corpse of the dead Uchiha letter clone, giving a sinister smile, and said with a smile, "Hey, hey, hey. I can't think of it, where are the goods? Originally, I just wanted to test it myself. After fusing the Uchiha family's blood and Hui Yorwich's blood, how strong will the clone be? How strong can it be against the real strong Uchiha family?" But by mistake he evolved Mangekyou Sharingan, or even the legendary Rinnegan. Hey, 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 that's great Rinnegan. That's the legendary power that only the Sage of Six Paths has ever had. If I can get Rinnegan, maybe obtaining immortality is no longer a dream. If I can truly obtain the ability of immortality, I will have more time to decipher the countless secrets in this world. Understand and master all ninjutsu in the world and master the true meaning of ninjutsu. Ha 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 ha. When Orochimaru turned to the position behind the boy's body in the vessel, he could see a long and hideous wound on the boy's back, and the boy's spine could be seen through the wound. What is very strange is that the young man clearly has no vital signs, but the position of the spine in the wound on his back still trembles slightly from time to time. Especially when Kimimaro speaks when he suddenly coughs up blood, the trembling movement of the spine will suddenly become louder. Obviously, the spinal bone on the boy's back is probably the spinal bone transplanted from Kimimaro. After all, Kimimaro possesses terrifying abilities unimaginable by ordinary people. He can even pull out his spine from behind and turn it into a whip-like weapon against the enemy. Kimimaro's back spine can also regenerate quickly, so this also explains why he can teleport his consciousness into the body of the clone. After Orochimaru was mad with the petri dish, he walked to the other side of the wall of the base, and after pressing a switch, the wall slowly rose. What emerged was more and more of Uchiha Shin's clone training room and a wall full of bright red Sharingan and another row of blood vessels filled with bright red blood inside the wall. Orochimaru gave a creepy and excited smile and said with a smile, ha 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 ha, Danzo, I have to say you are really a good partner. I will definitely appreciate the huge amount of experimental materials you provided me.
Put it to good use.
As a partner of Danzo, how could Orochimaru not study Sharingan? The cloner Uchiha believes that he can make it, and cloning some Sharingan is not difficult for Orochimaru at all.
Ask for flowers.
And the blood in the test tubes below was also provided by Danzo. In order to gain the power of Sharingan, Danzo also provided a lot of blood samples from the ninjas in the mandarins. With Kimimaro's test report, Orochimaru excitedly walked to the front of the newest culture chamber in the laboratory and pressed the door button. The hatch opens, revealing a clone that looks exactly like Orochimaru this time and even dresses exactly like the real Orochimaru. A.0. Seeing his own clone, Orochimaru not only didn't feel uncomfortable in the slightest, but his mental state became more excited. His eyes were burning with a different kind of ambition flame, and he suddenly activated the fairy art and became a sage mode look. Two long, snake-headed tails grew from Orochimaru's back. They opened their snake mouths and bit down on the neck of their own clone in the cultivation warehouse. Bite down one left and one right and planted the curse seal of the sky and the curse seal of the earth respectively on their own clones. Ka. Just after the curse seal was planted, the eyes of Orochimaru's clones suddenly opened, and at the same time the bones of the body made crackling sounds. The body began to twitch non-stop and the muscles squirmed wildly. From the body of the Orochimaru clone, all the bones were ejected from time to time. Unlike Orochimaru's main body, when the clone's eyes are opened, it is a Sharingan with 3 hooks. Obviously, the clone of Orochimaru in front of him is the latest product that goes further than the experimental body controlled by Kimimaro to trouble Leiming. In order to confirm the battle evolution process described by Kimimaro, it seems that Orochimaru is going to conduct a personal adventure test. In order to confirm the battle between Kimimaro and Uchiha Leiming described by Kimimaro, Orochimaru decided to take the risk and try it himself, wanting to see with his own eyes how strong the legendary Rinnegan is. Orochimaru used the power of Senjutsu to grow 2 heads with snake heads from the back, and the snake head bit the neck of Orochimaru's clone. After the fusion of the heaven and the earth, the skin color of the Orochimaru clone became darker, and the Sharingan 3-God jade in both eyes spun rapidly, and finally evolved into the form of Rinnegan. But this is not over yet, and I don't know how Orochimaru did it. Anyway, through the control of the snake head, Orochimaru controls his own clone. Opening his palm, Mangekyo Sharingan dug out the clone with his own hands, put it into the clone's mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Mangekyo's writing wheel, 890 eyes had just been swallowed, watching the clones start to undergo earth-shaking changes bit by bit. I don't know how many bloods of other powerful ninjas are fused into the body of the clone that Orochimaru gave him. Orochimaru's clone's fusion of heaven and earth spell marks is obviously different from the clone controlled by Kimimaro's consciousness invasion. The darkening of the skin color is only second, but the appearance does not change in the direction of the evil spirit. It is closer to the transformation shape of the Otsutsuki clan with threaded horns growing on the top of the head. The position between the eyebrows is split, and a Rinnegan without jade and gold grows out. And from the position between the eyebrows, 2 golden spell-sealed runes appeared, spreading down from the Rinnegan at the position of the eyebrows to both sides, and the dug-out Mangekyo Sharingan grew out again at the position of the eyes. The regrown Mangekyo Sharingan turned out to have golden pupils, and this is not over yet, after the golden runes awakened and reshaped the cloned Rinnegan. Immediately afterwards, it continued to spread down the cheeks, spread to the neck, and finally spread to the arms. The hands of Orochimaru's clone appeared similar to the rune patterns on Boruto's arms in the biography of Boruto. Orochimaru saw the huge changes after the evolution of his clone, and he was so excited that his saliva was about to flow down. No, it has already started to saliva. Excitedly, Orochimaru stretched out the long snake head and licked it at the corner of his mouth. Lick. Hey, what kind of power is this? This is a power that I have never seen before. It's amazing, it's amazing. Ah. Through the 2 snake heads growing from the back, biting the clone's neck, Orochimaru could clearly feel the huge changes in his clone's body at this moment, and the leap-forward evolution in strength. This is no longer as simple as evolution, but a jumping promotion of life level. This kind of life, and only this kind of life level, can touch the legendary secret of immortality. It can be said that the experiment that Orochimaru is doing now is very coincidental, touching the effect of the sealing technique performed by Otsutsuki Momoshi on Boruto, a wedge made by coincidence and randomly. It's just that the clone wedge created by Orochimaru doesn't have the soul seal of the Otsutsuki family hiding inside. The power and ability of this wedge must be somewhat different from the real wedge. After all, the high imitation version is just a high imitation, and compared with the real genuine product, there must be a certain gap. If Leiming were here, seeing the changes in front of him, he might not be able to help but ask a question. Orochimaru, did you make this? Otsutsuki Orochimaru. Just when Orochimaru wanted to pass through the 2 snake tails and continue to check the changes in the clone Orochimaru, a powerful chakra suddenly came out from the clone Orochimaru's body. With a bang, the body of Orochimaru in front of him was ejected and slammed into the wall of the underground laboratory behind. Unlike the clone that was invaded by Kimimaro's consciousness and Uchiha Shin, the consciousness in Orochimaru's clone is really clean, without any distracting thoughts, just like a newborn baby, only driven by primitive instinct he acts. The clone of Orochimaru rotates the golden Mangekyo Sharingan, glances left and right, and sees the Sharingan all over the wall, as well as the blood samples provided by Danzo for Orochimaru's experiments. The blood samples of ninjas from various families in Konoha village, the clones of Uchiha Shin, etc. In the eyes of Orochimaru's clone, suddenly there was an expression of seeing delicious food, with his hands and 5 fingers spread out, facing the blood sample on the wall as well as Sharingan. The clone of Uchiha Shin produced a strong suction. Immediately from the blood sample Sharingan on the Uchiha letter clone, there are a large number of dots of chakra light spots, converging towards the palm of Orochimaru's clone absorbed into the body by him. And those clones of the Sharingan and Uchiha letter that he absorbed and devoured chakra quickly withered at a visible speed, and then, in the container containing them, they were sucked alive and became the powder sank to the bottom in the vessel. As for the blood sample that was absorbed by the Orochimaru clone, it quickly became dull and lost its vitality, just like the blood of a person who had been dead for several days. Rao is that Orochimaru has a rich family. When he opened a bottle of potion from the big hole in the wall and swallowed it, he rushed out again. After seeing the huge loss of precious experimental subjects in the laboratory base, Orochimaru also felt the twitching of the corner of his heart, and he was so distressed that he almost turned his head to the sky and went into a rage. Orochimaru's complexion became gloomy at a visible speed, and he looked at his clone with cold eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said to himself 2.2, okay, you are indeed my clone. After I catch you, I will definitely get double the compensation from you. I will personally dissect you bit by bit. The clone Orochimaru lifted his eyes up, and soon he looked at the main body Orochimaru. The clone didn't seem to have a close feeling with the main body. On the contrary, what he saw from the eyes of the clone Orochimaru was more of a beast, the eyes of the prey. Orochimaru showed a cold smile, stretched out the snake's head and licked the corner of his mouth with a smile and said with a smile, "Do you want to eat me? Very good, then let's see today, do you have that ability?" Sneaker snake hand! Orochimaru pointed his right hand at his clone and threw out several long snakes to bind the clone. Generally speaking, Hidden Shadow Snake Hand is the probing ninjutsu that Orochimaru has used the longest. Through this ninjutsu, a lot of information about the opponent can be judged. Clone Orochimaru just did nothing, let Orochimaru's latent snake hand bind him, then looked at Orochimaru's body indifferently and then looked at the long snake bound and wrapped around himself. The bones of the two arms twisted twice strangely, the palms turned over and they just pressed lightly on the snake body, cloning the tattoo of the golden graphic wedge on the back of Orochimaru's hand, and the golden light lit up. The ferocious long snake that was still bound to the clone Orochimaru before began to wilt rapidly in a blink of an eye, and the long body began to dry out at a visible speed. The chakra energy in the two long snakes was quickly absorbed by the wedge's golden runes like a flood that opened the gate. Finally, in just a few seconds, the long snake bound to the clone Orochimaru was drained of life energy and died, turning into dust and falling down. The 22 Shiwan had already withdrawn his arm when he saw that the situation was not right, cutting off the connection between himself and the hidden shadow snake hand. Jumping back a few times, the greedy light in his eyes was beating when he saw the treasure, and he stuck out his tongue excitedly to lick the corner of his mouth and said, "The ability to devour chakra and life energy. It's a good ability." Orochimaru's men have seen subordinates with similar abilities before, but this is the first time he has seen such an amazing and terrifying effect of his clone devouring chakra and life energy. Orochimaru frowned and thought for a while, opened his mouth and spat out a long, shining long sword from his own mouth. Ding! The position of the heart of Orochimaru's clone body, the long sword spit out by Orochimaru was about to penetrate. The body was stabbed slightly back 2 steps. The sound of the long sword piercing into the flesh was just heard, and then came the gold and iron pair, the sound of touching. After the body of the clone Orochimaru stood up straight again, he just let the long sword spit out from Orochimaru's mouth be inserted into his body, and stepped forward little by little with the long sword on his head. Orochimaru maintained the posture of opening his mouth and spitting out the long sword, and the pushed body slid back a little bit, and 2 long scratches appeared under his feet sliding on the ground. Orochimaru opened his mouth, big drops of sweat dripped down his forehead, his eyes widened, and he looked at the wound at the clone's heart in disbelief. If you look carefully, you can see something like a white periosteum at the wound of the clone Orochimaru, which just blocked the assassination of the long sword. Is that Himamaro's blood succession limit ability? At the moment of being assassinated, the ribs at the heart position reacted quickly, and something like a bone shield appeared to block the assassination from the tip of the sword. After seeing the opponent's defense clearly, Orochimaru immediately withdrew the long sword that was stabbed in the heart of the clone Orochimaru, then spit out the Kusanagi sword, held the hilt of the Kusanagi sword tightly with one hand, and slashed towards the clone Orochimaru. Ding 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 ding! The grass pheasant sword in Orochimaru's hand is naturally sharp. It is said to be a divine sword. The combat skills of the clone Orochimaru are obviously at the level of a super rookie, but with great strength and fast speed. Facing the experienced Orochimaru body, the two sides fought for less than 5 minutes, and the clone Orochimaru was cut by the grass pheasant sword, causing an unknown number of wounds. However, no matter how many wounds Orochimaru inflicted on the clone, what frustrates him the most is that the wounds on the clone Orochimaru are innocuous injuries. For truly fatal wounds, Orochimaru can't succeed with one move, and the cut location will recover quickly, and even the blood that was about to flow out can be sucked back into the body. For example, in this move, Orochimaru grasped the hilt of the Kusanagi sword tightly with both hands, and with all his strength took the opportunity to grab a flaw in the clone Orochimaru and slashed towards his neck. The clone Orochimaru also reacted very quickly. The collarbone at the neck suddenly changed drastically, and an unknown number of hard bone spurs popped out, which just clamped the grass pheasant sword that Orochimaru cut down. Damn it, is it blocked again? Orochimaru sensed something bad and immediately drew back the Kusanagi sword, and the clone over there ejected more and more bone spurs from Orochimaru's body.
Puff 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 puff.
In just an instant, Orochimaru's body was pierced through the body, and the body was pierced like a sieve. The Orochimaru clone had the joy of catching prey in its eyes and spread its hands and 5 fingers, wanting to grab Orochimaru's corpse and extract the chakra in his body. The body of Orochimaru, who was obviously not moving, suddenly turned his head backwards, opened his mouth to the maximum, spit out a new Orochimaru covered in mucus, and walked away to escape. The body impaled on the bone spur was grasped lightly by the clone Orochimaru with both hands and sucked again. It was immediately sucked into fly ash. Orochimaru, who had already hid at a safe distance, moved his finger slightly, and the grass pheasant sword that fell to the ground immediately flew back into his hand. This guy not only has the ability to swallow and absorb other people's chakra, but also has Kimimara's blood-inheriting limit. If you fight with him in close combat, the degree of danger is too high. Try this trick again: wind style great breakthrough, wind style wind cut technique. Orochimaru has so much experience in combat, he immediately changed to another fighting method if he failed in one move, and he used the powerful wind-style ninjutsu against the clone Orochimaru in 2 hand seals. 2 wind-type ninjutsu hit the clone Orochimaru successively. The clone Orochimaru still didn't show the slightest tension or fear on his face, but simply raised his arms and opened his palms. The wedge tattoos on the backs of both hands' graphics light up. Boom! The 2 wind-style ninjutsu just touched the palm of the clone Orochimaru, and they were absorbed into the body by the golden graphic on his palm.
Next.
Wind-style great breakthrough, wind-style wind cut technique. Facing the 2 powerful wind-style ninjutsu performed by Orochimaru's main body, the clone Orochimaru simply raised his 2 hands, and the golden tattoo wedges on both hands emitted golden light. The 2 powerful wind-style ninjutsu played by Orochimaru were easily absorbed by the palms of the clone Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru stared at the golden snake eyes, looked at the tattoo pattern on the palm of the clone Orochimaru, frowned, and asked, "What is that? It can absorb my ninjutsu." In order to test the limit of Orochimaru's absorbing ninjutsu, Orochimaru simply bit off the knot on his finger, slapped the ground in front of him, and shouted, summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. Boom 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 boom! In front of Orochimaru, 5 coffins suddenly rose up, and the lids of the coffins were opened one by one. 5 people in strange costumes came out from the inside. Their costumes were similar to Orochimaru's. It seems that they should be Orochimaru's former subordinates. Even if you ask Leiming to identify it, you will only look confused. After all, the impure world reincarnation summoned by Orochimaru this time has not appeared in the original Hokage. As soon as these 5 people came out, they turned to Orochimaru's main luggage very respectfully and said, "See, Master Orochimaru, what is your order for summoning us?" Orochimaru raised his finger, pointed at his clone, and ordered, "Kill him. Don't hold back, that's just my clone experiment, you can go to Janmu with confidence." The 5 dead men summoned by Orochimaru looked with their dead eyes at the enemy they were about to face, slightly shocked. "Are we supposed to kill a clone of Master Orochimaru? This isn't that good. Are you really going to do it, tilde tilde?" Although the 5 people looked at each other and said hesitant words in their mouths, in fact, the fighting spirit was already burning in the eyes of the 5 of them, and the excited expressions on their faces couldn't be concealed no matter how hard they were. After all, the chance to kill Orochimaru with his own hands, even if it was just a clone of him, is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They have long wanted to see what it would be like to kill Orochimaru. Therefore, the 5 people immediately came up with their own tricks, dodged forward and stood in the 5 directions around the clone Orochimaru with their hands in seals and shouted, "The 5-party dragon lore array." 5 rays of light of different colors shot up from the 5 of them, and soon formed a special pentagonal barrier enclosing Orochimaru's clone inside. The strengths of the 5 people complement each other, which happens to be the fusion of the 5 attributes of the Hokage ninja chakra to form a special barrier, and a special dragon-shaped rune appears on the surface of each barrier. From these runes, there are 5 powerful attributes of chakra's dragon-shaped ninjutsu: fire style, water style, wind style, earth style, lightning style, each of which has at least super A-level strength, and it's continuous. This is why the dead in impure world reincarnation can have nearly unlimited amount of chakra. Otherwise, they will definitely die in less than 3 minutes with such a powerful ninjutsu. Upturned. Boom, 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 boom. 5 and then 5 chakra dragons of 5 attributes roared loudly and killed Orochimaru's clone. Orochimaru's clone remains calm with his hands and 5 fingers spread out, accepting all the ninjutsu that comes over him. Long dragons, no matter whether you are a fire dragon, a water dragon, a thunder dragon, an earth dragon, or a wind dragon, all of them are killed. He absorbs and devours into his palm. As for Orochimaru's body, he stood frowning on the periphery, watching the progress of the battle and analyzed to himself, "Sure enough, it's the same as I guessed. Can he really absorb any ninjutsu? It's not as simple as absorbing chakra anymore, but I don't remember giving my clone the blood power of a ninja with a similar ability." This special ability. I remember that there is a special blood succession limit called Dark Style that can do it too. Even if by chance, Orochimaru created a clone that is very, very close to the Otsutsuki family, but the imitations are just imitations after all, and the clone Orochimaru cannot absorb all ninjutsu from the enemy without limit. At least the ability of the clone Orochimaru to devour ninjutsu is still far from that of Otsutsuki Momoji. Therefore, in order to alleviate the pressure of constantly absorbing the enemy's ninjutsu, Orochimaru's clone kept one hand open and moved forward to absorb the ninjutsu from the enemy, and the other hand showed a posture of holding the sky with one hand. A black ball of light full of dangerous energy kept growing rapidly in his hands. Seeing the appearance and enlargement of the black ball of light, Orochimaru instinctively felt the threat of death, and the hairs all over his body were stimulated to stand on end. Then, I saw the black light ball and the 5-color powerful enchantment created by the 5-member group of Impure World Reincarnation, constantly squeezing and colliding with each other, resulting in a terrible energy arc reaction. Orochimaru was immediately frightened into a cold sweat, swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said to himself in horror, "Gyudong, no, that thing is dangerous, let's run away." Yakashi, Kabuto, and Kimimaro were also frightened when they saw Orochimaru's first U-turn and then ran away in a panic. They followed Orochimaru's footsteps and ran towards the exit of the underground laboratory. The clone of Big Mono's Shuin doesn't know what fear is at all. Even if it is dragging a black light ball that can destroy him in its hand, it still doesn't mean to stop. As for the Impure World Reincarnation group of 5, once the special enchantment technique started, there was no way to stop it. Therefore, they could only watch helplessly as the dangerous black ball of light continued to grow bigger and bigger, and with their enchantment collide with each other, squeeze. Thunderbolt Army. In the end, the black energy light sphere finally reached a certain critical value, and the super big explosion really happened, and the black energy beam spread into the sky. Orochimaru, who was still escaping from the underground laboratory, felt the threat of death and immediately pressed his palms on the ground and shouted, "Five-fold Rashomon! Five-fold Rashomon!" As soon as Orochimaru's hands were pressed to the ground, 5 huge gate shields with grimaces carved on them rose rapidly in front of them and blocked them. Boom, 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 what followed was a black light soaring into the sky. The strongest defensive ninjutsu performed by Orochimaru, the 5-layer Rashomon, the front door. When it encountered the black light, it was directly turned into dust by the blast. As for the second, third, and fourth Rashomons, they are not much better than the first Rashomons, but the speed of being shaken into powder is a little slower. Their sacrifice only served as a slight buffer. Fortunately, the fifth Rashomon, I don't know if it was because Orochimaru had a premonition that things were going bad. When the black light swept to the fifth Rashomon, it didn't immediately shatter it into powder like the previous Rashomon, but the tough Rashomon that was shaken showed a temporary cracking phenomenon. Rashomon came from the crack of Rashomon, and there was a little more power on the wave, and it swept towards Orochimaru and the others like a strong wind. Then, Orochimaru, Yakushi Kabuto, and Kimimaro just felt an unmatched force coming from the opposite side, and the 3 of them spit blood 330 and flew backwards. Fortunately, the place where they are is just about to reach the passage entrance of the underground base, so facing this huge energy shock force, they just accelerated their shocked bodies out of the passage entrance. The bodies of the 3 of them were like cannonballs, smashing hard into the distant land on the opposite side, and once again they were turned into a group of rats and shot into the ground. Orochimaru and the others outside the black explosion light are still like this. It is really hard to imagine what the fate of the Orochimaru clone in the center of the explosion and the group of 5 who were brought out by Orochimaru in pure world reincarnation will be like. I'm afraid under such a terrifying explosion force they don't even have a chance of being blasted into dust. Those who are directly wiped out will not even leave the dross behind. A powerful black explosion beam soared into the sky, lasted for 5 seconds and then dissipated bit by bit. Orochimaru, Yakushi Kabuto, and Kimimaro were thrown into the ground. The condition of the 3 people at the moment is really not very good. The bones of their hands and feet were deformed and twisted due to the powerful impact just now. Know how much is broken. Even though Kimimaro has the blood of the Hui Yoruichi clan, it took 5 minutes to heal all the broken bones on his body, and use the power of the curse seal to heal the flesh and blood injuries on his body. The injury was basically cured. When Kimimaro climbed out of the ground again and hit the big hole, his face became visibly paler. As for Orochimaru, in the underground hole he was in, his body had turned into a rag sack, sinking deep into the ground. With his head opened, a snake-like creature covered in mucus quickly drilled out. After burrowing out of the ground, Orochimaru turned into a human again with an equally pale and scary face. Although Orochimaru's resilience can be called pervert level, after all, he was sealed by third Hokage with the ghoul sealing technique. Therefore, the strength cannot be fully utilized. Even if the undead reincarnation technique is used in advance, the body still has the sequelae of being backlashed by the curse of the ghoul sealing technique. As for Yakushi Kabuto, his recovery ability is also at the level of monsters, but his current injuries are too serious. To recover from the injuries on his body, he needs to consume a lot of chakra to recover. With his own chakra stock, it's not bad that he can only save his life. If he wants to fully recover from his injuries, he has to rely on Orochimaru and Kimimaro to save him. But at this time, Orochimaru and Kimimaro didn't have time to care about Yakushi Kabuto's life and death. Both of them were busy rushing to the location where the black light exploded and observed CCFF the next situation. Rushing back to the origin of the explosion, what entered the eyes of the 2 of them was a huge underground pit with a depth of hundreds of meters and a width of more than 100 meters. Although nearly 10 minutes have passed since the explosion, the aftermath of the powerful energy explosion can still be felt from the underground pit, and it still explodes underground twice from time to time. What a terrifying power! What is that one just now? The destructive power of the legendary tailed beast bomb is no more than that. Orochimaru frowned as he watched the huge crater blown out of the ground. Kimimaro also stood up at this time, looked at Orochimaru and asked, Master Orochimaru, I heard you mentioned Rinnegan and Sage of Six Paths before. Could it be that your clone just now used the power of Rinnegan? Orochimaru touched his chin with one hand, frowned and said, honestly, what does Rinnegan's power look like? I don't know very well, and I saw it for the first time today. Looks like if I get the chance, I'll have to meet my old friend again. I heard that idiot Jiraiya once had contact with the holder of the Rinnegan. Half a day later, after Orochimaru's treatment, Yakushi Kabuto was finally revived with full blood, and the three of them carefully descended to the bottom of the explosion again, wanting to see if there might be any residue left behind. For example, Orochimaru clone stumps, if possible. Golden Mangekyo Sharingan Golden Rinnegan would be better if kept. However, the saying that imagination is beautiful and reality is the backbone is really true. When Orochimaru and the others went down to the ground, there were no remains of Orochimaru's clones left behind. Even the dead from the impure world reincarnation technique known as immune to death forever, there were no remains left behind. Orochimaru, who guessed the reason, frowned and said to himself, it's really a terrible explosive power. This is a trick to destroy the enemy from the soul. After a careful inspection, Yakushi Kabuto suddenly found something, climbed up again, pointed his finger in a certain direction on the ground and said loudly, Master Orochimaru, what do you think is that? Orochimaru and Kimimaro climbed up to the same height as Yakushi Kabuto, and saw a special graphic symbol of arrogance left somewhere on the ground. If Leiming saw this pictorial mark, he would probably exclaim immediately, isn't that the family emblem of the Otsutsuki clan? If Sasuke, who passed on the timeline of Boruto, could see this pattern, he would be horrified, because this pattern is more than 70% similar to the family emblem of Otsutsuki Kaguya. As for Orochimaru, although he doesn't know the picture and text, but with his extensive knowledge reserve, he can make some basic judgments. I haven't seen this pattern much, but judging from the composition of the picture, it should be a very, very old marking picture. Do you record it first and then erase all important traces here? There was such a big commotion in this place before. I believe someone will come here soon, especially that idiot Jiraiya. I will definitely follow the smell. Yes, Master Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto respectfully accepted the order and immediately took out a small notebook from the ninja bag behind his back and began to draw and record according to the pictures and texts below. After Yakushi Kabuto had recorded the pattern, he immediately opened the scroll with both hands facing the bottom, released a ninjutsu move and shouted water-style storm. Open the scroll and there is a big water character written in the middle of the carved rune. With the input of Yakushi Kabuto chakra, the powerful water style is like a flood that opens the gate, pouring towards the big pit below. After erasing the Otsutsuki crest, Orochimaru quickly left here with Yakushi Kabuto and Kimimaro. Soon, one day passed and Jiraiya followed the clues to find this place as Orochimaru predicted. When Jiraiya found this place, he found that there were already many farmers carrying hoes, village women and children around the big pit, talking about it, or simply burning incense and paying homage. Jiraiya quickly guessed something by asking the surrounding villagers, combined with her own experience, and looked at the big pit with a frown and said to herself, Orochimaru, what kind of experiment are you doing here? How can you cause such a terrible disaster, destructive power? At the same time, Jiraiya easily saw a lot of suspicious figures among the surrounding crowd. These people don't need to guess, they also know that they are the eyeliners or spies of other ninja villages. Time flies and a month has passed. In Orochimaru's studio, Orochimaru is desperately looking for and checking the records in the ancient books. When Yakushi Kabuto walked into the door, he knocked on the door specially and respectfully said, Master Orochimaru. Danzo sent someone to contact me again, asking about the explosion in our base last time. Orochimaru put down an ancient scroll in his hand, looked at Yakushi Kabuto with a smile on his lips and said with a smile, HMPH. Danzo, that boring careerist, really cares about whether I have developed a powerful ninjutsu. Alright, since he's so caring, if we don't make good use of it, it's really a waste of the fat sheep that came to our door. Heh, so do you know what to do, bar? Yakushi Kabuto showed a knowing smile and said with a smile, understood, I will convey to Danzo exactly what you mean, Mr. Orochimaru. Very good. You are indeed the most reliable. Orochimaru was in a really good mood at the moment. He got up from his seat with a smile, walked to the office wall with the ancient scroll in his hand in front of the huge map hanging on the face, checked the information on it. Suddenly, Orochimaru pointed at a coordinate on the map and said with a smile, "According to the records, there is a similar pattern in a certain mountain near the ruins of the Uzumaki country. Do you and the people sent by Danzo after contact, we will set off as soon as possible and rush there to have a look." Orochimaru, who was brought out by the explosion of his own clone and suspected to be the family emblem of the Otsutsuki clan, has completely aroused his interest, and it can be said that he is full of energy at the moment. In fact, what Orochimaru is doing now is equivalent to taking over in advance what Boruto passed on to Sasuke. Orochimaru has been looking for all the clues about the Otsutsuki family with great interest for more than half a year. I have to say that Orochimaru is indeed the master of Sasuke in the original work. He is even better than Sasuke in some things like this kind of archaeological exploration, even more powerful. As Orochimaru continued to search for clues, he even saw Sixian in a white feather coat at a site of the Otsutsuki clan, asking for flowers. I don't know if it's the so-called same-as*X repulsive relationship, or the relationship between the two of them are conspiratorial, but Orochimaru knew that there was something wrong with C.I. Shion from the first time he saw him. So Orochimaru walked up to Sixian with a smile and said with a smile, Oh, it's interesting to see other living people in this kind of ruined temple deep in the mountains, hidden image sleep. Orochimaru kept a smile on his face, and without any hesitation when he made a move, dozens of long snakes shot out from his right hand and opened their mouths to bite C.I. Shion. When Sixian saw Orochimaru, he also wanted to do it, but Orochimaru did it one step ahead of him. Point 0. Huh, interesting guy, C.I. Shion waved lightly with one hand towards the front. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, dozens of black iron rods suddenly shot out from Sixian's face, and in just an instant, not only did they nail the long snake that Orochimaru had hit to the ground to death. At the same time, those black iron rods were deeply inserted into Orochimaru's body, piercing through Orochimaru's hands, feet, thighs, lower abdomen, etc., and then inserted into the ground. Orochimaru was cultivated by Ryucha Cave, and he is also very pure in the use of the energy of Zanjutsu. As soon as the black stick is inserted into the body, Orochimaru can feel the change of chakra in the body. A mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth, then looked at the other party with a slight smile on his face, and said with a smile, "What is this? It looks very powerful." Sixian looked at Orochimaru expressionlessly and said, "A dead person doesn't need to know that much." As he said that, C.I. Shion conjured a black iron rod from his palm and swept it towards Orochimaru's head. Seeing the opponent's attack, Orochimaru stopped pretending, turned his head and opened his mouth to the maximum, and Orochimaru body replacement technique was activated. Orochimaru ran away in a snake shape and managed to avoid Sixian's black stick attack. In the end, the double's head was chopped off. Seeing that Orochimaru turned into a snake-like creature, spitting it out from the stand-in's mouth and running away, even though C.I. Shion was used to all kinds of weird abilities, she was a little shocked by Orochimaru's weird abilities. Sixian raised his brows slightly, then returned to a calm expression, looked at Orochimaru who was standing in the distance, and said, "Interesting ability, but unfortunately this ability alone can't save your life." Orochimaru, on the other hand, had sweat dripping from his forehead, looked at C.I. Shion and said with a smile, "Really? Then I want to see, is it you or my technique that is stronger? Summoning technique, reanimation jutsu." Saying that, Orochimaru bit his finger, pressed on the ground, and summoned a coffin in front of him. When the lid of the coffin was opened, it turned out to be Gaara's father, 4th Kazekage 490, who came out of it. After Orochimaru summoned 4th Kazekage, he took out a kunai from his arms with a smile, put it into the back of 4th Kazekage's head, and ordered in the direction of Sixian. "Kill him." After seeing Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation, C.I. Shion sneered disdainfully, "Is it a spell to summon the dead?" While speaking, C.I. Shion raised his palm to face the direction of Orochimaru and 4th Kazekage, and waved his hand lightly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Dozens of black iron rods appeared in front of Orochimaru and 4th Kazekage like teleportation, and they were about to hit their bodies. In front of the fourth Kazekage, golden sand suddenly rose up, turning into a solid wall blocking all the black iron rods. Ding 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 ding! Orochimaru showed a confident smile and said with a smile, "The iron rod you shoot is made of a very special material. Once it hits the person's body, it will cause chaos in chakra, and the firing speed is so fast that it is almost invisible. But this one in front of you is the existence that I have exhausted all my strength to finally kill. His spells, to a certain extent, have a restraining effect on you." "Really? A technique to restrain me?" While Shion was speaking, black curse marks began to spread on his body, and he summoned a black iron rod in his hand and rushed towards Orochimaru's direction. Fourth Kazekage was ordered by Orochimaru, so when Sixian rushed towards them, he immediately pressed his hands on the ground. With the input of chakra from fourth Kazekage, a large amount of golden sand spewed out from the ground immediately. The golden sand slapped towards Sixian like a tsunami. Facing the golden sand that was slapping like a tsunami, Sixian didn't dodge or dodge and opened his 5 fingers so lightly forward with one hand. The golden sand sea in front of Sixian was like a vacuum cleaner that encountered a bottomless pit. He absorbed it easily and didn't know where to put it. Seeing Sixian's strange ability, Orochimaru couldn't help but twitched the corners of his eyes immediately, gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, is it this kind of power again? The clones he and I created have the same ability. They have the ability to devour the ability of other people's ninjutsu. In addition, I met him here. He probably has a special connection with those ancient pictures and texts. You must catch him, and if you catch him and take him back, you may be able to research the answer you want." Orochimaru saw Sixian's powerful power, not only was not frightened, but aroused a stronger greedy heart. Sixian quickly rushed to Orochimaru and the others, pointed at them with one hand and stretched his fingers and said coldly, "You guys too, come and taste the power of your own ninjutsu." As Sixian opened his hand, a large amount of golden sand suddenly spewed out from his hand, rushing towards Orochimaru. Fourth Kazekage seals the seal with both hands and spreads forward wall of gold dust. Boom 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 boom. The impact of the golden sand sea released by Sixian quickly hit the wall of golden sand made by fourth Kazekage. The impact effect of the scene was as if a real flood hit a hard embankment. Shion was flying lightly in the air, looking at everything that happened in front of him coldly and said to himself, "It is true that there are some skills, but it is far from enough if it is only this level. Really, I really want to try it out. What's not enough?" I don't know when Orochimaru has quietly walked behind Sixian holding the Kusanagi sword tightly with both hands. Aim at Sixian's heart to launch a sneak attack. The grass pheasant's sword swished and lengthened rapidly, stabbing towards Shion's back. Sixian's perception ability is also very keen and soon discovered Orochimaru's sneak attack, and his figure suddenly flashed out of thin air and disappeared. What? Disappeared the same space ninjutsu as fourth Hokage? When Orochimaru saw Sixian's sudden disappearance, he immediately thought of the golden shining fourth Hokage. Orochimaru performed a body replacement technique almost subconsciously. Pooh! Orochimaru's body replacement technique had just been performed. Sixian's side also appeared behind Orochimaru's back at an unknown time, and the black iron rod in his hand aimed at the back of Orochimaru's heart and pierced it fiercely. This is probably called an eye for an eye, and Sixian wants to kill Orochimaru in the same way. But the moment the black iron rod pierced Orochimaru's body, Sixian frowned unconsciously, and Orochimaru, who was pierced into the body by the black rod, slowly turned into a mud substitute, limp and limp. Sixian immediately turned his eyes to another direction not far away where the ground was, because the body of the snake slowly emerged from the ground. Looking at Sixian with a sad smile, he said, "HMPH. Your ninjutsu is indeed very powerful. If I hadn't prepared for it, you would have killed the one with 1.8. In Orochimaru's heart, he was also secretly rejoicing, thinking, "Fortunately, Namikaze Minato and I have practiced against each other before, otherwise, it would be really difficult to deal with this guy who is good at space ninjutsu." Having said that, Orochimaru didn't dare to be careless. After all, it is really difficult for a guy who is good at space ninjutsu to defend against attacks, so Orochimaru once again distanced himself from Sixian. This fighting style can be regarded as one of the few experiences after the fight between Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato. Although it is not very useful, it is somewhat comforting, isn't it? The fight between Orochimaru and Sixian basically belonged to the fighting style of fighting while retreating, and it was not as aggressive as Naruto Sasuke in the Boruto legend. Therefore, Rao is the real reason why Sixian's strength is clearly higher than Orochimaru's, but he still can't give Orochimaru a fatal blow. Sixian hit a huge cube towards 4th Kazekage with one hand, and 4th Kazekage quickly controlled Jinsha to turn into a huge golden palm, grabbing the cube. Pooh! At the same time, Sixian took advantage of the cube to hold 4th Kazekage temporarily, and his figure disappeared first, and when he reappeared he was already in front of Orochimaru. The black iron rod in his hand aimed at the position of Orochimaru's heart and stabbed down fiercely because the snake's heart suffered a fatal blow. However, Orochimaru still turned his head with a smile on his face and opened his mouth to spit out. The Orochimaru body replacement technique was activated again, and Orochimaru spit out from the mouth in a serpentine shape and fled towards the distance. Don't try to escape. Sixian had fought against Orochimaru so many times, and he already had a certain understanding of Orochimaru's ninjutsu. He raised his hand 22 and aimed at the direction where Orochimaru was escaping and threw out hundreds of black iron sticks. Puff 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 puff! In an instant, Orochimaru's escape direction was like a rain of black iron rods, densely packed with black iron rods along the way. But Orochimaru, whom Sixian really wanted to kill, was more slippery than a loach and could always find a gap in the black iron rod to escape. Cut, it's such a troublesome little bug, can't you kill it? Because of Orochimaru's relationship, Xian was rarely in a bad mood, frowning and muttering to himself. Orochimaru's combat power may not be comparable to those of the top ninjas in the Hokage ninja world, but if you want to say that he is an expert compared to the means of saving his life and escaping. Especially after fighting against 3rd Hokage last time, after being sealed with the soul of both hands. Orochimaru looked around, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he smiled. Your strength is indeed much stronger than mine, but that doesn't mean I'm doomed. As Orochimaru folded his hands together, a blue light began to appear on his body, and at the same time, a change of fairy facial makeup appeared on his face. Under the effect of Senjutsu, Orochimaru's body swelled rapidly at a visible speed, and shouted, "Look at my Yaki technique." Orochimaru actually resorted to his strongest trick, transforming into a white Yamata no Orochi with the size of a tailed beast and 8 snake heads. It seems that Orochimaru is really fighting to catch Sixian. The secret of chasing longevity is in front of him, how can he let it go? Sixian looked up at Orochimaru, who had turned into Yamata no Orochi, frowned and said to himself, "Did you become a monster?" After fighting with Orochimaru for so long, Sixian didn't want to continue to entangle with Orochimaru anymore, and simply started to activate the second form of wedge with a spiral face growing on his head. Orochimaru transformed into Yamata no Orochi with 8 heads, making a piercing snake roar, and each snake mouth opened to spit out large groups of yellow acid water. Puff 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 puff. Xian didn't dodge or dodge, went up to meet him, opened his hand to absorb all the acid water in front of him. As for what brushed past him, he didn't bother to absorb it. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The ground that was hit by the acid water spit out by Yamata no Orochi immediately reacted violently, and the acid water corroded the ground so that blue smoke came out. Sixian, who was in the second state of the wedge, had already rushed to one of the heads of Yamata no Orochi, pressed forward with one palm, and a huge cube hit the snake's head hard. Boom. A huge snake head was exploded by Xian, but it was not over yet. Xian followed closely, aimed at the heads of the other 7 big snakes, and released 7 huge cubes respectively. Boom 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 boom. Every snake head was hit by a huge cube, and Yamata no Orochi, who lost its snake head, fell to the ground with a bang. Xian's body fell to the ground slowly. Seeing Orochimaru's transformation into Yamata Orochi's corpse finally stopped moving, thinking that Orochimaru was finally killed by himself, the wedge on his body began to slowly release from the second state. However, what Sixian didn't expect was that he had just breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly countless white bone spurs drilled out from under his feet, piercing his body through countless holes. Sixian, who didn't expect that there were other enemies ambushing here, couldn't help being stunned for a moment, looked at the white bone spur inserted into his body in surprise and said in shock, "Is this a bone?" Kaguya's ability. On the other side, Yada no Orochi, who had been blasted by Ci Shion with a cube to blast 8 snake heads, suddenly twisted its 8 necks violently, and new granulation began to grow from the position of the fracture, and within a minute, 8 brand new heads grew back. The 8 snake heads all looked at Ci Shion, their eyes were full of greed, and they said, "HMPH, ha, you are still too careless." On the ground next to Yamada no Orochi, Kimimaro, who had transformed into the curse mark of the earth, slowly emerged from the ground, looked at Sixian with cold eyes, and then looked respectfully at Orochimaru, who had transformed into Yamada no Orochi. "Respectfully, Master Orochimaru, according to your plan, we have captured him 70. What shall we do with him next?" After seeing that it was not Kaguya that came out of the ground but Kimimaro, Jai Shion's nervousness finally relaxed. Just now he thought it was Kaguya who hid behind his back and designed everything. Although his body was pierced by so many bone spurs, Sixian's surface returned to calm again. Just when Sixian was about to activate the second state of the wedge again and completely wiped out Orochimaru and Kimimaro, there were cracks in many places where the wound was pierced by the bone spur. Crack, crack, crack. Sure enough, this body is still not good. It seems that we need to find a suitable new body as soon as possible. Sixian, who found something wrong with his body, sighed helplessly, then raised his head, looked at Orochimaru and Kimimaro indifferently and said, "I'll write down what happened today. I hope you don't die too early. Next time when we meet, I will take your lives with my own hands." While speaking, a huge black space vortex appeared behind Ci Shion, and Ci Shion's body was swallowed by the black vortex little by little. Seeing Sixian's body being swallowed by the black Uzumaki black hole behind him little by little, Orochimaru became anxious immediately. Sixian might be the real immortal he has ever met. If I catch him and take him back to study, the goal Orochimaru has been longing for will be achieved. Orochimaru roared excitedly, "Don't go, stay with me if you can. We'll fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Hey, B*******, D, did you hear me?" Orochimaru, who was clearly in a hurry, did not hesitate to take the risk himself, turned into a snake shape in the opposite direction of Ci Shion and swam away at high speed. However, what was waiting for Orochimaru was a mass of black iron rods shot towards him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, puff 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 puff. Because Orochimaru rushed too fast, he didn't dodge. His body was shot by the black iron rod, and he was nailed to the ground on the spot. When Orochimaru used the Orochimaru body replacement technique again and opened his mouth to spit out a new body again, the opposite Sixian had been completely swallowed by the black hole Uzumaki and disappeared without a trace. In this battle, if it is really a competition of strength, Sixian's strength is far above Orochimaru. But Orochimaru did not fight as hard as Naruto and Sasuke in Boruto Legend. Plus Sixian's carelessness, and Sixian's body as a container could not withstand Otsutsuki's powerful chakra. Otsutsuki Ishiki, who lives in Sixian's body, is also a life-saving person, so he would not choose to temporarily retreat because of Orochimaru's relationship, causing real fatal damage to himself. Damn it. Damn it, it was so close. Orochimaru gritted his teeth angrily and then turned his gaze back to the ruined temple where he met Ci Shion just now. Since I can meet that man there, it means that there must be something special in that ruined temple that attracts him. I hope to get some unexpected clues from there. Orochimaru unlocked the reanimation jutsu and let forth Kazekage return to the coffin, but he took Kimimaro back to the ruined temple to find clues. Needless to say, he really found a clue, but the information written on the stone wall of the underground chamber of the ruined temple was written in ancient characters, and it would take quite a while to decipher. However, Orochimaru's attention was deeply attracted by a huge mural of a beautiful long-haired woman confronting 2 other similarly dressed electronics. Orochimaru looked at the long-haired beautiful woman on the mural, especially the 9-curved jade Rinnegan on her forehead, and exclaimed, "Who is the woman on this mural? And who are the 2 men under the mural?" If Leiming saw this mural, his eyes would probably widen and he exclaimed, "Damn it, Otsutsuki Kaguya, the 2 people below are Kaguya's 2 sons, right?" Just when Orochimaru was trying his best to pursue the clues of the Otsutsuki clan on the other side of Konoha village, Leiming had brought Naruto and the others back to Konoha village. Leiming, Zinyu, Bai, Sasuke, Neji and Naruto are in the Hokage office, reporting their actions this time. Suddenly, a pigeon landed outside Hokage's office window and the pigeon's feet were tied with iron hoops marked with star patterns. After removing the iron hoop and taking out a letter from it to read carefully, Tsunade couldn't help raising his sharp eyes to look at Leiming and the others. Shikamaru was caught by Tsunade-sama's eyes and immediately felt that something very troublesome was about to come out, so Shikamaru pretended to be stupid and turned his head to look to the side. Naruto met Master Tsunade's eyes with great interest and asked, "What's the matter? What's the matter? Master Tsunade, is there a new task for us?" Tsunade put his little hand to his lips and coughed twice, ahem. "It's not a big mission, it's just a village that has a good relationship with us. We just ask us to send guards to help." "Escort mission? Is it to protect some daimyo or some high-ranking official?" Naruto's eyes immediately sparkled when he heard that there was an escort mission. Tsunade really couldn't stand Naruto's staring eyes, so he simply handed the letter to Leiming, saying, "Leiming, this task is up to you to arrange and deal with. As for who to send in the end, you decide." "Yes, Master Tsunade." Leiming took the letter and looked at it briefly with a smile on his lips. "I smiled happily in my heart. Is the mission of Hokage Ninja Village finally here? I have been waiting for this mission for a long time. The stars of Hokage Ninja Village have been wanted since I first came to the Hokage Ninja world. It's just a pity that I didn't dare to disrupt the development of the storyline and disrupt the future development, so I didn't attack that village. But now, maybe now is a good opportunity." At this moment, Leiming has already begun to plan in his mind how to get the stars of the Star Ninja quietly. After leaving the Hokage Ninja office, Leiming scanned Konoha 12 Zyokyung and finally decided to stay Naruto, Sasuke and Zyo Sakura. Neji, Tianshin and Zyo Lee, who did not publish the original work in the mission of Planetary Ninja Village, sent out. "Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura, I will leave this task to you. By the way, I will send my other two companions there later. They will be the captain and vice-captain of this mission. An hour later, gather at the gate of the village." An hour later, at the gate of Konoha village, Naruto kicked the ground in displeasure and curled his lips in dissatisfaction. "What? It's just a very simple guard task and the three of us are more than enough, okay? What else? For the other captains, the vice-captain Zhao Zhao should take care of us." Little Sakura stood beside Sasuke, nodded in approval and said, "That's right. That's right, Captain Leiming, Sister Bai and Sister Zinyu don't matter, they are so strong I will be convinced even if they control us." As for classmate Sasuke, although he didn't say anything, the way Sasuke leaned against the door, frowning slightly, can also show that Sasuke is also unhappy in his heart. "HMPH, you brats, are you looking down on us? If you are not convinced, I welcome you to challenge me at any time." At the gate of Konoha village, wearing a Konoha forehead protector, a crystal-style ninja Gyurin wearing a green costume with a beautiful camellia pattern, and Ranmaru with the blood-successing limit-bound red eyes have already appeared there, wearing a green outfit with a beautiful camellia pattern and a Konoha forehead protector, crystal-style ninja Gyurin, and Ranmaru with a pair of red pupils and ear-length short hair wearing a Konoha village forehead protector. You have reached the gate of Konoha village in a flash. Seeing two people suddenly appearing silently not far from him, Sasuke immediately put on a vigilant state, jumped a distance and looked at Gyurin and Ranmaru with vigilant eyes. "Who are you two?" Naruto and little Sakura saw that Sasuke had entered a tense state, and the two of them also became tense and alert. Ranmaru saw that the two sides were a bit tense and immediately stood between the two sides and comforted with a wry smile. "Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura, right? Don't be nervous, my name is Ranmaru and her name is Gyurin. We all it's Lord Leiming's companion. Aren't you sent to the Xinjiang country, Zingran village to perform the escort mission this time? Sister Honglian is the captain of this mission and I am her deputy. Captain Leiming's companions, why haven't we heard of you before?" Little Sakura relaxed her vigilance a little but still asked a question. Honglian crossed her arms in displeasure, curled her lips and said, "Why should I explain to some useless, stinky brats? Make it clear I am your captain. It should be me who gave the order and you all obeyed.
What?
I don't know how good your relationship is with Captain Leiming, but you dare to say such a thing to us. I can't pretend that I didn't hear it. If you want to command me, then kill me first. As soon as Naruto heard Guren's words, he pressed his fist and stood up. Very good, I will satisfy your request. Guren heard Naruto's bold words, not only did not feel angry at all, but her spirit became excited and she walked slowly in front of Naruto. Come on, I'm afraid of you. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang, puff 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 puff, bang bang. In less than a minute, not only were the dozens of shadow clones from Naruto all blown up, but even the main body was beaten to the ground by Honglian with a head like a pig's head on its head and fell to the ground covered in smoke. After beating Naruto viciously, Hong CCFA Lion clapped her little hands contentedly, grinning and said, "Humph, it's exactly as Zinyu said, the feeling of beating Naruto is super cool." Seeing Naruto being beaten miserably, the corner of Sakura's mouth twitched uncontrollably. From Guren's fighting style, Sakura saw a familiar figure. So I couldn't help but asked curiously, "This, Honglian's sister, right? May I ask which adult you practiced with before?" Honglian raised her head proudly and said with a smile, "What? Did you see it? As you guessed, I once practiced with Master Tsunade and I can be regarded as Leiming Zinyu by their fellow disciples."
Sure enough.
I said that seeing Guren's elder sister's way of beating Naruto is so familiar, so you are also Master Tsunade's disciple. Little Sakura knew that Guren was Tsunade's disciple, and quickly changed her face and rushed behind Guren, facing Honglian. He squeezed his shoulders again and pulled his arms closer together. After all, how to learn from Tsunade as a teacher is something that little Sakura has been thinking about recently. Ouch, you nasty woman, you are the matter of Captain Leiming's brother. Why didn't you tell me earlier? It hurts, hurts, hurts. No wonder the fist is so strong. Naruto was in a rush, lying on the ground, making a dissatisfied cry of pain. Honglian enjoyed the attentive massage from little Sakura again while looking at Naruto with the corners of her mouth upturned. She smiled and said, "If I told you earlier that I am Leiming's fellow apprentice, would you still dare to provoke me and fight me? I heard Zinyu say how refreshing it is to beat you. How could I let go of this good opportunity?" After listening to the conversation between Guren and Sakura, Sasuke relaxed his vigilance, looked at Ranmaru next to him and asked, "Vice Captain Ranmaru, how about you? Can you tell me a little bit about your background?" Ranmaru showed a gentle smile and said with a smile, "My background is nothing special. I was born in an ordinary small village. When I was young, I was unable to leave the village because of my weak health. Moreover, because of my special ability, people in the village feared and rejected by people. However, Master Leiming happened to pass by my village later. He not only accepted me kindly, took care of me, but also healed my body and taught me ninjutsu.
That's it.
I practiced with Master Leiming for a period of time. How could Leiming let go of a special talent like Ranmaru? As early as a few years ago, he had already extended a helping hand to Ranmaru, so he would not waste Ranmaru's talent and let him develop like the original book, go down and be a curry chef or something. After getting acquainted with each other, this temporarily formed team of 5 immediately set off for Xingnan village in the country of bears. However, what Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura didn't know was that after they left Konoha village for more than 10 minutes, Leiming had quietly hung behind them and set off. Looking at Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura in the distance ahead, Leiming raised the corners of his mouth, showing a confident smile and said with a smile, "The star of Star Ninja Village, a meteorite that can change the shape of chakra and can also greatly strengthen chakra. I will definitely get you this time. The stars of Star Ninja Village may be the controller that can solve my fusion of immortal energy and the energy of Greer Stone. Even if that star can't adjust the energy balance of Xianju energy and Geller's Stone. As long as I make good use of it, maybe I can develop it in advance. Even if I don't need to open Mangekyo Sharingan, maybe I can use Suzanu's power. In other words, how can I get the stars quietly without causing too much impact on the plot of the story, and without making people suspect that I got the stars in the end? You know, in this Hokage ninja world, there are quite a few powerful people who covet the stars of Hokage Ninja Village. Leiming quietly followed Naruto, Sasuke, and the others, thinking about countermeasures while following them as time passed. Ranmaru and the others took Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to the vicinity of Hoshinin village in the Bear Kingdom. Naruto jumped forward excitedly, looked at Sasuke beside him provocatively, and said, "Sasuke, let's compare and see who will reach Hoshino village first." Sasuke curled his lips in disdain, closed his eyes, and said, "Super idiot. Who wants to have such a boring match with you?" Hey, that's it, I'll go first." Naruto was the first to sprint forward without waiting for Sasuke's consent. Ha ha ha. "I've decided on the first place." Naruto jumped out of the forest excitedly, and a huge valley crack appeared in front of him. In this crack there was a thick yellow mist. Naruto subconsciously jumped towards the bottom of the valley with chakra attached to his feet and ran down the mountain wall. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, dozens of arrows were shot from the opposite valley, and they were accurately nailed in front of the route Naruto wanted to advance. Seeing an enemy attack, Naruto immediately stepped on the arrow with both feet and jumped backwards, retreating to the mountain tilde valley on his side. Then, another arrow was shot from the opposite side, with a long rope tied to the end of the arrow, and the arrow penetrated deeply into the trunk of a big tree behind Naruto. A guy wearing a mask stepped on a rope and ran towards Naruto quickly. Is it an enemy? Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, 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 bang. As soon as Naruto saw the opponent approaching, he subconsciously activated the shadow clone technique, conjuring more than a dozen shadow clone and besieged the opponent. The other party was standing tall on the top of the tree, forming a special seal with both hands, and said in a deep voice, "Peacock magic." Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, a powerful purple chakra erupted from the masked man. Under the control of the masked man, the powerful purple chakra was swept away by the surrounding shadow clone, and they were blown up one after another in the air. This guy, what a strong chakra! Naruto was also taken aback when he saw the opponent's powerful strength, and took out kunai from the ninja bag behind him, ready to fight. Just when Naruto was about to continue to fight, Ranmaru, who was chasing up from behind, had red pupils lit up, and he had already seen that Naruto in front had clashed with the people who were going to greet them. So Ranmaru held his forehead with some headaches and sighed to Guren next to him. "Oh, Sister Guren, Naruto seems to be fighting with the people of Hoshinin village." Hearing what Ranmaru said, little Sakura couldn't help but rushed out first, gritted her teeth, and yelled in the direction ahead, "Naruto, stop me, you super stupid. That's not our enemy law." As for Sasuke, what he cares about is not who Naruto is fighting with. What Sasuke really cares about is Ranmaru's ability. Ranmaru's eyes are also red pupils. Seeing Sasuke staring into his eyes, Ranmaru immediately showed a gentle and shy smile and said with a smile, "What's the matter? Sasuke, do you care about my eyes?" As Sasuke kept moving forward, he asked, "Can your eyes, like white eyes, see things happening far away?" Ranmaru thought for a while and then replied with a smile, "To some extent, in terms of farsightedness, my eyes and white eyes are really comparable. In addition to my farsightedness, my eyes can also have the same ability to see through as Baiyan. Of course, in terms of details, my eyes are still worse than Yaoyan." When talking about this, Ranmaru smiled embarrassedly. "In addition, I have the ability to interfere with other people's perception." Regarding the ability to interfere with perception, Master Leiming once joked to me that my eyes are the natural enemy of White Eye's woolen cloth. Natural enemies, how strong is your interference ability? Leiming will make this judgment for you, Sasuke as always grasped the main question and asked. Ranmaru thought for a while, shook his head and said with a smile, "How strong is my interference ability? I really can't say that. So far, I haven't fought a ninja with supercilious ability. I haven't fought a ninja with white eyes ability, that is to say, you have fought with other ninjas with sentient ability, right? And you have defeated them, right?" Sasuke asked with his eyes fixed on Ranmaru, seeking flowers 0. Ranmaru scratched his cheek in embarrassment and said with a shy smile, "I haven't won many sentient ninjas, but I just cooperated with Mr. Leiming and captured a few defected ninjas with bounties." "No, how many sentient ninjas have you never won? How many sentient ninjas do you want to win to be amazing?" Hearing what Ranmaru said, a few black lines dropped down on Sasuke's forehead, and he couldn't help but I started to think of Naruto complaining. Soon, under the leadership of Gyurin, Ranmaru and Sasuke also arrived, and little Sakura was already apologizing to the masked guy opposite. "Sorry, this guy is an idiot, don't be as knowledgeable as him." While speaking, little Sakura punched Naruto hard on the head. "Boom, ouch little Sakura, why did you hit me? Idiot, you still have the face to ask me why I beat you and apologize to him. He is not an enemy at all, he is the ninja sent by Star Ninja Village to welcome us." Little Sakura pressed Naruto's head, bowed down to apologize to the other party, laughed and said, "Aha. Ahahaha, Naruto is like this, please forgive me." Although Naruto was forced by the little Sakura to bow down and apologize to the other party, he finally managed to break free from the clutches of the little Sakura, pointed at the other party and said loudly, "Welcome, have you ever seen someone who greets guests with arrows? Look at the valley below that row of arrows." The other party took off the mask, looked at Naruto with idiot eyes and said, "It seems that I am nosy, if you want to go down you can go down now, no one is stopping you."
What?
"You dare to be arrogant to me?" Naruto was immediately annoyed by the other party's words and couldn't help but want to rush forward to fight. However, Gyurin walked up to Naruto's side speechlessly, punched him in the head again, and pointed at the bird that happened to fly over the valley and then fell down.
Idiot, show me the situation before you speak.
"Boom, idiot, let me see the situation clearly before you speak." Gyurin punched Naruto's head hard, closed her eyes and frowned speechlessly. Naruto was in so much pain from Gyurin's heavy punch that he almost shed tears, but I still looked in the direction of Honglian's finger. Sure enough, I saw a white bird in the valley. When it flew through the yellow fog in the valley, it soon fell down powerlessly. Little Sakura, a school ninja, was at the side. After seeing this phenomenon, he immediately raised his index finger and said in front of Naruto, "Naruto, didn't you read the introduction of the mission before you came here to perform the mission? The country of bears is a country protected by dense forests and a dangerous hell valley full of poisonous gas. These poisonous gases can effectively prevent the invasion of foreign enemies. It can be said that 10-0-0. It's a natural protective barrier." Hearing what little Sakura said, Naruto scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and laughed. Really, is this written in the ninja mission introduction? I really didn't notice it." Sasuke turned his head away, acting like I didn't know this guy, stood beside him and pretended to be cool. "Of course it was written, but you, a super idiot, never read it. Of course you don't know anything." Ranmaru smiled at the side and smoothed things over. "Well, Naruto didn't do it on purpose, it's just some misunderstanding. The reason why the person opposite him shot at Naruto was not to hurt Naruto, on the contrary you are preventing Naruto from entering the dangerous area. Naruto, you made a mistake and you must apologize and thank him." "Thank you." Naruto heard Ranmaru say this and subconsciously looked at the boy opposite. The boy and Naruto looked at each other, then they both turned their heads at the same time and said almost in unison, "I don't want his thanks, HMPH. Who wants to thank him?"
HMPH.
Naruto and the boy opposite looked at each other again, then turned their heads in unison and let out a groan. Ranmaru stood beside him with a wry smile and didn't know what to say, so he made a gesture of spreading his hands at Gyurin. Honglian didn't bother to care about the quarrel between the two stinky brats, she just looked up at the boy opposite Haki radiantly and said, "Little ghost, what's your name? Tell us your name and then lead us into Xingnan village, just carry out the task entrusted to us by your village." The boy frowned but replied proudly, "My name is Aang and I'm Genin from Star Ninja Village. Since Master Chixing ordered me to bring you into the village, I will naturally do so, come with me." Soon, Aang brought Gyurin, Ranmaru, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura into Hashino village, and met Akahoshi who was waiting for them to meet. As for what they said when they met, it is not much different from the original anime. Time passed by and soon it was late at night. A suspicious figure wearing a mask and dressed as a ninja sneaked into the room where the stars were stored. Ranmaru, who lived not far from here and was sleeping in her clothes, suddenly opened her eyes with a red light and sat up. Gyurin, who was also sleeping with her clothes on and leaning against the wall next to her, also opened her eyes, looked at Ranmaru and asked, "What's wrong?"
Could it be?
Ranmaru nodded to Gyurin and said, "That's right, I sensed that someone sneaked into the room where the stars are stored." Sasuke, little Sakura, and Naruto, who lived in the same room, were also awakened by Ranmaru's movement. Hearing that a thief was stealing the stars, Naruto couldn't sit still first, bounced off the ground and rushed out of the door. What, is there a thief? I've been impatient for a long time, ha 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 ha. Let's see how I deal with him this time. Little Sakura saw Naruto rushing out to catch the thief and rushed out together and shouted from behind, Naruto, you super stupid, don't be so impulsive.
What if you can't beat the enemy?
What, I can't fight, there is no problem, I am very strong. Naruto's voice sounded far away from here. Super idiot, I really can't stand you. Captain Guren, Vice Captain Ranmaru, I'll follow up and help. Sasuke stood up coolly and walked out of the room. Guren pressed small fists together with both hands and said with a smile, why are Leiming's subordinates so impatient? They act without waiting for my order, it's really unpleasant. Ranmaru looked at the excited expression on Guren's face from the side and couldn't help complaining in his heart, are you unhappy?
Why didn't I see it?
When Naruto arrived in front of the room where the stars were stored, the masked thief had already taken the stars and fled away. Naruto immediately chased after him and shouted loudly from behind, damn thief, don't run. Ninja multiple shadow clone skills. Bang 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 bang. Naruto cloned dozens of shadow clone, surrounded the thief on the opposite side and was about to catch him. The other party put the stars into his clothes, then made him a draw with both hands and shouted peacock magic. What is this imprint? Naruto's eyes widened instantly after seeing the ninja cast by the other party and his jaw almost dropped in shock. A powerful purple chakra erupted from the thief's body, and the purple chakra transformed into a whip-like shape, shaking and sweeping in the air, and Naruto's shadow clone was blasted by the purple chakra one after another. K, why is this kind of ninjutsu again? Is this guy a ninja from Star Ninja Village? After seeing the opponent's ninja, Naruto was even more sure of the opponent's identity. HMPH. Don't think that I can't do anything about you. Go ahead, my Naruto ninja post. It turned out that Shadow Clone 1.4 was blown up by Chakra, who was like a long whip, but Naruto arranged to rush forward to attract the enemy attention bait. Just when the thief was standing under the roof, at some point, more than a dozen Naruto shadow clones rushed out. As soon as these shadow clones came out, they hugged the enemy's hands and feet tightly in all directions, restraining the opponent's movements. Hey, how do you escape now? Naruto smiled triumphantly. Peacock magic has more than one form, peacock magic is a beast. The thief who was hugged tightly controlled the purple chakra to transform into a purple giant beast and rushed towards Naruto's shadow clone. Bang 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 bang, bang 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 bang. Although a group of Naruto's shadow clone hugged the thief's peacock magic was powerful enough. The powerful chakra turned into a monster and charged at Naruto's shadow clone. All of Naruto's shadow clones were blasted into white smoke by the impact. Then the thief formed seals with both hands and said in a deep voice, peacock magic.
Wing!
The powerful purple chakra that erupted from the thief immediately transformed into the shape of wings behind her, leading her body to fly away to the high altitude in the distance. As for Naruto, who can't fly, he can only stare at the big eyes like a bullseye and watch the thief swaggeringly fly away in a daze. Suna, how can you do this? You are fouling. Naruto jumped angrily below, pointing at the thief in the sky and shouted anxiously. Super idiot, I know you can't be relied on alone. At this moment, Sasuke's voice came to Naruto's side. 22 What, Sasuke, you be ****D, you will talk sarcastically by the side if you have the ability go up and catch the thief for me.
Where are you?
It turned out that when Sasuke saw that Naruto was blown away by the enemy, and the enemy changed the form of chakra on the back of the body into the form of wings, Sasuke had predicted that the opponent might fly away. Therefore, Sasuke took out a scroll from the ninja bag behind him ahead of time, and summoned one after another supersized skyrocket rocket. Take the sky cannon and follow the thief behind the dodge to catch up, and then aim at the sky and release the sky cannon to bombard. Boom 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 boom. For a time, fireworks exploded all over the sky, chasing the thief and bombing. The thief flying in the sky, that is, Aang's mother, looked at Sasuke, who was chasing after him with a frown, admiring him, and said to himself with some headaches, what a difficult kid, I should say. I deserve it. Is it a ninja from Konoha village? In order not to be bombarded by the rockets released by Sasuke, Rai flapped the wings on her back vigorously, making her body fly higher, and flying speed also accelerated a lot. Chasing on the ground with only 2 legs, even Sasuke is a little weak and he is so tired that he wants to stick out his tongue. In the end, Sasuke had no choice but to stop chasing, supported his legs with both hands, frowned and muttered to himself, "Damn it. It's almost there, almost blowing him up." Naruto and little Sakura, who were chasing up from behind, of course also saw that the thief had already fled away, and little Sakura just approached Sasuke's side and wanted to comfort Sasuke and deepen Sasuke's affection for her. Naruto pointed at Sasuke's nose and laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha ha. Sasuke, thank you for being so confident in what I said just now. When it's your turn, you still can't do it." As soon as little Sakura heard that Naruto dared to laugh at Sasuke, she stopped doing it immediately, walked to Naruto's side, slapped Naruto on the back of the head, glared and said, "What are you talking about? Sasuke has worked hard, let alone the reason why the enemy will be let go in the final analysis is not caused by you not holding the enemy back." While the little Sakura was still scolding Naruto, the beautiful figure of Gurren suddenly flashed past them. "Sakura-chan, what is that, Captain Gurren?" "Naruto, what's the situation, Captain Gurren, what's the situation?" She can fly. After seeing Honglian dodging past them with my own eyes, I saw Captain Honglian stepping on the air with both feet. Every time she took a step forward, not only her figure would rush forward at high speed for a long distance, at the same time, her body also rushed higher and higher. When Sasuke saw Captain Gurren's amazing strength, he was also deeply shocked, and then he opened his eyes Sharingan and tried his best to observe Gurren's whole body. "I want to see what method Gurren used to soar into the sky." And started. To say that Sharingan's insight is really well-deserved, he soon saw that there was something weird under Captain Honglian's feet. Every time Captain Honglian stepped on the void, it seemed that some debris would fall from her feet. "What's that? There seems to be something under Gurren Captain's feet," Sasuke subconsciously asked his own question. At this moment, Ranmaru suddenly walked up to Sasuke's side, looked towards the direction of Hongren Chongshin with the same admiration, and said with a smile, "There is nothing to envy because it was created by the ability of Captain Hongren's blood succession limitation miracle." Naruto asked curiously, "Blood successor limit? Does Captain Gurren also have blood succession limit, compared with Sasuke's Sharingan, who is more capable? It's hard to say who is stronger in the blood inheritance limit. After all, no matter how strong the blood is, if you don't know how to develop the power in it, it's useless to give you the strongest blood." 17. Big Sister Gurren's blood succession limit ability is called Crystal Style. Ranmaru took Sasuke, Naruto, and little Sakura in pursuit while briefly explaining Gurren's tolerance to them. Technical ability. On the other side, far away in the sky at an unknown height, Gurren has already caught up with Zia 230th, who is running away by relying on her powerful volley. HMPH. "You thief, let me see where you can escape." Crystal Style Hexagonal Crystal. Hong Lion formed seals with both hands, facing the direction of Zia Rai, and immediately shot hundreds of crystal shurikens densely packed. "What? How is it possible?" Seeing that Honglian had caught up so quickly and was able to attack herself in the air, Zia Rai was shocked and immediately turned to fight. Peacock Magic quickly controlled the purple chakra on the back, and a long purple chakra whip grew out of the position under the wings and danced quickly in front of him to resist the crystal shuriken shot by Honglian. Ding 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 ding, the defense was a little hasty. Although the purple chakra strengthened by the stars is powerful, there are still a few crystal shurikens that cannot block it. The crystal shuriken pierced through layers of defenses and finally shot towards Zia Rai's body. Zia Rai hurriedly went from his body to Ku assist and blocked most of it. The shoulder of the jacket on his body was accidentally rubbed by a crystal shuriken. Then, the shoulder position of the summer coat immediately began to show the trend of crystal spreading. Zia Rai's reaction was also fast enough. Noticing that the red crystals on his shoulders were rapidly spreading, he immediately controlled the purple chakra in his body to explode violently. Boom, 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 boom. The coat on his body was instantly shattered into several fragments which were thrown to the outside. To Zia Rai's shock, the fragments of the coat with the red crystal attached were quickly covered by the crystal. Then, the fragments of the coat unexpectedly slammed into red crystal powder. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Rai saw the tragic scene where the pieces of his coat and clothes turned into crystal powder, and he could already guess what would happen if he was really swallowed by that red crystal and attached to his whole body. Hong Lion, who was chasing after Ling Kongsu, saw Rai dodged one of her surefire tricks and said with a cold smile, "Did you dodge? What a pity. The speed of crystallization has been slowed down so much." It seems that the purple chakra is also quite tricky. With only one shuriken crystal, the attack power is still not enough. Additional attacks are needed to increase the contact area between the crystal and her body. Although Red Lotus's crystal-style ability, attack power and erosion power are powerful, its weakness is also very obvious. That is, as long as the opponent chakra resists in time, she will not be afraid of her crystal style. In the original Hokage ninja, Hyuga Hinata escaped by cleverly covering the surface of his body with a layer of chakra protective film when he was hit by crystal style. The reason why Rai was able to defend against Red Lotus's first wave of sneak attacks just now was that his whole body was covered with a huge amount of purple chakra, thus greatly slowing down the speed at which he was swallowed by the crystal. Therefore, in order to increase the power of her crystal-style attack, Honglian made a seal with her hands again and shouted crystal-style, crystal cloth. Ka. With the casting of Guren's ninjutsu, Guren's body was immediately covered with a set of beautiful armor like the saint cloth. Then, a layer of huge crystal floor tiles with a thickness comparable to bricks and an area of 1 square meter appeared under Honglian's feet. Honglian's feet kicked hard on the floor tiles and her body immediately rushed towards Rai like a cannonball. "Look at me, crystal monster power fist.
Peacock magic. Wing.
Facing the high-speed impact of Red Lotus, Rai immediately controlled the purple chakra's wings on her back and blocked her in front of her. Bang! Boom! Hong Lion's fist wearing crystal armor in her right hand hit the summer purple chakra's winged defense fiercely, and a powerful shock wave and air wave burst out and spread towards the surrounding space. The bodies of both of them were thrown backwards by the strong shock force. The armor glove on Honglian's right fist was damaged and cracked because of the collision just now. Looking at the damage on her glove, Guren couldn't help but think in shock, "Oh, what an amazing defense. My crystal glove won't crack even if it hits the steel plate under the boost of my special chakra blessing." At the same time, on the other side of Rai that was blown away, Chakra's changed wings had just resisted the position of Honglian's fist, and there were red crystals attached to it and began to spread rapidly towards the surroundings. How is it possible? After Rai found out that something was wrong, he immediately cut off the connection between himself and the chakra wings on his back. After his body fell freely to the bottom for a certain distance, new purple chakra wings grew on his back and he flapped the wings vigorously to avoid. On the top of Rai, the purple chakra wings which she had cut off before were swallowed and attached to 2 red crystal wings by the rapid erosion of the crystal. Then it showed a free-falling motion and fell rapidly toward the bottom. In order to observe the difference between Honglian's attack and the previous one, Rai even chased the crystal wings and fell down on purpose. Boom! What shocked Rai was that what she saw were 2 crystal wings, which hit the ground deeply like meteors from outside the sky, smashing the ground into 2 small crater-like holes. "It's not broken?" Rai flapped her wings and said to herself while flying in the air. Of course it won't break because the crystal style used this time has slightly changed its attack method. It is a crystal style specially used for arresting people. The prison cell must be strong enough, of course, prisoners will not be so easy escape. Brush. While saying these words, Hong Lion had already flashed to Rai's side at some point. Her right index finger and middle finger were put together to form a sword finger, and she tapped lightly on the forehead of Rai's mask. Said crystal-style crystal finger. "What, not good?" Rai, who found himself hit by Red Lotus, was almost scared to death on the spot and immediately erupted a powerful purple chakra. Boom, 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 boom. The powerful purple chakra shook the Red Lotus in front of him and shook away the mask worn on his head. Whoosh! Hong Lion stepped back to a safe distance, looked at Rai who showed her true face and said with a smile, "HMPH. Hello, this is a real meeting." Rai, who showed her true face, frowned and looked at the mask that was blown away. Although there were red crystals attached to the outside of the mask, it did not swallow and cover the entire mask quickly like the previous attack. Rai frowned beautifully, looked at Hong Lion opposite and said, "You did it on purpose." Guren smiled and pedaled her feet continuously in the air, keeping her body from falling, and said with a smile, "Yeah. My crystal-style ninjutsu, under the advice of that guy from Leiming, I've got my foot down good it was improved and developed with time. Old lady, I can now perfectly send and receive freely, and control it to achieve the attack effect I want. It's like this, crystal-style, crystal flower coffin," said Hong Lion, facing Rai's direction and gently slapped "Snap your fingers." On Rai's body, red crystal flowers suddenly bloomed one after another. Ka 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 ka. "What? When was this hit?" Rai exclaimed in shock. This time before she burst into purple chakra again, her body was soon covered with red crystal flowers. Under the cover of a large number of crystal flowers, the crystal flowers merged with each other and turned into a huge red crystal coffin which fell towards the ground. In this way, Rai was frozen by the red crystal, sealed in a red crystal coffin, and fell straight down from the sky. Boom! The red crystal that sealed Tian smashed out a large crater like a small crater on the ground below, and half of the red crystal has been deeply inserted into the ground. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, who were chasing from behind, finally arrived with Ranmaru. At the same time, they just saw the second half of the battle. Naruto blurted out in surprise, "Hiss. Sister Honglian so strong." Sasuke leaned on Sharingan, saw more things than Naruto and the others, gritted his teeth and said to himself, "Did the battle end in such a short time?" The little Sakura even looked at the eyes full of little stars, admiringly said, "Sister Guren is really strong. I have decided that I will also worship Master Tsunade as my teacher when I go back." When Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura ran around, they all came closer to observe curiously, observing Riki, who was sealed by Captain Guren with crystals. Naruto tapped on the red crystal coffin with his fingers and listened to it with his ear. Bang 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 bang, Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up 137 and he exclaimed, "Ay, boom." Little Sakura couldn't help but beat Naruto on the head, saying, "Idiot, the ninjutsu used by Guren's sister is to catch thieves, not to kill people. Of course they are alive." Naruto pointed to Rai inside the red crystal and asked a new question, but being sealed in the airtight crystal, won't she suffocate to death? Honglian smiled and stepped on the crystal under her feet step by step from the air, jumped down from the air 3 or 2 times and said with a smile, "That's a good question. Don't worry, she won't be suffocated to death. The crystal flower coffin I made is not a crystal coffin in the ordinary sense. It looks like it is airtight, but in fact it is very breathable. Using the words of that kid from Leiming, it's some sort of macromolecule or an atomic polymer. In short, it's very breathable. Aha, aha, aha. Although Guren also wanted to pretend to speak in front of Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura, but the more she explained, the more she found that her brain seemed to be running short, and she seemed to be unable to remember how Leiming gave herself at that time. "It's time for class?" Then Honglian was simply very irresponsible, pretending that I was awesome, that I had a powerful smile, and laughed boldly while patting the crystal flower coffin. Therefore, this made Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto's expressions stiffen in astonishment, and then all 3 looked at Guren, who was laughing awkwardly with a look of contempt. At the same time, I thought contemptuously, "You don't understand anything about feelings. It's all thanks to Captain Leiming. Without the help of Captain Leiming, you probably wouldn't even be able to develop this ninjutsu." Cough cough cough. Well, that's what Sister Guren means. According to what Captain Leiming explained to us at that time, the schematic diagram of the ninjutsu of Sister Hongren's crystal flower coffin looks like this. When Captain Leiming was giving us a class, he said that the composition of the world, chakra, is just a way to release and condense energy. If it is well controlled, it can change the power of objects from atoms and molecules. For example, Earth style is very good example. Everything in the world is made up of atoms and molecules. Atoms and molecules are arranged in different ways. Even if the things they make up have the same appearance, the internal effects will be very big, different. As he said that, Ranmaru began to draw simple molecules and schematic diagrams of atoms with branches on the ground, and gave Naruto, Sasuke, and small CC Sakura a refresher on their physics class knowledge. In this way, because of Guren's intervention, Rai did not successfully escape the village with Xingxing as in the original anime, but was captured by Guren and Naruto and brought back to Xingren village. When Naruto and Sasuke entered Star Ninja Village carrying crystal flower coffins, their heads were raised high, and they smiled triumphantly at the other ninjas and villagers of Star Ninja Village who surrounded them. Well, you see. See it, as long as we take action, any kind of thief will not be a problem and all of them can be caught by you. Chihoshi surrounded him with his subordinates and other ninjas from Hashino Village. Under Chihoshi's eyes, the two subordinates behind Chihoshi wanted to go up and take the crystal flower coffin from Naruto and Sasuke. Ha 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 ha! As expected of Jonin from Konoha village, you captured the rebellious ninja in our village as soon as you took action, thank you so much. Your mission has been completed, and I will definitely write to Lord Hawkage later to praise you excellent performance. Sasuke frowned and looked at the two ninjas from Star Ninja Village who hurried over, and whispered to Guren. Captain Guren, since we entered the village, I have felt something is wrong with this village. Although this thief wanted to steal the stars, but judging from the strength she showed during the battle with Naruto, she did not hit Naruto hard. And she was merciful. Is there any hidden secret in it? Is this handing over the thief? Guren replied in a low voice. After all, Star Ninja Village maintains a friendly relationship with Konoha Village. No matter what the reason is, that woman wants to steal the stars. It is a matter within their village and it is inconvenient for us to intervene. When Chihoshi's subordinates took over the crystal flower coffin that sealed Rai from Naruto and Sasuke, Honglian's ears moved subconsciously and suddenly heard Leiming's voice transmission to him. Honglian, do some proper tricks, don't let Kai Xing accept rebellious Nin and Xing back so smoothly. Hong Lion raised her brows slightly, curled her lips in displeasure, and whispered to herself, "Cut. Leiming's, you cunning guy, you really know how to call people." Just when Kai Xing was showing a tricky smile, Hong Lion put one hand behind her back and quietly made a handprint. At the same time, the crystal flower coffin that sealed Xia Tian suddenly made a crisp sound. Crack, 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 boom! The crystal flower coffin exploded and the powerful purple chakra burst into the sky under Leiming's secret instigation. Honglian quietly made a seal movement behind her back. Then, in the crystal coffin that was taken over by Kai Xing's subordinates, Rai in the coffin suddenly felt the power that had been restraining him all the time, as if it had suddenly disappeared. No matter what the reason is, Rai certainly won't let go of this great opportunity. In addition, the stars stolen by Rai were still hidden in her clothes, so Rai hurriedly activated the chakra in her body, which produced a strange resonance with the stars stored on her body. Boom, 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 boom. Immediately, the purple chakra in Rai's body received a strong boost, bursting out with a power that was more than 1,000 times stronger than before. The purple chakra broke through the crystal coffin that sealed her almost instantly, shattering into crystal fragments that filled the sky. I don't know what secret method Rai used, or it was because of the butterfly effect caused by Leiming after Rai resonated with the stars. The powerful purple chakra erupted from Rai's body, and the shape condensed around her turned out to be the shape of a beautiful purple butterfly. At the same time, on Rai's chest, there is a purple star that can be seen emitting purple light, and the light flashes rhythmically, just like a human heart is beating. Rai's pupils and hair also turned purple together. Rai, who transformed into a Super Saiyan, shocked the other ninjas and villagers in Hashino village who saw her appearance. What, is that the summer I know? So strong. Can't you imagine that Rai can become so strong? It's the stars. Rai seems to resonate with the stars. Her power has been boosted by the stars. Such a powerful Rai she. If she can resonate with the stars, can we respect Rai as the 4th generation star shadow of our village? Hearing the discussions of the surrounding villagers and ninjas, Chixing's heart was suddenly filled with jealousy and anger. He shouted frantically in his heart, Rai, every one of you knows Rai. I am the master of the village and I am the most suitable person to inherit the seat of 4th generation star shadow. Then Kai Xing stared at Zia Rai with red eyes, the twinkling stars, gnashing his teeth, and thought, the stars are mine. Why can Zia Rai resonate with the stars but I can't? The stars are mine, it's mine, ah 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 ah. Zia Rai looked at everyone in the village with those beautiful purple eyes and explained, everyone. One thing must be explained clearly. The reason why I came back to the village to steal the stars is not because I want to monopolize the stars. Although this star can strengthen our chakra, it also has a disadvantage that cannot be ignored. That is, the more time we practice with the star, the more damage the star will do to our body. Depending on the constitution of each person, some people will have strong side effects very early, and some people have good constitution and may have a later onset. And every time the side effects occur, they will be accompanied by severe pain. My husband died because of the side effects of cultivating the power of the stars. My husband Ying Yuo discussed with me before his death, that is, for the future generations of the village to stop suffering like us, the stars must be taken away. Hearing Zia Rai's words, the other ninjas in the village and the villagers immediately whispered to each other and began to discuss. Is it really that scary to cultivate the power of the stars? It seems to be a bit of a side effect. Hearing what Zia Rai said, it has happened to me. No wonder Lord Xingying of the third generation once ordered that it is forbidden to cultivate the power of stars. B*******D. If you want to become stronger, how can you not pay at all? What is a mere side effect? Everyone, don't listen to that crazy woman's nonsense. Hand over the stars. I can send you lightly? Kai Xing roared, interrupting the discussions of the surrounding villagers, and asked Zia Rai for the stars with open palms. Zia Rai looked indifferently, looked at Kai Xing and said, I will not give you the stars. I will not let you give the children the stars to practice. I want to protect the future of the children and the future of the village. Damn stinky woman, I killed you, peacock tricks. Beast. Chixing formed seals with his hands, and a powerful purple chakra monster burst out from his body, rushing towards Zia Rai, asking for flowers. The monster opened its huge mouth and wanted to bite Zia Rai's neck, but Zia Rai remained motionless, just glanced at the red star indifferently. The purple chakra butterflies all over Zia Rai's body were beautiful butterflies. Gently fan. The purple chakra monster that rushed over was smashed into pieces by the purple butterfly wings on Zia Rai's body. Kai Xing's body was also swept backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Kai Xing roared unwillingly, thumped his fist heavily on the ground and roared, Impossible! Impossible! How could it be? How could she suddenly become so strong? Then Chihoshi raised his eyes and saw Guren and Naruto's group. A light flashed in his eyes immediately, pointed at Guren and ordered, You. Guren, you are the special Jonin of Konoha village, right? Hurry up and help me catch stop that B*******ch. 8.0. Honglian crossed her arms and leaned against the wall of the house behind her with her eyes closed, with the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, and said with a smile, Kai Xing, you don't seem to have the right to order me, do you? I'm not your subordinate. Besides, we have just completed the task you entrusted to our village. The current situation should be regarded as an internal problem in your village. I have no right to interfere. After Kai Xing heard Hong Lion's words, he jumped up in anger and wanted to rush to Hong Lion. However, Honglian just stared sharply at her with her beautiful eyes and snorted coldly, Huh. Huh. Immediately from Honglian's feet, Luffy quickly spread over, a red crystal. When it rushed in front of Chixing, the crystal lengthened suddenly. The crystal turned into a sharp ice pick just a few centimeters away and stopped at the position where it could pierce Kai Xing's neck. Chixing can feel the threat of death from the sharp point of the crystal. Therefore, Chixing immediately gave up the idea of relying on Honglian to take back the stars, turned to look at Zia Rai and Honglian madly and angrily, and said loudly, Damn it. Damn it, damn it, if you don't help me I have my way. Whoosh! After finishing speaking, Kai Xing quickly rushed to Aang's back in the next moment and held Aang's neck with kunai in his hand. I saw Kai Xing suddenly dodge to Aang's back, hold Aang's neck with kunai and grinned at Zia Rai with a ferocious smile. Zia Rai, you should know who this child is, right? He is the child of you and Wang Huo. Oh boy. If you don't want him to die unexpectedly, hand over the star to me right away, otherwise I'll kill him. What? Red Star, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Let go of Aang. After seeing Chixing's actions, other ninjas in the village were immediately shocked by him and looked at Chixing nervously, asking Chixing to let go of Aang. Star Ninja Village itself is a small ninja village, and there are even fewer children who become genin in the village. The death of any child like Aang will be a huge loss to the future of the village. However, Kai Xing, who has fallen into a frenzied 470 state, no longer cares so much. In his heart, now he only wants to get the stars back and control the power of the stars like summer. His own son was caught by Kai Xing and threatened him. Even if Zia Rai had obtained the power of the stars, he did not dare to be violent to Kai Xing easily. Because, on Aang's neck, the red-eyed Chixing drew a shallow bloodstain with kunai, and bright red blood beads had begun to ooze from the wound. Mothers' hearts are always soft, especially when their children are in danger. They can even protect their children regardless of their lives, and they can sacrifice everything for their children. The power of a mere star, no matter how powerful it is not as precious as the life of my own son. Therefore, even if Zia Rai was anxious to kill Kai Xing, he could only obediently release the state of resonating with Xing. Holding the star in his palm, he approached Kai Xing bit by bit, saying, "The star can be given to you, please don't hurt Aang." Being caught by Kai Xing and threatening his mother made Aang feel very uncomfortable and blamed himself. Aang looked at Zia Rai with firm eyes and suddenly took out a handful of kunai from the ninja bag tied to his leg, quietly aimed at Kai Xing's waist behind him and stabbed. How could Kai Xing be a Jonin from Star Ninja Village? How could it be so easy to be attacked by Aang? About you. Seeing that Kai Xing wanted to kill Aang, Zia Rai couldn't bear it anymore and rushed forward a few steps, smashing the star in his hand towards Kai Xing's chest. Pooh. Kai Xing saw Zia Rai smashing the stars towards him compared to his useless little life. Of course the stars are more important. In order to avoid Zia Rai's close-up troubles, Kai Xing resolutely moved Aang towards Zia Rai's direction, pushed Aang hard into Zia Rai's arms, and temporarily blocked Zia Rai's footsteps. However, what Kai Xing didn't expect was that Xing didn't know if it was affected by the summer resonance and hadn't passed yet. When he was thrown over, Xing suddenly emitted a dazzling purple light and slammed into Fa Xing's chest fiercely. In this way, the star burst into dazzling purple light and smashed into the flesh and blood of Chixing's chest, and the smashed Chixing flew out backwards, spurting blood, and fell to the ground. Zia Rai, who succeeded in one blow, didn't care about Kai Xing's life or death. She was more concerned about her son and nervously sized and inspected him, asking, "How is it? You didn't hurt anywhere, did you? Is there any pain?" Aang shook his head, looked at his mother Zia Rai and said, "Mother, Master, I'm fine." Aang hugged his son excitedly and said with tears in his eyes, "It's fine, it's fine." However, when Zia Rai hugged the child to rejoice that he didn't suffer any serious injuries, the other ninjas in the nearby Xing ninja village suddenly became very nervous and pointed in the direction of Kai Xing and shouted loudly, "Look, Kai Xing, what happened to Kai Xing? Good terrible chakra. How did Kai Xing look like this? It's completely different from Zia Rai's state." Boom 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 boom. The star on Kai Xing's chest lying on the ground, the purple light flickered, and then from Kai Xing's body a powerful purple chakra began to erupt. Kai Xing's body twisted strangely, stood up slowly, and the purple chakra leaked from his body, finally condensed into a purple giant dragon. Hey, is this the power of the stars? It's too powerful, it's really too powerful. With this powerful power, what 5 shadows, what Konoha village, Hawkage, I will step on everything. I want to make the whole world surrender under my feet. That idiot and stinky old man in the 3rd generation Xingying is really a fool. He actually put such a powerful force for use, it's a waste. Chihoshi, what are you talking about? How can you say that, Lord Hoshikage, 3rd generation? A ninja in Hashino village heard Chihoshi's crazy words and immediately pointed at Chihoshi angrily and shouted. After gaining great power, Kai Xing's mind became crazy and unclear. He really didn't care about anything. He looked at the other ninjas in Star Ninja Village with a smirk and said with a sneer, "Call him, why can't I scold the 3rd ninja?" Not only did I dare to scold that stinky old man in Generation Xingying, even his old life was assassinated by me and Nighthawk Jibu. What? Although we have suspected the death of 3rd generation Hoshikage for a long time, we didn't expect that you really did it. After hearing Chihoshi's words, other ninjas in Hashino village immediately looked at him with anger and fear. Red Star, the chakra erupting from Chixing's body at this moment in terms of strength alone is already good, barely reaching the passing line of a cage-level strongman. Leiming, who hid in the dark and observed, secretly thought, if Naruto in the original anime hadn't been illuminated by the protagonist's halo, it would be impossible to defeat Chihoshi just with his Rasengan 1.4 beginner level. Boom 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 boom. The crazy Chixing launched an indiscriminate bombardment of everyone in the village with the purple chakra dragon outside him, and sent purple chakra light balls to bombard the crowd as if they didn't want money. The villagers and ninjas of the bombed star ninja village flew all over the sky, screaming again and again. Ah 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 ah.
Help us.
Kai Xing's two henchmen were also hit by indiscriminate attacks and they flew out and screamed, Master Kai Xing, what are you doing?
We are loyal to you.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.